These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
To what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
And good morning, First Robotics. How's everybody doing today? I hope everyone's ready to have a wonderful session. We have tons of wonderful robots coming out, and today is super special. We have 3 events running all at the same time, so we will be jumping back and forth between the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. We will be jumping around in Laurel, Maryland, and we will also be jumping around in Harrisonburg, Virginia. So we will have 3 wonderful fields for you all to see today, and that means tons and tons of wonderful matches. But that also does mean that, once again, as always, teams, if you do not see your match at any point in time, please feel free to check back with the Twitch channel and with the YouTube channel in the coming days, because there generally is a recording of those matches that we aren't able to show on the live stream. And speaking of events that are already underway, over in Laurel, Maryland, they're getting ready to start their first match. And so they have randomization number 3, which is when they're going for that top tower. The teams over in Laurel, Maryland are Team 5178, Team 3796, and they will be going up against Teams 19069 and Teams 15312. Team 5178 is the Mech Hawks, and they will be partnered with Team 3796 Talons. And once again, they will be going up against Teams 19069 Gale Blaze and Team 15312 Squirrels. So that's funny, we have flying animals going up against squirrels. Kind of want to see this happen. And good morning, Twitch chat. How's everybody doing, Twitch chat? And unfortunately, we already have a penalty over in Laurel, Maryland.
Drivers,
Where they received that major penalty for moving that shipping hub.
3,
Once again, teams,
2,
you have to be very
1.
precise when it comes to those hubs. Please stay very careful at all times. But Twitch chat, I love that you all already know what to do. If you're here, just say hello to your teams. Let's go ahead and cheer all these wonderful teams on. We have wonderful matches. This is only the first match out of 48 in Laurel. Look at these numbers. We're going to be here for a while. This is going to be fun today. I hope everybody else got settled down. I know I got my drinks on hand. We might have to get some snacks later. This is going to be a long day. We got tons of robots to watch. But I'm already loving these intake mechanisms. Look at these. Blue still seeming to not have any responses to those points that they lost earlier. Oh, they're putting a couple points on the board. I think one of their teammates might be disabled. Red Alliance trying to get back out of their shipping hub. They have loaded up their top goal, and they have also loaded up the hub. Let's see if they can get some ducks out onto the field with these last few seconds. Can they break that 100-point barrier first thing in the morning? And with a current score of 94 to -21 in favor of the Red Alliance, let's see, will the Red Alliance get any points to push them over that 100-point benchmark? Once again, we love to see it. I love that 100-point benchmark. It's a wonderful sight. We will soon be jumping over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, where we will be having teams 15304 Circuitry, team 7278 the Library Bots, team 16537 Logic Coyote, and team 7039 Lord of the Bricks, all getting ready to go. And these teams are anxious. I can see them now. They're all hovering over their robots, all waiting in their stations. And once again, it's always a major anticipation waiting on these scores, but the scores are in, and the Red Alliance will take this game with a score of 94-0. The Blue Alliance suffering 2 penalties for moving that shipping hub. So once again, each time you move that shipping hub, it is a major penalty worth 30 points. But let's do this point breakdown. We have a 26-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control to a 6-point driver control, and a 38-point endgame to a 30-point endgame. Overall, the Red Alliance having a very decent run, getting them a high score of the day so far of 94 points. But once again, we're getting ready to jump right on over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, where these teams are underway. They're having their final talk with the judges and with the referees, making sure everything is cleared and ready to go, making sure the field is set. And they have randomization number 6. So once again, that top tower. And let's just go down the chat and say hi to everybody in the chat. We have a good morning. We have a go Mech Hawks. We have a go Lord of the Bricks. We have a go Mech Hawks and go Talons. We have another go Talons. We have another go Jackbots. And we have a go Logic Coyote. Once again, loving all of our wonderful teams. Love them all. And y'all know I can't wait until FRC teams come into play because we're getting ready for that. But already on the field, we have these teams getting underway. We already see major points for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance putting up 50 points already, 62 points already in the beginning of this match. 67 points. And the Red Alliance putting up 6 points.
Pick up your controllers. 3.
These teams are moving. Look at these scores already. 89 points for the Blue Alliance, and we're just now starting the teleop mode. Let's see if they can try to break that 150-point barrier. I love seeing when teams just put up really high numbers all across the board. We got Logic, Coyote, and Library Bots battling it out for their Alliance hubs. I can't tell whose robot that is parked in the corner, however. What's that? Lord of the Brick seems to just be parked in the corner for this part of the match. I wonder if they're disabled or anything else right now. Circuitry seems to be lining up for the duck race. But Logic Coyote hoping to extend that lead, continuously placing up more and more cycles of freight up there. But they're getting set for the duck race too. So we will be having Circuitry and Logic Coyote going at it for the ducks. Lord of the Bricks once again parked just sitting in the corner. Alright, let's see these ducks fly. And they break 150 points. They've broken 150. Can they do more? They're going for another park. And with a current score of 86 to 170 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we will see how this match is scored out. I can't wait to see all the rest of the points because the points keep climbing. Both towers look to be almost balanced, if not balanced. Unfortunately, no team tried to take the shared hub. But this is still looking wonderful out here today. Also, don't forget everybody, make sure to share out this broadcast, like up the broadcast. Don't forget to follow us if you haven't already. We love seeing all of our wonderful teams. But look at how high that score is already. 96 to 180. And this is match number 1. I still expect better. But that's just because I'm me. But these teams are definitely fighting for these spots to be able to go to Newport News. Once again, who's going to join us in the Coliseum? I can't wait to go to the Coliseum. And that final score is Blue Alliance taking the win at 98 to 180. And our point breakdown is a 18-point autonomous to a 77-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 42-point driver control, and a 58-point endgame to a 61-point endgame. Both teams running a clean match with 0 penalties. But once again, just a wonderful match. Great scores all the way across the board. Red Alliance right there on that 100-point threshold. Blue Alliance trying to push that 200-point threshold. And we're already underway over back in Laurel, Maryland. Now we have teams 4451 and teams 3583 going off against team 5014 and 5225. And so doing our team naming, we have team 4451, the Fighting Foxes, going alongside team 3583, Cybers. And they will be facing off against team 5014, the Robo Duckies, and team 5225,
Drivers, pick up your
SFS
controllers.
Robotics.
3, 2, 1.
And now that we're in this wonderful tele-op mode, just look at these robots go. Look at this. I love it. Robots like just flying. I can't tell which robot that is on the Blue Alliance's side, but it seems like they're stuck on the shared hub. Like the robot powered off on the shared hub or disconnected on the shared hub. Oh, no, they're back to life. But that might be a major penalty for spinning the... Yep. Laurel just received a major penalty for spinning the shared hub. Once again, you really have to watch these penalties. We need them. We need to watch these penalties. This is a match all about driver control. Also, teams, if you're looking at the Twitch chat right now, you all can see that the Twitch chat says, hey, if you want to have more facts and information for me to spit out as fast or as crazily as I can, don't forget to fill out that team survey. I love talking, and I love talking about our teams. And speaking about things to talk about, Red Alliance trying to push that 100-point threshold, and Blue Alliance trying to make a steady comeback from that point deficit that they had. Once again, Twitch chat, we will be jumping between all of the different fields as they are played. Unfortunately, right now, Harrisonburg does not have a match. When Harrisonburg has a match, we will shift over to Harrisonburg. We are jumping right now between Laurel and the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Harrisonburg will be having matches shortly. They are just not having any matches currently. But thank you for the wonderful questions. And also remember, once again, if you all happen to miss any of our events and any of our matches, they will be showed later. But we have a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 107 to 38, with a point breakdown of a 39-point autonomous to a 12-point autonomous, a 32-point driver control to a 26-point driver control, and a 36-point endgame to a 30-point endgame. Unfortunately, the Blue Alliance receiving that 30-point penalty for spinning the shipping hub once again. That shipping hub should stay as neutral as possible unless it is tipping to your side. Please, drivers, please have the utmost care and safety when it comes to these hubs. Every time they move, it is a major penalty. Please be careful. But coming up next, over in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, we have teams 3116, the Robo Warriors, team 19630 Wattbots, team 20019 FCMS Pantherbots, and team 3804 Team Snuffleupagus. Once again, Snuffleupagus, I gotta see it. You gotta have a Snuffleupagus. You gotta have a Snuffleupagus. You gotta have all of Sesame Street come in with you. I want to see Big Bird. I want to see Cookie Monster. I want to see the Count. We gotta have Elmo. We need Zoe. We need all of them. I need all of the favorites. But just look at this nice clean field. Also, I like how because we're on a gray field on gray concrete, it looks like they're about to play on concrete. But they are actually playing on the foam tiles. But then also just look at these team uniforms out here. Don't you love when you can see all of our wonderful teams? And we're just waiting for this match to get randomized so we can get underway. Man, look at the elements. So once again, teams, there are little rubber ducks on the field, which are the unique item for this year. Those little rubber ducks can be put on a spinner and spun onto the field. But the other thing that you can do is use them as a vision sensor on the field for the opening of the game. What teams also have the option to do is put a team-specific game piece on the field in place of a rubber ducky. That allows them to have one more rubber ducky on the spinner and one less rubber ducky on the field. So a lot of these teams have custom elements because what you're able to do with your custom element is cap it on the top of your Alliance shipping hub. And it's always fun looking at these little elements because some teams have something as simple as a red solo cup. Some teams have these extravagant game pieces. Some teams have pieces that really resemble what their teams actually have. We've seen presents and all sorts of other random wonderful things, and they're just super cool and super fun to see. Already on the board, we have 10 points in favor of the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And these robots are off. I see 4 robots moving all around the field. Blue Alliance making quick work of their hub. Red Alliance making the work out of their hub too. But I want to see this Red Alliance intake. I can't see which robot that is from this angle. I can't see the robot's number. But it has like a Ferris wheel. Like a Ferris wheel, a little carousel windmill of a intake, and it looks really interesting from here. I just can't see their number. I want to shout them out. It's like a windmill intake. It's really cool. I know one of the other teams, I called it a Rolodex intake, but that was mostly because theirs was floppier and it was also all white, so it looked like sheets of paper from a Rolodex. Also shows how old I am that I even know about using Rolodexes. We're not going to talk about that. Those were the dark ages before we had contact lists. And now, seconds, it's time to see what these teams can do. Will they go for extra points? Let's start to look. We have one Blue Alliance team going for ducks. We have team 3804 going for ducks. Let's see if they get their ducks out. They're getting a couple ducks out. We have a Blue Alliance, we have a Red Alliance robot coming down for ducks. That is 19630 trying to put some ducks out on the field, and that will be time. And with a current unofficial score of 10-52, let's see how these points get broken down. We will be jumping straight over to Fairlawn. We will be coming back to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum after those points come out, but Laurel will be over in Laurel. Laurel has already started their matches. Laurel is halfway through this match. It is 15-18 right now in favor of the Blue Alliance. These teams are battling it out on the screen. We have teams 16270, we have teams 15312, 5014, and teams 3796. So once again, that will be teams 16270, Galestrom, team 15312, Squirrels, team 5014, the Robo Duckies, and team 3796, Talons. And the score will come back at 20-52 over in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum in favor of the Blue Alliance. We will talk about that score later. Also, that score will be posted online. But over in Laurel, Maryland, we have a current score of 15-52. Red Alliance did receive a major penalty for the shipping hub. Once again, you cannot rotate or spin that shared shipping hub. It must stay put. You want it to tip your way. You do not want it to spin or be pushed in either way. And so the score up on the board right now is the score from the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum with that score of 20-52 in favor of the Blue Alliance. That score will be broken down with a 0-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 10-point endgame to a 30-point endgame, with that being a clean match with 0 penalties. Once again, the teams that were involved in that match were the Robo Warriors and Wattbots going up against FCMS Panther Robotics, and I can't see the other team now. But over in Laurel, Maryland, the winner of that event was also the Blue Alliance with a score of 5-75. The point breakdown for that match being a 5-point autonomous to a 22-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and a 24-point endgame to a 33-point endgame. Red Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties, so one major and one minor, I do believe. I unfortunately do not know what the minor penalty was. I do know that major penalty. But once again, teams, watch your penalties. Penalties can hurt a lot. They really, really hurt. We've seen complete matches. We've seen the finals of matches being determined by 10 points worth of penalties, 20 points worth of penalties. Teams, what are you all looking forward to today? I know I'm looking forward to seeing tons of different robots going at it, tons of different matches, and all sorts of fun. And right now we have a short little gap layover because in Virginia, teams will be competing back to back at some points. And so when we do have teams competing back to back, we try to give them a little 5-minute break to allow them to reset themselves and reset their teams. Same with how over in Laurel, Maryland, right now we have teams getting ready to take the field, but some of those teams may have just also participated in an event. So just giving the teams a little bit of a break, a little bit of a chance to reset their robot. I always used to say, this is why you take as many batteries as you can carry to an event. Because even with my FRC bot, I would change out my battery after every single match. I could do one run and I would turn around and change out my battery, put a new battery back on the charger, because you never want to risk having your battery die. You never want to risk having any issues with your batteries. Also, making sure to trace and check all your wires. I know in FTC, a lot of it is plug and play versus FRC. We cut a lot of our wires and people will either solder their wires or crimp and clamp their wires. There's all sorts of things that get done. But just once again, making sure to check every single wire, even with plug and play wires, even with crimped and clamped wires. Make sure to trace your wires. Make sure to keep your wires snug and connect. Make sure that you're checking where wires are actually connected to. If you need to shorten wires, shorten wires. If you need cable protectors, use cable protectors. We've seen plenty of bots disconnect themselves this year. But then also, let's talk about one of my favorite game elements this year, the spikes. These wonderful spikes on the field. So for anyone who does not know what I'm talking about, when you look at the field layout, there is the I wanted to have a letter for it because it's kind of like a T-bar, but it's not because it has two of them. But so the bar over the mid space on the field that protects the warehouse and the shared shipping hub, those bars are little PVC pipes and they're connected by these little spike adapters, which keep it secure to itself, but also gives an extra little challenge to a lot of the teams. Make sure that you're practicing having one of those under your robot. It's definitely something to worry about. We've seen plenty of robots get spiked and not get free. But we are back at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum over in Norfolk, Virginia, where they are finishing out their autonomous mode. And so with a current score of 26-5, the 31-5, the Red Alliance is taking a lead right now.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
That Blue Alliance robot seems to have been saved by the spike, actually, after I was just talking about him. They were getting ready to go straight for that shared shipping hub in the autonomous mode. And let's see if they can maneuver their way off of it. The Red Alliance making their way back to their warehouse and taking their stuff out of their warehouse. And once again, I love being able to easily identify teams. It's a wonderful thing I love when I can see the team's uniforms and see the team shirts and see the team's hats and stuff like that. And I love when you can see it through their robot as well. For example, I can immediately tell you where Logic Coyote is right now. Logic Coyote is over on the right. They're on the top right corner. Why can I tell you that? Because they look like their robot. They are all in camo. They all have that bright orange camo as well. They've sent me one of those orange digital camo hats. I love that orange digital camo hat. I actually refuse to wear that hat outside because I don't want it getting dirty. But it's a fun hat to keep around. I can also tell where these Panther bots are, and that's because of the fact that we can see them on the field, on the side of the field with their t-shirts that look exactly like their bot. Once again, we love being able to see it. We love being able to tell it. And we're getting ready for these last 30 seconds, which is that end game duck race. So let's see who's at the duck race. We have Logic Coyote at the duck race. We have Panthers at the duck race. Let's see how this goes. Snuffleupagus seems to just be running around the field. I wonder if they're going for a cap. Nope, they're just going for more bricks. Let's see if they can put more pieces on the field. And they wanted to break that 100-point barrier as well. We have a current score of 108 to 15, and we will be jumping right over to 98 to 21. Somebody got points taken away. And we're going right back over to Laurel, Maryland. Over in Laurel, Maryland, we have a score of 25 to 42 in favor of the Blue Alliance as they are already underway in their teleop modes. These are teams 5225 and team 16270 going off against team 5178 and team 19069. So once again, that is a wheel on the field. Someone has lost a leg. They are bleeding out. Which team is that? Someone is going to have some serious pit work in the next few minutes. They have lost a wheel. In the battle for the shared hub, a wheel was lost. We have a fallen soldier out here on the field. But in these last 30 seconds, Blue Alliance trying to get both the ducks and that shared hub. Red Alliance hoping that they have enough pieces on the shared hub to hold, going for their ducks now. Let's see, did they make it? Controllers are down. We're waiting for the dust to clear, and currently the score sits at 73 to 52. And that final score that was over in Virginia was 21 to 108 in favor of the Red Alliance. We are once again currently waiting for this score to break down over in Laurel, Maryland. And that score is in favor of the Red Alliance, 86 to 69. The Red Alliance managing to hold that out even with one leg down, with a score of 13-point autonomous to a 26-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control to a 28-point driver control, and a 49-point endgame to a 25-point endgame. The Blue Alliance unfortunately suffering a 10-point penalty. But so once again, these scores are wonderful. I love this. But as we saw on the field today, they did lose that leg. We need them to go back to their pit, reattach that wheel. And sometimes when you reattach the wheels, it can be as simple as making sure that the collars are locked. I know sometimes those screw collars may feel like they're on. Sometimes you gotta double them. There's all sorts of things that can be done. I've seen very, very random things. I've had a cotter pin snap one time on my robot, and that was just destructive. I've had the aluminum be bent on one of my robots. The bolt survived, and the aluminum that was holding the bolt was what was actually ripped apart. And so we had to replace that entire piece of the frame. We went in, patched over it. And so once again, that can be something that needs to be looked at, needs to be worked on. But jumping right back over to Virginia, we have teams 15304, 20005, 3116, and 7278 coming up next. So once again, that will be Circuitry and the Chugga Chugga Choo Choos over in the Red Alliance, and Robo Warriors and the Library Bots over in the Blue Alliance. I'm sorry, there's no way to say Chugga Chugga Choo Choos without smiling. I need them to have something on their bot that makes the noise. I want whistles and buttons and I need some fanfare. I'm sorry. I just want to see Chugga Chugga Choo Choo. Like I gotta see it now. It's gotta be something. You can't have a bot that's made off of train noises. And I don't see a bunch of conductors. Where's the conductors? But where are we? Over in Laurel, Maryland, they have a score of 26-38 in favor of the 31-44 in favor of the Blue Alliance already.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But over in Norfolk, Virginia, look at this. Already coming out of the teleop period, we have a score of 22-9. And once again, just look at these wonderful bots and wonderful teams. While we have this nice wide view, once again, I just love talking about the teams. I can tell where Circuitry is by these nice bright green that they have on, this nice lime green that they have attached to their black. I can tell where the library bots are by that big hat that they have on their head, which my screen is covering, which is also very funny. Well, look at these scores, 24-21, and we're getting ready for this endgame period, so now it's time to watch these ducks race off. I have library bots on one side spinning ducks. I have Circuitry on the other side spinning ducks. Let's see who gets those ducks. We have 2 ducks for 2 ducks. We have 3 ducks for 3 ducks. Do we get 4 ducks for 4 ducks? They're going duck for duck, back and back. They're keeping this match neck and neck. This match will come down to the final few seconds. I also like how Library Bots has a duck on their bot. And oh no, they managed to tip over One of their ducks did not make it onto the field. Circuitry getting 9 ducks on the field. Library bots getting 7. Also, their partner bot became unparked. I don't know why they unparked themselves. They had a perfect position to stay parked. This match currently looks to be 108 to 73. We will see what the referees have to say about that match. Over in Laurel, Maryland, what you all did not get to see was a wonderfully exciting match that ended up coming down to about 112 to 126. Referees are still scoring that match out. That match is going to have a wonderful score for both sides. And we've heard you all asking about it, and Harrisonburg, Virginia will be coming on soon. We have the Hyper Giants and Monroe Robotics going up against the Robo Lords and Bacon. They will be getting set to start soon. They will be coming on to the field in a second. And once again, I love all these numbers. 12882, 17774, 111112, 7080. When you have a number that's 111112, it's really funny. This is just you just barely missed the mark. You were right there. You were right there having all ones. You just right there, just barely do. Okay, so we do have Harrisonburg in the house because we got Monroe Robotics. And that final score will come down to a score of 108 to 73 over in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, with our point breakdown being a 12-point autonomous state, 3-point autonomous state, 22-point driver control to 18-point driver control, and a 84-point endgame to a 52-point endgame with an unfortunate 10-point penalty towards the Red Alliance. Coming up next over in Virginia, we have Lord of the Bricks and Library Bots going up against teams Snuffleupagus and Wattbots. They will be coming back in a few short minutes. Once again, that timer means that we have a team that has to reset. We give our teams time to take a break if they are doing back-to-back matches. What this allows them to do is a chance to inspect their robot, check their robot, and make sure that there are no issues or failures. Because unfortunately, even though we do have 40-something matches at each field, these teams are competing in cohorts. So they're in little clusters rather than doing elimination. So rather than having all 30-odd teams competing at once and then shuffling them around and pushing them out for eliminations, they have to go back to back to back to back in these little 6 or 7 robot clusters or cohorts. And what that makes up is sometimes the randomization pushes them really quick, and so we have to give them that break for themselves. Over in Laurel, Maryland, their final score was 112 to 160, giving a new high score to the Blue Alliance. And so that point breakdown will be a 32-point autonomous to a 44-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control to a 48-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame to a 68-point endgame. But once again, we are now getting ready to jump right over to Harrisonburg, Virginia, because they're getting ready for their first match. So once again, all of those asking for Harrisonburg, your prayers have been answered. I don't know what they're doing over in Harrisonburg. Oh, they're prepping the last bits of their robot. Okay. We seem to have a little... We're waiting on it. I like our referees. All of our referees get to wear all their nice, wonderful referee shirts. Also, it's cool seeing how long some people have been working for first. You can tell when some of us have been doing a lot of stuff in first because we have a lot of things on. For example, I have my jacket and my I have a jacket, I have a belt, I have about 20 different team shirts. I could wear a team shirt every day of the week and 2 on Sunday. We'll just put it like that. I have my nice wall of pins. I actually have given away a ton of pins. I gave a ton of pins back to my team when I graduated, just so that way they could have pins from a bunch of different teams, because I realized that I had a pin from almost every single team. But yeah, it's a wonderful thing to have. And we're jumping straight into a match over at Harrisonburg. Once again, they will be doing randomization number 6. This is the first match in Harrisonburg, their first of 39. Once again, there's almost 40 matches in every arena. There's tons of stuff for you all to watch. Don't forget to invite everybody. Don't forget to follow everybody if you haven't followed us already. And don't forget to also go look at the first Chesapeake websites. So we have Hyper Giants and Monroe Robotics going off against Robo Lords and Bacon. Now I'm hungry. Bacon. If I see y'all owe me some bacon. I want bacon. Many times I'm having to say bacon. This is funny. Got me saying bacon so much. I'm thinking about the bacon strips commercials. Bacon. No, just want bacon. But these robots are already in this autonomous mode. We have 40 points on the Blue Alliance side, answered by 6 points for the Red Alliance. 52 points to 16. These teams are throwing out numbers. Harrisonburg, Virginia said they may have come late to the party, but they will definitely did not come to be last in the party. Look at these scores already. A wonderful autonomous period. 29 to 58. Let's see these points count. 29 to 68. Let's see these points count up. 74. Okay, these points are just going to continue to climb at this point. 35 to 92, and we are just now starting our autonomous period. Let's see how these teams put up these scores and make these points go up. Team 7080. I am loving this intake system. This is Team Bacon. Look at this long range intake system. And once again, we've been talking about teams trying to find a way to make sure that their intakes only pick up one piece of freight, because you can receive a penalty for that if you have more than one piece in your intake system. So just trying to make sure that you only have one piece, and it's been very interesting seeing how all these teams do this. We have the Robo Lords making short work of that shared hub. They have already gotten 3 pieces of freight on the shared hub, and we still have half a match to play. Which team is that with this huge intake? Oh, that's Monroe Robotics with this huge extension. They're doing a zip tie intake, I believe that is. Another wonderful intake design. And then Hypergiants with the tiny bot. I swear this has to be this has to be said somewhere. Why is the biggest name the smallest bot? But speaking of the little bot that could, we're gonna get ready to see what these bots can do with these last 30 seconds. The Blue Alliance putting up an impressive current score of 53 to 164. Unfortunately, they seem to be throwing their ducks a little too fast to actually score for points. Remember, team, for your duck to count for points, it must start on one side of the bar, go all the way around the bar, touch the other side of the bar, and fall to the ground without your robot touching it. So, once again, they must start on one side of the bar, it must go all the way around the bar, and then drop off the other side of the bar. And while I was distracted by those wonderful ducks, I managed to miss that there was a cap in progress. Also could be said that the cap was a red cap on a red tower, but yeah. I am receiving word from the end of Norfolk, Virginia's match. The end of Norfolk, Virginia's match is currently looking to be 24 to negative 56. The Blue Alliance receiving tons of penalties this match. We had a moved shipping hub. We also had a lifted shared shipping hub. Once again, because that match was not televised, you all can check our YouTube archive later, and you all will be able to see that match. That match is... I want to go back and look and see that match. I need to figure out what happened in that match. Lifting the shared shipping hub? Over in Laurel, Maryland, they will also be concluding their match right now. Once again, another match that will pop up on our YouTube channel. Their match will be concluding currently with a score of 95 to 82 in favor of the Red Alliance. Team saying everything is better with bacon. Once again, this is why we do not have to. And over in Laurel, Maryland, we have a final score of 85 to 82 with a point breakdown being a 19-point autonomous to a 18-point autonomous, a 46-point driver control to a 36-point driver control, and a 30-point endgame to a 68-point endgame. Both sides receiving penalties. Red Alliance receiving 10 points worth of penalties, and Blue Alliance receiving 40 points of penalties. Once again, this was a match determined by the penalties. Had this been a clean match, the Blue Alliance would have taken it. Over in Norfolk, Virginia, the score was, let's go see what that score was. Over in Norfolk, Virginia, the score was 76 to 0. Once again, the point breakdown being a 0-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, a 30-point tele-op to a 8-point driver control, and then a 46-point endgame to a 46-point endgame with that unfortunate 90 points worth of penalties to the Blue Alliance. And so that victory will be, once again, the one on the board is the Maryland victory of 85 points to 82 points. But once again, penalty, 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 penalty. So all we're going to keep saying. Penalty, penalty, penalty. And why are we going to say it? I generally blame it on driver control. If it happens during autonomous, I am more than happy to blame it on the programmers. More than happy to blame it on the programmers. But when it happens during the driver control period, I will blame it on the drivers and the drive team. Why will I blame it on the drivers and drive team? Because I was on drivers and drive team for a very long time. And I will say, I know it is hard. I know it is difficult. I know all eyes are on you. Please take the time to practice driving. It doesn't always have to be your top senior that drives. I've had years where a sophomore drove the robot. It is all about making sure that you have the best person at that position. It is all about making sure that you plan for the inevitable. Once again, chaos theory. I've thrown different wheel types on the floor and practiced driving around them just to make sure that a robot could go around it. I've even practiced taking off a wheel of our robot just to see what we do with the missing wheels and stuff like that, because that definitely happens. You have to prepare for it. You may eventually lose the wheel. You should prep for that. Your arm may eventually break. You should prep for your secondary functions. Making sure to watch your match timing and everything else. There's all sorts of different things that you need to look out for when it comes to those matches. Make sure to test your robot at all times. Also, if you can, make a secondary bot. And it doesn't have to be the full robot. It can purely be secondary attachments. You could have one intake mechanism, build a second one. Copy the exact intake mechanism. Why? Because when your intake mechanism fails, you can swap it out for the duplicate. Copy your treads, have spare treads. If you're using a tank tread, have treads pre-sized. So you already know that if this belt comes off, I can just click, snap another belt on, and just go with it. Have, what else? What else needs to be pre-built? If you need to, have another frame pre-built. I know this isn't so much a problem in FTC as it is in FRC, but we have very aggressive robots sometimes. Your frame can bend. Your frame can dent. Please have another frame built. And that final score over in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Harrisonburg said they didn't come to play with a score of 222 to 71 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, our point breakdown will be 29-point autonomous to a 74-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control to a 92-point driver control, and a 18-point endgame to a 56-point endgame. Look at that score. Harrisonburg said they did not come to play. Harrisonburg, if you're here, let them know. Over in Laurel, Maryland, we have another randomization. We have randomization 1 over in qualification match number 7. These matches are flying through. And once again, just as a reminder, for any matches that we are unable to show you all will be able to see these these videos later on the Twitch channel. On the YouTube channel, the YouTube archives. But we're jumping right back over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, where we have robots underway in this nice autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And so coming out in this match, we have team 19630, team 15304, going up against teams 3116 and 16537. So once again, team 19630, Wattbots, and team 15304, the Circuitry. And they'll be going up against teams 3116, the Robo Warriors, and team 16537, Logic Coyote. Just remember looking at all these teams. But look at these scores. They're keeping this match very tight. 42 to 40. I wonder if Logic Coyote and Circuitry have a little rivalry going, because they keep seeming to be on opposite sides of the field. And as we get ready for these last 30 seconds, both teams making their way towards the ducks. Let's see how these ducks spin out. Logic Coyote having their spinner dialed up a little too high at first, missing a couple of their first ducks. Circuitry throwing their ducks out onto the field. And that match separated at the very end with a current score of 104 to 76 in favor of the Red Alliance. That score changing very rapidly. It's now scored at 90 to 82. It's going back to being very close. We need to figure out what this score is going to look like in the end. I can't wait. So, really, really close. Over in Laurel, Maryland, they also just rounded out their match, a wonderful match that's currently looking at 89 to 29. And over in... Oh, did I just get another voice in my head? Is someone about to join me in my box? I think I have another person about to join me today.
Hi, Niall.
Now I have Faraz Rahman. Am I correct about?
Yeah.
I'm terrible with pronunciations. I managed to get it right the first time.
Oh, that's a little bit difficult knowing we have all these team names to pronounce.
This is why we have the team survey. Once again, teams, if we ever mess up your names, don't forget to fill out that team survey. It is a wonderful way to correct us rather than saying it in the Twitch chat. But Faraz, how have you been? I don't believe we've had you up in the commentators booth yet.
I'm tired. It's 6 a.m. here, but you know, I'm all right.
Hey, it happens. It's a very rough place to be.
Of course, anything for first.
But once again, looking at these final scores, final
Drivers,
score over
pick
in
up your
Laurel was
controllers.
89 to 25.
3,
We are
2,
already down
1.
in Harrisonburg, Virginia, where they are 21 to 8. We have teams 19873, 20194, 20342, and 15317. And that will be 19873, HHS Robotics Error Code 502, 20194, The Jackbots, Team 20342, Bacon, and Team 15317, HHS Robotics Error Code 404. I remember the days when I would see those error codes pop up. I did not like them. See error codes pop up on your computer, you were hurt.
I think everyone's biggest problem now is not being able to find Wi-Fi. That's about it.
The dreaded Wi-Fi chase. I remember when you had to search for a connection and you would stick your phone up to the sky.
Or
I got bars.
Or
I got bars.
Where my Ethernet cable at?
Am I plugged in? But speaking of plugged in, these scores are getting plugged in. Look at that score already, 37 to 72, and we're just now touching our end game. Let's see what these teams have to say for these last few points. Do I get to see ducks on the field? Blue team seem like they want to put ducks on the field. Bacon having a taste of duck for today. Bacon wrapped duck actually doesn't sound bad. Why do I get hungry listening to these team names?
Oh yeah, I can't. I love listening to Logic Coyote and thinking, you know what? I'm trying to eat a coyote today.
I mean, I might not be against it. I've hunted a whole lot of things. I might not be against it. I've ate some weird things before.
Right. We'll call it exotic cuisine.
Like I said, the one that was funny is when we had Almond Robotics, and Almond Robotics said they got their name from eating a bunch of almonds, and then we had the Red Beard Pandas there at the same time. So I said, did y'all get y'all name from eating pandas? And that final score coming out currently at 49 to 84, 49 to 9. Oh, 102, 108. This is what happens when they don't score that shared shipping hub to the very end. Anyone who ever sees the very end of this game, that shared shipping hub, 1 is 20 points if it tips in your direction. 2 doesn't get scored until the very end of the match. So they just add point after point after point after point after point after point after point all throughout the end of the match. But over in Laurel, we're getting ready to start right now. This is qualification match number 8 in randomization number 4. I see robots on the field. And now 3583, I really like how they did those laser cut numbers for the side panels. Because they have clear vinyl and then they have the actual colored vinyl that's been cut out for their numbers.
Right. I remember back in my old days of FTC, there was this one team, full steam ahead. Their entire robot was made out of a laser printed wood. It was insane.
We've seen some wood cut robots before. We've seen some wood paneled robots and wood made robots. Now, I don't think a wood robot would survive an FRC, unfortunately. We're rough on metal. Just imagine seeing all the splinters on the floor. Just
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
collision, boom, explosion. What exploded? Oh, that was just
2,
a robot. It
1.
turned into
Respect to a team if they can implement hydraulics using wood. I mean,
just you just see teams and just say, well, anybody call for the wood chipper? That robot's gone. But over in Laurel, Maryland, look at these scores. 45 to 23. And once again, they are just fighting for this shared shipping hub. But the shared shipping hub is so dangerous. It's so hard to score on.
and just this is the most sudden movement, and that could be a major penalty costing you the game right there.
And once again, I've talked about these major penalties the entire time. Driver control is crazy in this game. This game, I honestly wouldn't want to have a fast robot. I wouldn't even want a powerful robot. I would just want a big, slow tank that could carefully get me points. I wouldn't want a fast robot in this game.
Or at least maybe like a slow mode that you could set your robot in when getting close to the shared shipping hub.
And the only reason why I say I want a big bot is because of these spikes and PVC pipes. Like, I need a tall bot that can just go over top of everything.
Right. It's always interesting to see these like small obstacles that don't really look like much on the field, but are pretty tricky to overcome when actually building your robot.
I mean, well, when you only have a wheel that's diameter is that small, you know you can't clear it. And then you have to rev up to clear it. So then once you start revving up to clear it, it's then a whole different situation.
That's when robots start tipping over.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen this season. But things that we are waiting to see this season are these ducks flying out onto the field. But just look at that intake mechanism on team 16270. Look at that. It looks like the wipers on a car wash. It's just little felt it looks like little felt rollers or little
1
rubber
second
rollers.
left in there.
But look at this score currently sitting at 107 to 73. And I know that is not the final score because they have overloaded this shared shipping hub. So that score is going to jump in a second. I don't even want to say the score until it jumps. This is anybody's game right now. There are about 8 pieces of freight on the shared shipping hub. I don't want to call this match.
All right, now back to Norfolk. We see that the Red Alliance won with an overwhelming 110 points, even after receiving a 20-point penalty.
Over in Norfolk, they're just getting started with their autonomous period. All right, they're just finishing their autonomous period.
Drivers,
They're picking up
pick
these
your
bots and
controllers.
going to work with them.
3, 2, 1.
Another thing that I like about FTC is how high your numbers are, how many teams you all actually have.
Is FRC not as big? I mean, I imagine it would be, because like FRC
We're
is like
expensive.
FTC, but
We're expensive. You won't see a school with 5 teams.
oh yeah, for sure. I think it's very uncommon for community-based FRC teams.
No, even for school-based FRC teams, it's rare to see a team with 2. You will rarely see a sister team in FRC.
Right,
A team
FTC,
costs
a school would have like maybe even like 3 or 4, but an FRC they're barely able to like make the funds for one team. I get that.
Yeah, I'm about to say a FRC bot costs $5,000 a year, and that's just to go to your 2 standard events. That is purely for a kit of parts and an entry ticket to 2 events is about $5,000.
Oh, over here in Norfolk.
Now, the Blue Alliance did receive a major penalty. I do believe that is for their interference with that major shipping hub right here.
It's a tricky one.
And over in the Twitch chat, they're saying something that I've also seen with a couple of my teams. So one of my DC teams has 2 FTCs and 1 FRC. And they use their 2 FTCs as prep for their FRC. And so I have started seeing that a lot. Is that if an FRC team is there, they'll start getting a couple FTCs. And so that also works. Okay, Blue Alliance is just going to start racking up penalties. They unfortunately did not understand how the duck works. We're going to go over ducks in a couple seconds.
They're spinning. They're spinning.
They're spinning, but they jumped on the ducks too fast.
Oh, he just threw it down. All right, it's fine. We got 5 seconds left. We can make the most of it. 5 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second.
So teams, once again, when it comes to those ducks, you cannot touch the spinner while the spinner's spinning. You got to put the duck on the metal bar. Your robot spins the turntable. When the duck comes off the table and falls to the floor, that is what actually counts as a point. Once it falls to the floor, or once it comes off the spinner, your robot has to stop spinning it. Once your robot stops spinning it, you can then turn around and put your hand back on the spinner. The spinner cannot spin while your hand is on the spinner. So that will always result in a penalty. Also, your hand cannot touch the side of it or the bottom of it. The robot cannot touch the top or the bottom of it. The robot can only touch the side of it. Those will all result in penalties. So unfortunately, even though the Panther bots were throwing ducks on the field rather quickly, they were just putting them down and they were spinning right off, spinning right off, spinning right off. Most of those didn't count for points.
Props to them for building a nice mechanism, though. It looks like the disc was spinning pretty fast.
Oh no, the disc will spin fast. The disc will spin very, very fast. And I really enjoy this. But now, I was also talking about disc work earlier. Because you can't touch the bottom or the top of it with your robot, and the robot can only touch the side of it, I would just make a really tall arm, so even if it does hit the middle of it, it can't tip top or bottom, and it has to hit the side of it. So that way, no matter which way I'm aligned, I can't catch that penalty. Because I tell them, hey, look, there's no way I can catch that penalty. My arm is too wide. Versus we've seen robots that have just a tiny wheel, and it goes just barely under the turntable when it starts spinning, and that'll cause a penalty. But the score will come in at 34-0 with a point breakdown of a 31 point autonomous to a 0 point autonomous, 8 point driver control to a 0 point driver control, and I did not get to see the end game. But we are jumping into another match. Jumping right back over to Laurel, Maryland, they're in their autonomous period with a current score of 15-3. Scores jump back and forth so quickly. I unfortunately do not know what happened to the Red Alliance robot because they received a penalty for coming out of the arena, I believe, because their robot is tilted and holding on to the arena wall.
2, 1.
I don't know how they got on the arena wall, but they were tilted over the arena wall. But looking at this match, look at that score, 22 to, ooh, somebody received a major. I believe that was another one of moving the hub. Let's see what the referees have to say about that one. Also, Harrisonburg, Virginia is having another wonderful match right now. Their match is taking away once again. Please go check the YouTube archives later. All of these matches will be posted on the YouTube archives, especially the ones that we weren't allowed to actively show on stream.
Blue Laurel major for moving the hub.
Yeah, once again, you can't touch that hub. You can't really knock it around. It's unfortunately not a punching bag. You cannot just knock it. I'm still confused by a couple weeks ago when we happened to see the hub get all the way into the warehouse during autonomous. I still don't know how that happened. Because it cleared the barrier. I don't know how they cleared the barrier. Sure,
Alright, looks like we're about to go back to Harrisonburg, Virginia.
And over in Harrisonburg, they're getting ready to go into their endgame mode with a current score of 107 to 48 in favor of the Red Alliance. Look at these bots go! It's duck time. Red Alliance trying to get to their ducks.
Looks like Red Alliance is almost there to the cap. Ooh, are they gonna get it?
I do believe they got it. Red Alliance has a cap. Red Alliance got a couple ducks on. And Red Alliance seems to have taken the shared hub as well. With a current score of 146 to 61, once again, Harrisonburg said, we'll come late to the party, but we definitely came to play. And we are jumping straight back over into the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, where they just received their randomization. They're getting ready to go for match number 8. Uh-oh. And with a current score of 32 to 25, this is already looking like a wonderful match.
3, 2, 1.
But look at these points all over the board, 56 to 25. Red Alliance trying to pull away so that way they can take this victory.
We got 10 seconds left until endgame.
And as soon as you said that, Logic Coyote ran down for those ducks.
Alright, 25 seconds left to see what they can accomplish. They're going for it, the plates are spinning, the ducks are falling.
How many ducks can these teams get?
They're going for it. Logic Coyote.
But over on the blue side, they were also going for ducks. They're trying to get their ducks out. Unfortunately, their spinner seems a little slow though.
One duck left. Stuck on the plate. All alone. With the timer
Logic
ending.
Coyote had two ducks left. There's one duck on the floor and one on the plate. You're not so lonely. But we're getting ready to jump right back over to Laurel, Maryland as we wait for that score to keep ticking on up, because over in Laurel, Maryland, they're ready for randomization number 6 and qualification match number 10. Over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, they finished out a match with a current unofficial score of 146 to 61. But chat, where are you? Which teams are we here to see today? Which alliances are we here to see today? I want to see y'all talking. Come on, chat. Say hey, say hello. Let's get ready to go because these matches are getting ready to get underway. Once again, this is Laurel, Maryland.
On the Red Alliance, we have 19069 Riken Robotics and 5014 Robo Duckies on the Red Alliance, and 3583 Cybers and 5178 Mech Hawks as the match goes underway.
But look at that huge wheel. Look at those huge solid wheels on 19609. On Gale Blaze.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh.
The Blue Alliance is struggling to keep both of them inside their parking zone.
And that is something that seems to happen with these bigger bots in the warehouses. It takes up a lot of space, so you really have to figure out how you're gonna work your bot. Now, we've also seen teams where they sort of kind of coordinate who's going in and who's going out. Or if your bot can clear the section, then you clear the section.
Right, it's all about communication at the end of the day. The best teamwork is through communication.
Now, which would you choose? Would you choose to go over the pipes and the spikes, or would you choose to go through the gap?
It depends on what my robot can do. You gotta know your robot's limits.
But I'm saying, if you're designing your robot, which one would you want to overcome?
I'd probably go through the pipe. I'd have a big robot that could not clear the space.
I mean, every robot technically is supposed to be able to clear the space. I believe the space is the exact 18 inches.
Okay.
So technically you can clear the space. You gotta line up perfectly, but you can clear the space.
Which would, take time, and, if I can clear the pipes, it's an excuse for me to show off. Alright, 3 seconds left in the match. With that, scores look neck to neck.
But we did get a final score from Harrisonburg, Virginia with 154 to 41 in favor of the Red Alliance. But look at these scores, 90 to 88. It will definitely come down to the wire. Once again, those shared shipping hubs generally being the last few points that tip a team to the winner's podium or back down a couple ranks. And now for us, what years did you compete?
I competed from first rescue all the way until Skystones. So 15, 16 until 1920.
I was gonna say, for those of us that aren't FTC inclined, because I'm sitting here looking back like, which years are those?
My bad.
That's like if I went over to you and I was like, yeah, I mean, I did from like aerial assist to like Steamworks, you know?
I
You,
actually do know. I actually do know a lot of the FRC challenges just because my high school had a team. So I volunteer a lot, but
I'm just saying, it's like me
I
walking
got
over to
you.
your arenas and saying, yeah, I did this, and you, huh? What was that?
My bad, my bad. No, yeah, from the 2015-16 season until 2019-20. So literally right before the pandemic started.
That also means you're fresh out of high school. You're still new.
Yeah, I'm a freshman in college.
And that score will come down to 94 to 124 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, those last few points coming down to that shared shipping hub.
Looks like they did get a penalty of 20 points.
They received 2 minor penalties, I do believe. But I can't wait to see Harrisonburg, Virginia, because we have Bacon and Hypergiants going up against Jackbots and Bacon. So we got Bacon on Bacon action.
we got new freshly off the stove Bacon with the team number of 2342 and some nice, well done sitting in the stove 7080 Bacon.
That does bring up a question. Which bacon do you like more, crispy bacon or chewy bacon?
I have never had bacon, so I cannot say for sure.
You've never had bacon, man. Okay. Personally, I like a little bit chewier side of my bacon. I like being able to bite into it. I don't like it feeling like breadcrumbs and crust when you bite into it. Bacon isn't supposed to be a chip. If it was, they'd be called chips. It's called bacon. I want that nice juicy, chewing into it, the nice meaty texture.
Sounds like an entrepreneurship idea. Next thing you know, someone's gonna go on Shark Tank and be like, bacon chips.
People actually have already sold bacon chips.
Oh, never mind.
It's been done. It's been done. You can look up bacon chips online. It's
all right then.
Like I said, now this thing has me wanting breakfast. I want some bacon again. Even though I say I want more bacon, like I didn't just eat bacon 2 days ago, because I always go to Dunkin' Donuts before I go to work. Because it's on the way to work. It's literally up the street in between the train and my job. So I'm like, bacon. Give me a nice bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. But over in Norfolk, they're already underway. Once again, we're over at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. This is qualification match number 9. And already I can see wonderful bots on the field. I can see a Panther bot. I can see a circuitry. I can see some library bots. And I want to see what that last bot is because I know it, but then forget it at the same time. Let's see.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Oh, Snuffleupagus.
1.
That's why I forgot which team that was. Long name. Doesn't look like the bot. That's why. Once again, I want Team Snuffleupagus to have something Sesame Street themed. I really want to see it. I want to see all of them.
They could have designed their bot like a cookie and then put like Cookie Monster right on top of it, spelling it. Cause like,
Nah, if you're gonna be Snuffleupagus, you gotta go Snuffleupagus. Can't just
enough.
switch up and choose a different part of Sesame Street. That's like me saying I want to be the Elmo bot, and then I make a bot that's built like a trash can, and people start calling it the Grover bot. You gotta be, or the Grouch bot. Like
they gotta be unpredictable.
Nah, they can't call me Oscar the Grouch. I gotta have if I'm Snuffleupagus. Even though Snuffleupagus used to scare me a little bit when I was a little kid. It's just it was too big of a puppet for me.
Ooh, 20 seconds to end game, and all the robots are rushing over from the warehouse, picking them up and scoring them in their alliance zone.
Time to see how these last few points come and work out.
That red
Circuitry
shipping hub
trying to
is
get that cap.
that red shipping hub is fighting for its life. Oh, they're about to cap. They're about to cap.
I wonder what mechanism they're using to cap as well.
It looks like maybe
Snuff,
a tape measure.
Snuffleupagus going for their ducks while library bots are just sitting there trying to put the rest of their pieces away.
And with that, the game is over.
And we're jumping straight back over to Laurel, Maryland, right as we await that score. So the current score is sitting at 26-92, but over in Laurel, Maryland, they're already going at 42-37 in favor of the Red Alliance. Let's watch these matches get underway. Now, one team element that I really want to see is if somebody used an actual cap to cap, because that'd be a fun one to see. I cap with caps.
Looks like the Blue Alliance has parked fully in the warehouse.
And so with a current score climbing up 105-97, I'm just loving these scores. But look at how many ducks they got. 8 ducks for the Blue Alliance. 4 ducks for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance getting a stabilization. These things are crazy.
It's neck and neck. It's neck and neck once again.
I love these matches. Matches like this is why we are here.
You can't just
also over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we have another match that just concluded with 102-71.
Which wraps up qualification match number 4.
And I can't say what, I like the nail biters. For example, I remember I kept rooting for everybody to go to sudden death in the elimination matches that first week. I was like, what? Sudden death, sudden death, sudden death. It's fun. Like the excitement and the energy. And to conclude these matches, starting with Norfolk, Virginia, we have a score of 26-102 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Over in Laurel, Maryland, we have a score of 111-103 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Looks like the Red Alliance did receive 1 minor penalty of 10 points.
And we are still waiting on the final score coming out of Harrisonburg, Virginia. Yeah, once again, teams, I want to see somebody put an actual cap on the cap. That sounds like fun to me. It also sounds like something that my team would have done.
It looks like now it's giving y'all a task before the Virginia State Championships.
Hey, we accept remote submissions. I love seeing all the fun, crazy things done in remote submissions. For example, how many ducks can you honestly get in a 30-second cycle? If you can get more than 10, let's see it.
Harrisonburg has wrapped up with a final score of 102 in favor of the Red Alliance and 61 on the Blue Alliance with a 3 minor penalties.
Is that 3 minors or 1 major? Because they're both worth 30 points. That could just be 1 major.
That is also true.
We'll wait on Harrisonburg to tell us what happened over there.
Referees got us with that one.
Oh, they did receive 3 minors, but once again, look at the point breakdowns. I'm loving seeing all these teams clearing the 100-point barrier. It's a wonderful thing to see. It's a wonderful benchmark to start at and to go for. Now, once again, I really like seeing the 200-point barrier. We've seen it today, so now I want to see 250. Once again, I will always push you all to go farther.
All these teams are clutching it out right at the end.
The end game in this game is ridiculous. You can get, once again, the shared shipping hub is all end game points. None of those points count as driver control points. So if you put 7-8 pieces on the shared shipping hub and it tips your direction, that's already like 50 extra points in the end game.
Right, but don't be sleeping on them ducks. It's like 6 points per duck.
I mean, but then if we talk about sleeping on ducks, nobody manipulates the ducks afterwards. If you could get all 10 ducks off in like the first 20 seconds and then still move ducks into the box or back onto your shared hub, I mean, onto your alliance hub, those are still more points because the ducks are still usable. Once again, just looking at all the teams that we have up next, I can't wait to see these matches. We have in Virginia, we have over in Norfolk, Virginia, I forget we have 2 Virginias today. We have Snuffleupagus and the Robo Warriors going up against the Library Bots and Logic Coyote. Over in Laurel, Maryland, we have Squirrels and Mechhawks going up against Galestrom and the Fighting Foxes. And then finally, rounding it out, over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we have Bacon and HHS Robotics Error Code 502 going up against Hypergiants and HHS Robotics Error Code 404. We keep seeing the error codes being on opposite sides. This is fun.
That's a high school on high school violence.
Once again, I love saying it all the time. So my high school had a rival high school. We would compete against them in everything. Did not matter. Did not matter what sport it was. Did not matter what event it was. We did not have to be number 1 overall. We just had to beat them. And I like that was our standard and our benchmark every year. We don't gotta beat everybody.
We could have been second to last place. As long as they're last place, I'm okay with it.
We're good. We go home because we all took the same buses together, the same trains together. We all saw each other going to school almost every single day because their school was less than a mile from my school. So we would be like, hey, yeah, I see your school. You see us too? Cool.
All right, it does look like we're coming back to Laurel, Maryland.
And they are underway once again. Look at this autonomous period. I also like the variety with these fields. Once again, not just looking at the field itself, but looking at the background of these fields. You all can see so many different locations and so many different wonderful places. And there's just so many cool different things that get to be done. Oh, unfortunately, we seem to have a tip over. I see a tip.
Yeah. They're supporting themselves right on their arm mechanism.
That is team 4451.
Oh, with a comeback.
Hey, if you can hit those pull-ups, do it. Once again, that is all testing your robot and making sure to have a light robot or a robot that is angled properly. I've had plenty of times where I've had to turn around and say, hey, can we lift ourselves with our arm? Can we self-right?
1.
And some years, yeah.
Those things are heavy.
Linear actuators save lives. Also, generally with my FRC bots, I had some FRC bots that were super light. I had a year with an FRC bot that but even on a non-hanging year, I had a robot that was like 65 pounds. And so we used to just fly across the field.
It's funny how that's considered a really lightweight robot in FRC, but for FTC, anything over 30 is like a tank.
I mean, our batteries weigh more than most FTC bots.
That is fair. All right. Looks like we've gotten.
But look at that Blue Alliance score, 73-16. I believe the Red Alliance is trying to help their partner get over that spike. They seem to have lost their freight and gotten spiked at the same time. That's a weird spot to be in.
Blue Alliance is having no trouble maneuvering over the spikes.
But they're going for those ducks now.
We got 10 seconds left. Still enough time to make it happen.
And they break the 100-point barrier. Will there be another match?
Ooh.
Find out next time.
103-62. Let's see if that's the final score. Oh, never mind. It's still going up.
You forget about that shared shipping hub every single time you start talking about final scores.
My bad.
They have the balance score for the for the Alliance hub. They have the tip score and the pieces on the shared shipping hub. Those scores jump. It is ridiculous at the end of the game. But they are already halfway through their match over in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Once again, I miss that place. We used them a lot last year, and they were a wonderful host. And I remember we even got to run a couple interviews out of there, and that was another wonderful thing. The Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Their commercial was also very nice and very calm and comfortable. It was a homey experience.
All right, looks like the Blue Alliance is lined up to start rotating their ducks once endgame starts.
Unfortunately, Logic Coyote, in attempt to put one piece up on the tower, knocked another one off the tower. And make up for it for putting another one back up on the tower. The library bot spinning it off, trying to get those ducks off that turntable.
There we go. I think they figured out this. Speed is key.
Speed and also placement, because you have to remember the centrifugal force spinning it outward, which is why you see some teams that have faster rotations starting from further inward on the wheel. And then you have some teams with slower rotation starting wider on the wheel. And so it's all about that speed and rotational force. You have to maximize it. I definitely, if I had a turntable, I definitely would have had like a marking die and marked where it ended up on the spiral so I could get my perfect spot on my spiral.
That's smart. That's smart. At the end of the day, one of the team members, with enough practice, they can just figure out that spot, just keep placing all one by one.
Oh, I'm talking about from practice. Just testing the turntable using marking die. Just say, hey, it started here, where did it end? It started here, where did it end? So I can maximize my spiral.
Engrave it in the head.
See, you say engraving in the head, and I would actually go get my laser engraver and tell one of my teammates to lay down. Stay still! It's just gonna be
just get like a tattoo on the wrist with the coordinates of where to put the duck on the spin table.
It's just gonna sting for a little bit. Don't worry. But over in Harrisonburg, once again, we have teams that said they came to play. A current auto score of 42-9. These Red Alliance scores. Once again, talking about all the different placements of the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
About FTC
3,
is your skill.
2,
because
1.
with you all being on these 12x12 fields, you can place them almost anywhere. We've seen them in classrooms, we've seen them in the theaters, we've seen them in gyms, we've seen them in hallways, we've seen them in all sorts of places. Versus a FRC field, you are almost limited to someone's gymnasium or a large cafeteria. Maybe a big enough atrium, but that's about it. Other than that, you'd be competing with FRC outside. You would not have it as an indoor event.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until it starts raining.
I've always been one to ask for a water event. So, I mean, just a little bit of waterproofing over the top of the robot. Just a little bit of... Let's just go get a couple cans of Flex.
Just have a little mechanism. You press like B on the game controller and an umbrella just shoots up.
Oh, see, I was thinking about a convertible, getting the drop top. Nice little slick drop top over it. You know, that's what I would want. I wouldn't want no popping up an umbrella. I don't want Mary Poppins. I want to be riding in my convertible. And unfortunately, the Blue Alliance, trying to put a wiffle ball onto their shared hub, throws it over to the Red Alliance's side.
Hey, I mean, sharing is caring. Maybe that was intentional. Alright,
Unfortunately, the Red Alliance's spinner seems to be spinning way too fast. I don't think that they've completed a duck yet.
As back
They
to
may
our
have
last
completed
discussion.
one duck.
Oh, they got one.
They've gotten 2 ducks. They've spun about 7 ducks. They've got 3 ducks.
Centrifugal force. They figured it out.
But blue team figured out how to get a cap on theirs while we were talking. So with a current score of 92 to 70, let's see how these final points break out. Once again, I'm just waiting on these scores. These scores are all looking wonderful. Now, with your team, did you...
All right, no, my bad. Continue.
Oh, I was gonna say, now with your team, did you all have a team uniform or a team theme or something that you all used to go along with?
Not really. We just had our team shirts, and then we would have like our team colors are red and blue. So we put on like red bandanas, like Rambo style, and that was about it. But like I've seen some cool stuff with some teams like capes, stuff like that. So I've always wanted to do that with my team.
Every time I see capes, I think of The Incredibles, and I think of Edna just saying, "We don't do capes." You know, we don't do capes. It's just we don't do them. Even though some of the teams I love the capes, I'm just like, we don't do capes.
Harrisonburg scores have been finalized. 104 points, leaning towards the Red Alliance. 46 points on the Blue Alliance.
But look at that 30-point penalty. They received that major penalty for hub movement. But Norfolk, Virginia getting ready to start their autonomous period once again. This is going to be qualification match number 11. I see Lord of the Bricks alongside Circuitry, and I see Wattbots alongside the Panther Robotics, I believe. Let's see. Pantherbots. Not Panther Robotics, Pantherbots.
Oh, and the Blue Alliance immediately scores in their alliance shipping hub.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a friendly jamming. Once again, that's all programming and talking to your programmers, making sure that your programs are corrected.
Also with discussing your autonomous paths with your alliance partner and making sure there will be no collision.
I've said it multiple times, it's a nice little dance. You have to just glide past your partner. Sometimes making sure to add that extra 5-second delay can save a robot's life. Now, another thing that I like about FTC compared to FRC is because your bots are smaller and because your field is smaller, the referees have a lot easier job looking at your field.
100%.
If you're on and then even like I've said right now with the camera work on an FTC field is so simple.
You put the camera down and then you're done.
You can look at
It's
the
only
whole
a 12
field
by
in one view.
It's only a 12 by 12 field.
If you tried to do a FRC field in one view, yeah, you're still not gonna know what you're looking at. And we've proven it over the many, many years of looking at cameras on FRC worlds. You can't see the whole field. And when you do, you don't know what's going on the field. It's too far zoomed out to see the team numbers or anything. You're just like, what am I looking at?
I see this nice looking robot over here. And oh nope, it's out of frame now. Oh, and it looks like Blue Alliance's shipping hub is fighting for its life once again. Blue Alliance is spinning ducks.
But look at that wonderful score, 94 to 22. These scores are going to continue to rise. Once again, that shared chipping hub pushing up points all the way to the end. Teams flying out ducks. Look at how many ducks the Blue Alliance managed to get onto the field. 6 whole ducks. That is a wonderful number to be striving for. Now, one thing does need to still be said, however. Teams, do remember, we may be coming to the end of the FTC season, but we are just getting ready to start the FRC competition season. So we will be also hosting those matches here on this same channel within the next few weeks. Those matches will be starting up shortly. I can't wait because most of them are hosted in DC, so I might even get to go to the field a few times. We don't know yet. We'll find out. If they let me go to the field, I will be commentating from the side of the field. I will have my nice little booth. I don't care what I need to take. I will take 2-3 laptops with me. I will commentate from the side of the field.
I can't wait till these events start becoming in person again. I miss the nostalgia of it, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, we don't have to wait that long. We do know that the championship is in person for us. Everybody will be at the championship.
Now, do you know if the championship is going to be open to other spectators or just team members and volunteers?
That I have not heard yet. I just know that we're at the Newport News Coliseum. So spectators, do look forward to that. You all might get to come out. But I do know, I just know that I can't wait for the championship. I'm going to have fun in the Coliseum. But down in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we're getting ready to jump down there where we have Monroe Robotics and Bacon getting ready to go off against the Robo-Lords and Jackbots. And once again, I love when teams have a common uniform theme that takes them all the way through. For example, Robo-Lords looking all regal with their crowns. Monroe Robotics and Bacon all having their team shirts as well.
Did your FRC team have a common uniform?
So my FRC team came out of my school's engineering academy. So because we were an entire academy, the entire academy had its own uniform. And then within the academy, there were different uniforms for each of the different separate teams. So for example, my robotics team had its own uniform, and then each division of my robotics team had their own separate sub uniforms or separate sub bits that went on their uniform. My electric car team had a uniform, and so we used to wear the electric car uniform as well. We had like a field trip uniform that we would also wear. there was a bunch of little mini uniforms that went in all my different team stuff, which is why I always say I have a ton of different team things that I can wear.
That's what happens when you're a part of an academy team. You get all of these.
Drivers,
And
pick up
so
your
then,
controllers.
but like my first year, I
3,
came from
2, 1.
My first year, I came from a team that we had just started the team. We were rookie season, and then second year I was with them, and then that was when I transferred schools over to the academy. But yeah, no, it was fun being on a rookie team and helping out a rookie team. They did a ton of things. Gave me a lot to look forward to and a lot to think about when it came to first. Definitely was something that sort of kind of made me upset was I transferred in the middle of the year. So I transferred right after the game was announced. I believe I transferred in week 2 of the build season. So I was like, no, I just finished building the base of a robot and I'm transferring to a new school with a team that doesn't have one yet. Wait, what happened? But I immediately jumped in. And
the Harrisonburg qualifier has already jumped to a very fast start, and I'm now asking what happened.
But that score of 18-69 in favor of the Blue Alliance, already putting points high up on the board.
Robo Lures 1112 is quickly dropping off cubes into the shared shipping hub. And into their own alliance shipping hub. Looks like they're gonna have no problem crossing that 100. Oh, looks like they're already. And moving over towards the Ducks, 20 seconds left in the end game. I wasn't gonna say anything until they counted up that shared shipping.
Gotta wait those last few seconds. So with a current unofficial score of 78-144, the Blue Alliance is favored right now with 7 Ducks on the field and a cap compared to the Red Alliance's 9 Ducks on the field. Once again, look at how many Ducks these teams are throwing out there. I want to see who has the best Duck score. Once again,
right,
this is also
one team that only does Ducks, just endgame to specialize in having this super fast Duck mechanism.
I mean, but you can only technically get 10 Ducks at the most. But I just want to see them. I just want to see. I just want to see all the Ducks go out.
A free run on YouTube. How many Ducks can you finish in 30 seconds?
Yeah, just how many Ducks we got. Also, another thing that I said that I wanted to see was I wanted to see every team make a customized Duck. So I was like, I want to see you guys take one of your Ducks, paint it, color it, dye it, whatever you have to do. I want to see a customized Duck.
So that way when you walk around with a little crown on their Duck.
I mean, yeah, but if it's got a crown, it also needs the regal robes to go with it, you know, and I need some regalness. You are the Robo Lords. I want to see some regality here. I want to see the crown jewels and everything, you know?
Maybe a little throne for the Duck too.
Something. But coming up next in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, I keep forgetting which site we're looking at sometimes. We have the Chugga Chugga Choo Choos and the Robo Warriors going up against Wattbots and Circuitry. Now, I talked about the Chugga Chugga Choo Choos earlier. I love their little uniform, all the little conductors. Also the name. You can't say the name without laughing or smiling. Chugga Chugga Choo Choos. I can't think of a way to say it. I want to say it all firm and serious. Just
we got
the Chugga Chugga Choo Choos. The Chugga Chugga Choo Choos. Just saying things with a straight face. It's hard to do.
It looks like the teams are getting ready, putting their robots in position.
Same with a couple of weeks ago. Now I'm looking at Circuitry and they have one of their players with a tutu walking around. I remember a couple weeks ago we had the tutu turtles here.
Yes,
And I said it. I was like, if they don't, I was like, if you don't have tutus, why are you the tutu turtles? Every member on their team is wearing their pink and blue tutus, and I'm like, yes, that is what you have to do. Have
I
to wear the
remember seeing them
tutus.
my very first year competing, and I was like, that's a nice team uniform.
It's you gotta have the tutus. You can't be the tutu turtles and not have tutus.
That's
Or
not how it works.
let's see, another team. Tactical Sheet 007. I love it. They fully do the 007 theme half the time. If you look at their shirt, it is the Mission Impossible golden gun look. Logic Coyote, I talk about them all the time. Logic Coyote even sent me one of their hats.
Qualifying championship, they pull up all wearing like black and white suits.
But like Logic Coyote, I love the hat. Once again, I refuse to wear this hat outside. Is how much I love it. I wanted it to stay clean as possible.
I remember
the orange camo.
There's this one team. They were called their team name was the Evil Purple Socks, and like a big part of their uniform was they had these like custom socks that they put over their pants. And then like,
hey, I mean, if your team is the Purple Socks, I need you to wear them purple knee-high socks. Like you got to go get the purple baseball socks. Bring them all the way up.
They made their own. Like they printed like they had like big purple socks with their team number and logo on them, and like they hand them out to like judges and refs and stuff. It was pretty cool. It's really cool to see. Like I remember what my team did was like our very first year when we went to super regionals, we had this huge map of like every state because it was like broken up, right? So we were part of the East Super Regional, so we printed out this like huge map with all the states of the teams that were competing in the East Super Regional. So we'd get like every team who had like a pin or like a specific team marker and just like pin it on their state.
See, what's the farthest team that you've ever met? Because I've met some of the international teams. Like, I remember I
met a team from Jamaica.
Oh, you met Jamaica? I got to compete against Israel. I got to compete against Germany.
I actually I volunteered at First Global when it happened in Washington, D.C. So I literally got to meet teams from almost every single country in the world. It was a really cool experience.
You know, playing up against some of those different countries is a whole different game because they actually are really, they are really competing at that point. It's like, wait a minute.
The qualifying match number 6, the Harrisonburg qualifier, we have 84 to the Red Alliance and 186 points to the Blue Alliance.
Now, I'm still wondering, is the Robolords are a surrogate. That's why we've been looking at their points like this. Okay, that makes more sense. So I wonder who the Robolords came and filled in for, because the Robolords have been a surrogate all day today. And so that's why if you've been looking at their team name next to their name where it says rank, it says NP or not placed. So they actually haven't had any of these matches count towards their team. It's all counted towards driver practice. It's all counted towards running down their batteries. It's all counted towards wear and tear on the robot. And you know, it also really helps with their team effort and looking great towards the judges, but that hasn't counted towards their actual placement points yet. But speaking of things that are counting towards placement points, we are already 68 points in favor of the Blue Alliance to 5 points in favor of the Red Alliance. Once again, I love seeing these bots. Oh, Circuitry.
Blue shipping hub.
Circuitry with a major side swipe into their hub. That's gonna cost some points.
They still got 80 seconds left to make it up.
I mean, they're running fast cycles, so that's the only good thing I can see right now. They are running super fast cycles. But that was...
Not careful. The same thing can happen again.
That side swipe was major. That arm was just fully extended as they turned around.
Yeah, gotta be careful where you're swinging your arm.
Fortunately, they only had 2 up there though before it happened.
Yeah, and now they have 3, I think. Oh, but they're getting ready to move their ducks.
Circuitry getting ready to go for them ducks. It's duck time. Also, I just noticed they have a baby Groot on one of their teammates is wearing a baby Groot.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, the guy moving the ducks.
I guess that works when you're the tree team. You got the Groots. Well, look at how fast they were able to cycle that duck run.
Absolutely. Well, there's 5 seconds left in the match.
And in 5 seconds they got. In 5 seconds they had 2 ducks down.
Yeah, they missed that last one. That was a strong match for the Blue Alliance.
But over in the Twitch channel, they're talking about sister teams, and I do really love sister teams, and we've talked about sister teams plenty of times. And once again, like I said, when it comes to sister teams or team rivalries, I love seeing it, especially because with sister teams, you get to see the code and the design of the robots. So some schools with sister teams, you'll see they all built the same exact robot, the same exact code, and it's just who drives which robot better. Other teams, you'll see they'll build robots that complement each other, and so they're designed to work together. They're designed with an autonomous that works cooperatively to maximize points and stuff like that. Other times you see teams that
try to attempt that. I've seen sister teams try to attempt that, but then because like at the end of the day, their goal is to, you know, pick each other for the alliance selection, and you know that's when that's when their in sync really works the best. But then it doesn't go one way or the other. Like another alliance captain picks their sister team, so now they're like, that was supposed to be our partner.
I mean, but then I've also seen it where the alliance partner, I mean, the alliance teammate specifically drops down, that sister team specifically drops themselves down to like 10th place, 12th place, so that they're nowhere looked at.
That's all about strategy. That's about, because like you're playing with fire right there. Because imagine your sister team is just like, you know what, we don't want you anymore.
They're like, look, I'm gonna wait at the bottom for you, okay? I'm gonna wait down here, because we've seen teams pick down from like place 15.
Right.
But
right,
this match was decided not by penalties, but still by points, with a score of 21 to 116 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown, a 5-point autonomous to a 52-point autonomous, a 0-point job control to a 32-point job control, and a 16-point endgame to a 62-point endgame, with an unfortunate 30-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance. Blue, once again, receiving that major penalty for sideswiping that hub. But this will conclude the first cohort over in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Same with Laurel, Maryland. They finished their first cohort. So when we come back, you will be seeing tons of new teams over in over in Laurel, Maryland and Norfolk, Virginia. But we will be jumping right into Harrisonburg because they are still running through their first qualifier.
Yeah, we got a Bacon lineup.
Now we have coming up next Bacon 2342 and Bacon 7080 going up against HHS Robotics Error Code 502 and Monroe Robotics. Once again, I like having fun with that word. Monroe Robotics. Monroe. This is when I'm glad that I practiced all those tongue twisters as kids. Monroe Robotics. Monroe Robotics. Roboblomix. The times that I get to sit around the side and just make wordplay all day is super fun. Also, I probably spend an extra I probably spend a good 15-20 minutes looking at team names before you all ever show up, just so I can figure out things to talk about when it comes to looking at these teams. I'm like,
commentator. I can't even. My team name used to be, my robotics team name used to be Techie Titans, and like it's Techie and Titans, and like the amount of like MC and game announcers that I managed to butcher it, I'm just like, it's 2 words. Like I don't think it's that difficult.
You'd be surprised. You would be surprised. It is very easy to mess up someone's name. We can fumble names just like teams are fumbling points, but teams that aren't fumbling points right
Drivers,
now
pick up your controllers.
Alliances with a current score of 42 to 25 in favor of the Red
1.
Alliance.
already starting off the autonomy section really strong. Moving into the tele-op control, looks like the Red Alliance is already scoring in their shipping hub.
Once again, now I gotta find out. So bacon, are you all crispy bacon or chewy bacon? I need to figure this out. I just want some bacon at this point.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm not exactly sure how the Blue Alliance is focusing with. I'd be thinking about breakfast food all during the whole game. I don't know how they're focusing right now.
Now, the other thing is, if my team name was Bacon, I would probably just have a plate of bacon, just nice, hot, fresh bacon sitting on my game tray. Just.
When teams come to scout, just be like, here, have bacon, have bacon.
No, I'd just be like, that's my team mascot right there. Just a nice thing of bacon.
Oh no, imagine they have someone wearing this giant bacon costume.
Now, the other thing that knowing my team back when my team was together, what my team probably would have done, we probably would have gotten one of those miniature pigs and walked around with a pig and named the pig Bacon. And somebody would have looked at us, that's cruel. Yeah, but it's funny.
I remember there's this team back when I was doing FTC. There's this team called the Tuxedo Pandas, and they would have a team mascot. These one dude's wearing this giant panda costume, and the dude during the end during the Or ceremony, the panda would be like on the dance floor just tearing it up.
See, my school mascot was the Crimson Tide, and we did put the Crimson Tide on a lot of events. Because we had Mr. Tide and Lady Tide, so both of them did a lot of different promos and stuff like that. But our biggest selling point that used to happen that made us very noticeable with a lot of people was we had our cheerleaders go to every event. So our full school's cheerleaders would show up, and you'd see a whole cheerleading squad in the stands, and you're like, oh, who are they?
Yeah, I think it's very uncommon to see cheerleaders at a first event, but hey, I mean, always a first for everything.
Makes you look really quick. Speaking of things that are making us look really quick, look at the score, 118 to 87 in favor of the Red Alliance.
9 ducks.
Did the bacon get it done, or did bacon get cooked to a crisp? That will be the question of the day.
Looks like these scores are.
But another thing that I missed that definitely wouldn't have worked back for my team just because of social distancing. My team used to be 40 people.
Yeah, FRC teams are really big.
And then we would still bring 50 or so people to the event, and most of them weren't even on the team. Like I said, we just wanted to fill the stands just to fill the stands.
Right, especially if you guys got cheerleaders. You always have dedicated people just sitting on the stands being like, Red Alliance.
Yeah, no. My school could come out and we would shake the stands. We made sure of that. We made sure to have fun.
Yeah, we had this one teammate who had, I think, he's like a 6-person family, so he would invite all of his family out. So and we'd all get them team shirts. So we had our way of covering the stands.
See, now the other thing about my team though is because my school colors are red and black. Oh, but speaking of things, Red Alliance took that victory, but that score went away quickly. That score was gone. They wanted to move for the next vote. They wanted to move for that next team. Yeah, that score jumped. Well, the Red Alliance won. That's one thing to look forward to. So the Bacon got it, but that score went away fast.
124
but no, my
Red Alliance and 57 to the Blue Alliance.
My school's colors were red and black, and so we used to always wear red to everything, but it didn't really help when, oh no, the score needed an edit. That's what happened. Great. So we have a score of 134 to 57. That was what needed to come up with a point breakdown of a 36-point autonomous to a 19-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 28-point driver control, and a 70-point endgame to a 40-point endgame. The only thing marring those points was a 30-point penalty for the Blue Alliance. That penalty being a major penalty for moving the shipping hub. But look at how close they kept the match for the majority of the game until they hit that end game point.
Right, Bacon ended up cooking them harder than expected. But even then, even the end game would have been tied, I guess, like in terms of points, because if you add that 30 penalty to the 40, it'd be 70. So it was just the autonomous period.
No. The 30 points are just negative 30. It doesn't take away from any section.
Right. But like, I'm talking like in terms of total points.
Oh, I'm saying in terms of total points, that negative 30 isn't saying they took 30 points from another section. That's saying they added negative 30 points.
Okay.
Yeah, remember, points aren't taken out of sections anymore or given to your opponent. They're just purely deductions. But another thing that I really do miss about being in person is all the funny outfits that everybody used to get to wear and do. Because as a commentator and as a game announcer, we are supposed to be very visible the entire game. And especially in FRC events where we have that whole field to just dance around and play around in. I miss it. What? Waving flags, banging on the glass, yelling at teams.
Especially during the award ceremonies, or like after the final matches in FTC tournaments are like finished. It's like the same thing. Everyone's on the field dancing. All the teams, like they get their team members just go on the gym floor.
If you ever want to see a bunch of adults dressing like little kids, watch the game announcers. Watch the game announcers during the breaks. We get to have fun. I've seen kilts. We've seen cheerleaders.
I love the outfits worn by the game.
I've seen.
Always.
Me personally, because I'm a lifeguard, I normally used to wear some of my lifeguard stuff, and I'd wear like camo under my lifeguard trunks and stuff like that. So I just walk out with all my lifeguard gear. It one time didn't really help too much because somebody thought that I was one of the safety personnel. So I had people coming over to me asking me for band-aids and stuff, and I was like, I actually am not doing safety today. I am doing everything but safety today. And I think that's also funny. On my team, I was probably the most safety trained person, and I was the least safe individual. I always did the most dangerous jobs on my team.
They were like,
I was always
he's trained. We're just gonna send him right in.
I was always the one to volunteer for stuff like that. I was like, what? Saw room, I'm in there. Metal room, I'm in there. Oh, we need to like stick our hand under the robot in between all these nails and spikes? Sure, I'll do that.
I got it.
Either that or I'd send a freshman under the robot. That always used to be fun, having a bunch of seniors jack up the robots and the freshmen under it. Move quickly!
I remember in 8th grade tech.
And I used to have people ask all the time. But look at these robots already. Autonomous, beautiful.
That pre-programmed robot rush.
But look at this score already, 46-16 in favor of the Red Alliance. These teams are ready to take these scores.
Pick up your controllers.
Speaking of taking things
3,
I remember that game.
2,
Deep Space. That was also
1.
Game.
Was that the 2021?
Don't ask me what year it was if it's after 2017. I don't know because I wasn't playing. I just remember watching.
That's fair.
I just remember we got to drop the veil and teams were playing behind the veil and stuff like that, and so every team needed a vision element.
Right, I think they introduced that vision element, I think about three-ish years ago. All right.
But I remember to practice for that one.
Yeah.
I remember to practice for that one, we had a couple teams that like actually practiced blindfolding their drivers. Or we had the driver in another room from the robot and just used a mile's worth of Ethernet cables to communicate.
These Red Alliance robots are moving fast.
Hey, if you got the time to cycle it, cycle it.
Absolutely, going back and forth from into the warehouse into the red shipping hub. Did not come to
Now
play.
I'm wondering. Hey, with a score of 90 points on the board, you're not playing. 120 already. And these Ducks are getting ready to go. Now, I keep seeing these tape measures. Tape measures aren't a thing for us. And everybody else keeps talking about them.
See,
and I
that's
still
funny
don't fully
because
understand them all the time. Sometimes I
that's
understand
funny.
them.
Our very first season.
But
we
like
used
right now, for example, look at this tape measure. Look at this tape measure. The tape measure is about to cap while spinning ducks.
Uh-huh. That's genius. I remember our very first season, we used a tape measure. We had to hang. And we had to latch up to a bar that was about 6 feet high, or not 6 feet, 5 feet high, right? So we had a tape measure with a carbon fiber hook attached to it. We'd reach up, latch onto the bar, and then reel the tape measure in that pulled our robot up.
Now, speaking of hanging, I want to see what FRC is going to do this year with hanging, because those monkey bars sound like a challenge.
Yeah, tape measures in FTC are not very uncommon. You see, like, especially like when you have to park, a lot of teams, they just...
Yeah, your parking rules are very lenient, so I've seen tape measures a lot, because your parking rules just say cross the line. It doesn't even say be in the line. Most of our parking rules is you must be fully in this section. You must completely enter this section.
Across the field, like 12 feet away from the parking zone, and you can just have tape measures.
Yeah. Y'all really just shoot out tape measures or throw a line somewhere and come back to it. We have to fully leave a zone and enter a new zone, or fully cross an obstacle to get there for us to get points.
On top of that, your fields are a lot bigger than ours too, so it's a lot more maneuvering.
But once again, while we have this break, I'd like to take another moment to thank all of our wonderful volunteers, sponsors, alumni, mentors, parents, everybody else that helps make these wonderful events run and function. And remember, students, don't forget to thank your parents, mentors, and coaches, because without them, you wouldn't be here to host these events and run in these events.
Absolutely.
Also, when you get the chance, don't forget to, speak to some of the referees and some of the mentors and alumni, because a lot of us have participated in FIRST for multiple years or multiple different forms. And so sometimes they can help you in ways that you never imagined. I know personally, I've seen some of the referees and volunteers that used to be on teams. And so I'll go up to them, say hi, see what's going on with anyone. And so that's always a fun thing, getting to check back in with some of the teams. I know personally with my teams, with my two teams, they love coming back to see me every single time they catch me at an event. My old coaches will come back and say hi all the time. I have dropped in on one of my old teams before though, and had my old team number on, and with the old team shirt, they've changed the name since. And so while wearing the very old team shirt, the original team shirt, confusing their team members, because they were like, wait, why do they have a number but we don't know them? But numbers that we do know and understand are 143 to 75 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 46-point autonomous, a 22-point autonomous, a 44-point driver control, a 32-point driver control, and a 53-point endgame, a 21-point endgame. This match was scored clean with 0 penalties across the board. I also love all these Twitch discussions, because Twitch always asks us about penalties, and we have no say on this.
It's kind of just like,
they
I'll
always
get back to you once the referee lets us know.
Right? I'm not allowed to. I make no decisions from this box.
I'm just here.
I am only allowed to read what is posted, and what is posted is what is posted. I remember I told one of my friends, they were like, so what's it like being a commentator? I was like, I'm like a weatherman. They said, what's that mean? I can be right 50% of the time and still have a job.
Oh, looks like the scores have been updated.
And the
with
score has
red
been
alliance
adjusted to
taking
158 to 75. And now the point breakdown is 46-point autonomous A, 22-point autonomous A, 44-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, and a 68-point endgame to a 21-point endgame. The referees adjusting for that final cap that the Red Alliance received in the last second. As I was going to say, they did do that tape measure cap from across the yard.
Back to what you were saying about how that you'll see a lot of people that used to compete end up being in these volunteer positions. That's what I really like about First as like a community. It's a very like a full circle moment. You'll see. I've seen this a lot. Other people that I've recognized from like qualifying tournaments on different teams. My sister teams, they end up going and volunteering at future competitions, becoming referees, judges. It's just really nice to see all of them again. And I just think you see it a lot only in like places like First because of how like of a full circle community it is.
Now, one of the other things that I will say to add on to that though, I really love seeing the matriculation as well. So especially with the students that started in FLL, how you'll see them grow into FTC, how you'll see them grow into FRC. It's always wonderful. I love seeing it. I love seeing the students grow and change as they continue on through First.
Absolutely. That's actually what I did. I started with FLL and I made my way to FRC in my senior year of high school.
Like, I did FLL for 1 year.
I did too. No,
I
did too, and then I went right into FTC.
When I did FLL, I did it for like 1 year. That was probably my sixth. I was in 6th grade of middle school. Did FLL for 1 year. Turned around, and in 8th grade of middle school was when we started my FRC team. Left the FRC team after my 9th grade year because start of 10th grade, like I said, I went to another school. So then from 10th until 12th, I was in FRC.
It was like the same thing with me. I did FLL for 1 year in 6th grade, and then right after that we were thinking about doing it again in 7th grade, and I was like, nah, I'm going to FTC. I want medal.
Oh no, my school just didn't have the team anymore. We would have kept doing it. We just didn't have a team.
Yeah, no, my school didn't have any FLL, FTC, or FRC teams, so we ended up creating teams at our local makerspace. Nova Labs have been a huge help. They have all the resources we need. Different machine parts like labs, all like.
That's another thing that I've seen is with a lot of these maker spaces. It's wonderful seeing the teams that cooperate with the maker spaces or with their sponsors. So, for example, teams, Amazon does not have to be your only sponsor. FedEx does not have to be your only sponsor. Google does not have to be your only sponsor. My team was sponsored by the deli down the street. Because all of our students used to go there in the morning for breakfast, so we used to get discounts from them. They opened up an Ace Hardware store down the street from our school. We went and got a sponsorship from them so we can get discounts on tools and equipment.
We actually had a similar thing. We
there
got
were
a
all sorts of
sponsorship from Chick-fil-A, and Chick-fil-A gave us, I think, like 200 free sandwiches for us to use in our meetings.
But coming up next, we are back into qualification number 13. This is cohort number 2. So coming up first, we have the Papaton Spear, the Code Crushing Griffins going up against Lancaster Kinetic Storm and the Portable Blue Devils. I wonder what makes you a portable devil and not just a regular devil.
Always sitting on your shoulder.
What makes you a portable blue devil? Does a portable blue devil come with its own little carrying case or something? Is it TSA approved?
Fits in a 3-ounce bottle.
Does it go in the overhead compartment or does it go underneath? I don't know. How does it being a portable blue devil?
We're talking about blue devils, all right? They gotta go in the cargo area. First class cargo.
I don't know. They might shift it. Versus like a name like the Code Crushing Griffins. I'm trying to imagine, is it like a line of binary code and a foot just stepping on it? Or is it like they're using the actual claws of the Griffins to type on the keyboard? Which one would the logo be? The little tiny claws on the keyboard or like a foot stepping on binary code and crushing binary code? Because that'd also be cool.
Looks like we're returning back to Harrisonburg. 10 seconds left.
And so once again, back over in Harrisonburg, that autonomous period is already coming to a close with a current score
Drivers, pick up your
6
controllers.
to 35.
3, 2,
Went up and then came back down.
1.
Back to
6 to 47. See, goes back up again.
Period. Looks like the blue line's having a little struggle getting through the pipes.
Once again, those pipes are crazy.
They did manage to score on the very top, though.
Now, which type of walking or traction mechanism would you use for traversing this field?
I would probably stick with the Mecanum wheels, and then it depends. If I knew my strategy was to get through the open space and not maneuvering over the pipes, I would use Mecanum wheels just because that's the easiest to line up with the wall and actually line up to get through, and it also makes maneuvering around the field a lot easier. But if I did have to go over the PVC pipes, I'd probably use those like the big 6-inch stealth wheels, because with a bigger diameter, it'd be a lot easier to maneuver over the pipes.
Now, see, I'ma sound old. Back in my day was when Mecanum wheels first came out. I'm from the Omni wheel days. Mecanum started when I ended. That's how that worked.
Orthogonal Omni wheels that you have in like that place diagonally.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. The X treads and X, yeah. But no, if I was gonna use a system, I honestly would want to use a tank system for this field. Mostly because of the maneuverability of it, as well as, oh, their cap fell.
2 seconds left in the match, and that's game set.
But with a current score of 54 to 95, we will see how the referees do it. Once again, our referees will continue to knock up the score as we talk, which is why I say current unofficial, because it will continue to jump as I talk about it. But yeah, this is always fun.
And the red lines just went up a little bit. It's always a game to see what's next.
Who ticks up the highest at the end is always fun.
All right, looks like we're about to soon start our autonomous period in Norfolk's qualification match number 13.
And we're underway. Robots moving, robots parking. Once again, I somewhat like these little tiny robots, but I really missed my big bots. Because just seeing how small these FTC bots get, it always makes me so scared because they're so small and fragile and soft and gentle. And I'm like, oh, these little bots.
It's always fun to see when
this is like my FRC bot.
Yeah, when you go to outreach events, right, you'll have like an FTC robot, and then people will be like, oh, that's cool. And then the FRC team pulls up with this massive tank, and then everyone's like, oh, who cares about the FTC robot? We want to see that.
You know, I think the funnest thing was coming out of 2013, going into 2014 season. I forget what 2013 was. I always forget the name, but I remember the event. We were launching Frisbees all day. And
a lot of the
coming out of that,
RC teams like to do is they use their flywheel mechanism to shoot balls, and the little kids try to catch the balls.
Yeah, no, we were throwing Frisbees into the crowd. It was the funnest thing until we had to remember that we had to dial down the Frisbee. It wasn't at competition speed. Please stay safe. Please make sure to test all systems before you use them. Fortunately, we were launching them across the entire gym though, so they
No,
did
yeah,
get a chance to
100%.
slow down before they finally got
We do
towards
not advise
people.
that.
But it was just the same system that they tried to use that on was aerial assist with those large yoga balls. They were saying, well, you know, we threw frisbees at people. Can we throw? No, we cannot throw yoga balls. And then we ended up having the soccer team play soccer against the robot.
That's funny. Just have the ball get dribbled by the robot, just back and forth.
Oh no, it was a big yoga ball. We had the goalie see if they could stop the yoga ball.
All right, in this match, the scores do seem pretty close together. The Red Alliance shipping hub is pretty tilted. Hopefully that doesn't go the wrong way.
But unfortunately, somebody's going to receive that major penalty for moving that shared shipping hub.
Ooh, yeah, that is not where it's supposed to be.
That is all the way on the blue side. I didn't see which side even moved it. That is all the way on the other side. But look at how high that arm extends.
Over at
that arm is really a
number 9, the
crane.
Harrisonburg qualifier, the score was 30 to 107. 107 lean towards the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance did receive a major penalty of 30 points.
So once again, looking at this conclusion over here in the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum with a current unofficial score of 48 to 88, time to see where that point breakdown goes for the end of this match. Red Alliance having received that penalty. Oh no, that was Harrisonburg. Never mind. We need. What has to say? I need to see truck. I need to know who.
Oh, and this match.
Yep. Okay, so it was Red Alliance for moving the shared shipping hub. Okay, cool. And I will quote the I will quote the referees. It was assaulted by the Red Alliance. They have managed to assault the shared shipping hub.
That shipping hub might come back for a law case.
That's a fun one to use now. So we have spinning the hub, we have launching the hub, we have lifting the hub, we have assaulting the hub. We just have
that's great.
We just have assault and battery on a hub. And the Red Alliance will still take this victory with a score of 94 to 0. The Blue Alliance receiving 50 points worth of penalties. I wonder where those penalties are going to fly to, with a point breakdown of a 32-point autonomous to a 19-point autonomous, a 6-point driver control to a 51-point driver control, a 10-point endgame to a 54-point endgame, and a 50-point penalty for the Blue Alliance and a 30-point penalty for the Red Alliance. What happened to the Blue Alliance? Where did they get 50 points worth of penalties? I need to know these things.
That was just keeping us weathermen in the dark. Not very nice.
I'm waiting for word because we just received assaulting the shipping hub. What happened this time to the shipping hub?
Yeah,
50 points is a lot of points.
How did the Blue Alliance end up getting more penalties than the Red Alliance after the Red Alliance was charged with assault and battery?
See, you say assault and battery, and I'm just thinking about the actual batteries on these robots. I'm like, if you assault with a battery, that's definitely another question.
That's catching on fire.
How did you
use
the battery
on the Blue Alliance? 19969 artificial unintelligence?
I mean, I'm looking at Portable Blue Devils 2.
Oh, yeah, a sequel.
We just had Portable Blue Devils, then we got Portable Blue Devils 2. Okay, so the Blue Alliance received their major penalty for spinning the hub and 2 minors. Okay, so once again, in one match we had both assault and spinning. That is one bruised little hub.
At that point, it was just a game to see who could knock around the hub more.
The hub is not a ping pong ball. Please do not smack it back and forth.
It's not one of those boxing equipments that move back and forth when you hit it.
You talking about a speed bag or what type of equipment you talking
No,
about?
like it's like the punching bag, but like it's like built on like a pivot, right? So when you hit it, it'll like come back and forth. Like about like human height, I think like 5 feet tall. When you hit it, it like moves it back
Drivers,
and forth.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But look at the I was just getting ready to say, look at all the good work on the field, and Blue Alliance moved that shipping hub. And that is assault. That is assault on the hubs. That is major. That might be. I wonder. I hope that's not driver control.
No, that was autonomous.
No,
it wasn't. That was driver control.
No, that wasn't autonomous. That was driver control.
I think.
But I want to say that was a program issue and not a. Will you stop slamming this piece back and forth? What team is this? Please stop roughing the passer.
I hope it was a malfunction, or else.
This is one of the few times where you hope it's a malfunction. This is one of the few times that you hope there's a malfunction, because what did you ran through 2 of them 3 times.
They said the blue one wasn't enough. We can get that red one too.
That makes me afraid of what y'all drive like.
Oh man.
If you do that to a shipping hub, what are you gonna do to my car? Please.
That FTC road rage is very real.
Watch the road.
Oh yeah,
I might even be.
Just gonna call it a program error, technical error, you know?
Yeah, I'm just really gonna hope that it's a program error and that like when you pushed one button, it automatically cycled fast too far. Cause I know I've had that happen. I had one robot where I had to push the left stick forward and the right stick backward just to go forward, and that used to mess us up.
You know, you just gotta give them the benefit of the doubt, because I really hope that was not intentional. What happens? I mean, it just happened. You know.
At this point, I just have to hope that they didn't get a yellow card.
Oh, they're up in the -44.
Wouldn't that be down in the negative, not up in the negative?
I mean, they're up in the negatives, but you know, down in the
down. Negatives go down, not up, but okay.
But like, if you're talking about a zone, you know, you could be it's like direction.
Here, look, we'll just add the z-axis and complicate everything.
There we go, multivariable calculus.
But now we're jumping right back over to Harrisonburg, Virginia, where their score just wrapped out at 168 to 138 as the current unofficial score. I can't wait to see what. Yeah, I can't wait to see what these referees have to do. Once again, I do not envy the. My point of envying the referees. I'm envying the referees with them getting to be on the field and getting to be next to the team. I do not envy the referees with having to actually keep track of all these points and penalties and everything else. It's a tough life.
Blue Alliance is racking up a little more points with the referees discussing the final scores.
And once again, I'd like to say thank you to all the teams and volunteers that are out on these fields today, making sure everyone has their safety goggles and their mask on at all times. And just as a reminder to all of our teams, if you wish to eat or drink at any of our facilities, you must fully exit the facility to eat or drink before re-entering the facility. You must have a mask on at all times when in our facilities. And this will be the last that we get to see of these teams, so we have to say goodbye to Bacon. We have to say goodbye to Jackbots. We have to say goodbye to Error Code 502 and 404. We have to say goodbye to Monroe Robotics. We have to say goodbye to Bacon again. We have to say goodbye to the Hyper Giants, but we don't have to say goodbye to the Robo Lords, because they're going to be actually playing in this next round of matches.
Hopefully the Robo hasn't taken too much damage, but they're all nice and warmed up, ready to go for the next cohort.
You know, it's the miracles of duct tape and zip ties.
Innovation points right there.
I've had robots held on by duct tape and a couple of good wishes. But that final score for the final match of cohort number 1 will be in favor of the Red Alliance with a score of 183 to 170. With a point breakdown of a 47-point autonomous to a 52-point autonomous, a 62-point driver control to a 60-point driver control, and a 74-point endgame to a 58-point endgame. Once again, look at that point breakdown.
It was really
Red Alliance only
right
took it
after
because of endgame. That endgame was it.
It really shows you the end can really make it or break it.
Neck and neck in the driver control, neck and neck in the autonomous.
Just bouncing back and forth. Autonomous, blue had the lead. Driver control, red had the lead, and then back in the end game, that's when it really mattered.
But we're jumping over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. We have Peloton 3 Vector, the Portable Blue Devils 2 going up against Artificial Unintelligence and Smokey Jr.
And
now, see, if we have
in
Smokey Jr., where's Smokey Sr.?
In Laurel, Maryland qualifier, we had a score of 87 to 0, 87 leaning towards the Red Alliance with 6 points in autonomous, 21 driver control, 16 endgame, and with the Blue Alliance receiving a major 90 points worth of penalties.
Yeah. 90 points worth of penalties was to be expected. They bumped themselves once, then they did that nice mad dash across the whole field and bumped the last two.
Right.
They were playing. They were playing ping pong. They were playing pinball for a couple seconds. They just wanted to just bing 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 every single one that they could. They wanted to hit the bonus points. Unfortunately, that was not cheat code unlocked. You got sent to the penalty box.
I guess the robots just wanted a taste of what ping pong felt like, you know? They shouldn't be deprived of these experiences, even though it was at the cost of assault on a shipping hub, or 2.
That looked like a little bit more than assault. That was hurtful.
Alright, looks like we are back in Norfolk.
Randomization number 2. Now, I'm trying to figure out which team this is with this nice little uniform selection. We have a firefighter and a Dalmatian. I want to figure out which team this is, because that's funny. It's cute.
This is one of the times where it would help if they had a Dalmatian robot.
Right? I just need a robot with spots, and then I'd say, "Oh, hey, there it is." Or like a firefighting robot. Then I'd say, "Oh, hey, there it is." Nope. That's. Well, at least this time it can't be blamed on the driver. It's on. Ooh. So, we're out of the box. We assaulted the box.
Right now, the field
Hopefully
barrier
it
is
wasn't.
catching up.
Hopefully it won't get called as penalties, because when they moved the shipping hub, it was in the attempt to score. So hopefully it won't count as a negative.
But definitely reaching over the 12 by 12.
They were actively trying to drop it, but they did reach over the edge. But fortunately, they didn't reach over the edge in the direction of any of the referees or anything like that. So that also shouldn't come as a penalty. We just need to find out if they can get unstuck from the edge. Yeah, we need to get them unstuck from the edge is now the point. Let's see. Look at these rollers on which robot is that? Is that one? No, that's 2412. Look at 2412's arm. Looks like little sushi rolls. I am going to end up relating everything to food right now.
Looks like Red Alliance means you're hungry. Red Alliance did end up scoring 1 into the top shelf on the shipping hub.
Now with a number that long at 19969, that's funny once again. How just you could, if you'd have waited like 2 more days, you'd have got 19999, because that's how fast these team numbers go.
Imagine Robolords. They could have almost had 5 ones and they just 1-1-1-1-2.
Yes. Now, see, one of these days, I want to see if First Robotics does like a retirement, or does like a number retiring ceremony, where they're like, oh, well, we're retiring this number. This number will go into the Hall of Fame and stuff like that. Just this team is,
All right,
especially with some of the like very low numbers.
Most of the low numbers are
So
used
we
by
have-
school teams though, so they're reused.
We have a cowboy trying to wrangle out these last few ducks onto the field for the Red Alliance.
And with that,
that score will be set at 14-27. Now, once again, this is the first match for most of these teams, so this does happen a lot. But we are going to jump right back over to Laurel, Maryland to see what what Laurel, Maryland has to say with their points, because they're halfway into a match that scored at 66-51. Look at these robots go. These are some monstrosities of robots. These are some big, bulky bots. Let's see,
17-0-37. Yeah, that is.
The Moco Studs. That is a big bot. That is.
They know what they're doing. They didn't come to play. They're running over those PVC pipes like it's nothing.
I think that Stud robot qualifies as a FRC bot at this point. That is a big bot.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh,
it looks like they're having a little trouble over in the.
All they need to do is throw some bumpers on that bot, and I'll see that bot in my arena. Just.
All right, that is endgame.
But so let's see, we got 12718 Lions. We have 17037. We were just talking about with the Moco Studs. We have 19818 Jade Innovations, and then we have 11500, which is, where's that team number? 11500. Oh, St. Mark Robotics. I was like, I'm looking, don't see them.
It does look like Red Alliance did receive a major penalty for moving the shipping hub.
Once again, y'all have to be careful with that shared shipping hub.
I believe it was their own shipping hub.
Look at the major. I mean, look at the shared. Look at how far it is from the center.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like it was the shared.
We'll see what the final score does play out to. Right now,
but currently sitting at 67-96. That means that if this match does get finalized at 67-96, that match was completely decided by penalties because it would have been a 1-point match. And that score will come down to the Blue Alliance taking that win at 87-102 with a 52-point autonomous, to a 39-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control, to a 24-point driver control, and a 47-point endgame, to a 39-point endgame. The Red Alliance suffering that unfortunate 30-point penalty for knocking around the hub. Now, once again, them 30 points would have been the victory. That was a game decided by penalties.
Just goes to show you gotta be careful. These referees working extra hard today. Normally they have field reset volunteers to do this for them.
Not this season and not last season either. Remember, last season was also the referees resetting everything.
Right, just because of the restrictions on how many people they could have had in the venue.
Now, what I can't wait to see over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, is I see some names that I enjoy. I know they're going to put on a good show for us. We got the Bruin Bots and Mechanical Mafia going up against G-Force and BC4H Party Time Carrots. Once again, I love seeing those carrot bots because they come out with an actual carrot everywhere. It's funny. But back over in Laurel, Maryland, I see teams that very much so align with my beliefs right now. We have the Digi Gators and St. Mark's Robotics going against the Gators and Barely Awake. Yeah, we're here first thing in the morning. We're normally the Barely Awake team. But I want to see this. We got the Digigators going up against the Gators. This is like Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla. This is gonna be fun. We got the Attack on Kaiju. But also over in Norfolk, Virginia, we have Smokey Jr. and Portable Blue Devils 2 going up against Code Crushing Griffins and the Portable Blue Devils. So once again, sister teams. It is wonderful to see it. Do they coordinate their events? Is there a situation built to where they're technically coordinated? Is there a situation built to where these teams train to go against each other? It all comes to a head when you see them on the field.
All right, now you got Smokey Jr. saying, "All right, if the Blue Devils have their rival, we got the Griffins."
It's just, but now I want to see Smokey Sr. Where's Smokey Sr.? I need Smokey Jr. and Portable Blue Devils 2 going up against Portable Blue Devils and Smokey Sr. That way I can say it's the old versus the young. It's the coming of age battle. Who gets to take home all the marbles? Who gets to go back to school with all the bragging rights? Because no other match would matter between those two teams. It only matters when you go up against your sister team.
It could have worked if they had the two Bacons. That would have been.
We're jumping right back over to Laurel, Maryland. Once again, they're getting ready to go. They're moving with their autonomous mode already.
All 4 robots are on the field making moves during the autonomous period.
But like the thing that I really like about the Laurel field is the way that the shadows play out.
It's like
and the way that the darkness gives an edge to the field. It's a theater. It gives a real edge to the field. We almost need some like ominous background music just to set the mood in this
Drivers,
theater.
pick up your controllers.
This theater.
3, 2, 1.
Once again, have to watch out for those shipping hubs. You cannot bully your shipping hub, or the shared shipping hub for that matter. And please, definitely don't bully.
Any pieces on the field, just gotta treat it with respect.
I mean, you could bully the ducks. You could bully the boxes. If someone manages to destroy one of these boxes, I have a whoa.
That was a 3-way.
What just happened? What just? Whose bot is that?
That was like some traffic intersection crash right there.
Somebody ran the red light for real this time. Whose bot was that?
And now the blue has 2 majors for hitting both shipping hubs. The shipping hubs are just
and they did it again. They're just over there.
Shipping hubs are not having a fun time today. Specifically,
somebody needs to take out an insurance claim on this. Somebody needs to take out an insurance claim on this. The shipping hubs.
And they deserve some reimbursement, some liability on this. Like,
this is. I don't even know if the Red Alliance is fully movable at this point.
The first hospital is like, why are there so much assault on these shipping hubs?
I don't know about the pit crew after this one. Somebody needs to check something because that is.
It does look like the Blue Alliance is now disabled.
Yeah, but even with a disable, that's still. How did you get over there?
All right, the Red Alliance looks like it now parked because they're even if they look kind of boxed in.
Yeah, but the Red Alliance is just putting ducks on the field. One of them went, the top one that got boxed out of the top just went for ducks. The bottom one said, "Hey, we're just gonna park."
Yeah.
That's a weird one there. But we're jumping right down to Norfolk, Virginia for the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, where they are currently going 25-9.
With about 40 seconds left in the teleop period. Robots are moving quickly, cycling through. Blue Alliance.
But like, look at the side panels on the Griffin's robot when they come back into view. They actually have Griffin carved into the side of it.
All right, Blue Alliance has successfully maneuvered through the gap. Unloading another cube into the shipping hub.
So I do believe that is Smokey Jr. repping that Firehouse Red and the Dalmatian.
Okay.
But I'm still trying to figure out how you get an artificial unintelligence. Over in Laurel, we do have a final score from them, however, with the final score being 33-0. We have a point breakdown of a 13-point autonomous to a 20-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control to a 6-point driver control, and a 46-point endgame to a 0-point endgame. Once again, the Blue Alliance did get fully disabled at the end of that match, with penalties being marked as 30 points to the Red Alliance for touching their shipping hub during autonomous, and then 60 points to the Blue Alliance for that dramatic cross-stage collision, hitting both of the shipping hubs. I really hope that it's a programming issue and not a driver issue, because if it's a driver issue, please change out your drivers. If it's a programming issue, please use the full 5 minutes. Please use the full 5 minutes that they give you.
They happen to be disabled right after, so I'm almost 99% sure it was a technical error. So this is why testing is very important.
But over back in Norfolk, Virginia, we do have our final score coming in at 29-31, with a score of 13 points to the in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown being 13 points to 3 points, 30-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 6-point endgame to a 16-point endgame. The Blue Alliance suffering 20 points worth of penalties. That would have put the Blue Alliance on top in that match. I believe the Blue Alliance received those penalties for taking too much freight out of the out of the warehouse.
Right. They took 2 pieces instead of 1.
Coming up next in Norfolk, Virginia, we have Powhatan Spear and the Lancaster Kinetic Storm going up against Powhatan 3 Vector and Artificial Unintelligence.
Artificial Intelligence looking like they're going back to back.
Once again, how did you? Never mind. Okay, looking at the next team lineup over in over back in Laurel, Maryland, we have the Jade Innovators and the Termigators going up against the Gators and the Moco Studs. Okay, how many Gators are in Maryland right now?
Yeah, I would have thought that would have been a Florida thing.
We got Gator on Gator on Gator on Gator on Gator. Now it makes me want to eat some Gator. See, I'm getting hungry. But coming up next over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we also have the Bruin Bots and the Mechanical Mafia once again going up against G-Force and the BC4H Party Time Carrots. And what you say AO for? My first wallet was a gator skin wallet.
It don't mean you got it. Did you eat your wallet?
Nah, but I've had gator before. I used to live down south. I'm from an island. We eat anything.
I cannot imagine that. I know like shark fin soup is. I know like shark fin soup is big, but like I cannot imagine that.
I've ate turtle. I've ate shark. I've ate goat. I've ate deer. I've ate squirrel. I've ate rabbit. I've ate.
The only thing I've ate out of any of things just said is goat. That is like.
Gator. You know, I've ate a whole bunch of different random animals. We're not gonna talk about me eating food. Food is food, okay?
If you say so.
I think the hardest thing I've ever had to do with food is food restrictions and dietary restrictions.
It could not be.
I worked at the Jewish Community Center. I worked at the Jewish Community Center for a summer. Had to be kosher. Oh, it hurt.
ever work in a
Being
soup
kosher
kitchen
was
and you're
painful
like,
for me.
you ever work in a soup kitchen and you're like, I know this food is for the needy, but come on, I'm needy right now.
Nah, I've done that. I've worked at kitchens. It ain't nothing. Or speaking of matches though, we are back in Laurel, Maryland. They are moving with these bots. And actually no, we're jumping to Norfolk because they're also moving. Both teams decided to start at the exact same time. Okay, so over at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, let's see what these robots are doing during their autonomous mode.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3.
And so they will currently be scored at 13-48 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Wrapping up autonomous now moving into the teleop. All robots are moving very fast in the field, looking to score points from the red shipping hub is shaking a little bit.
A little shake and bake is fine. You know, we have to worry about the collisions here. If you shake it a little bit in attempt to place a block down, that's not a penalty. It becomes a penalty when you actually get into moving it from its central point. Referees checking to make out these warehouse operations because of that large claw arm, just making sure that they fully exit the warehouse zone before attempting to score.
We have 10 seconds left in the and now with that, for the Norfolk qualifier, we have started the end game.
And once again, a very close match right now, 29-62. But if you look at that Blue Alliance wheel, once again, showing what I was talking about, I would just use a big wheel. You can't miss with a big wheel.
All right, looks like we have an unofficial score, which is going up.
Oh, that unofficial score is going to jump very soon. But we're jumping right over into Laurel, where they're getting ready to start their match. Once again, they're already in their autonomous period with a current score of 26-10 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Now moving to the Maryland Laurel qualifier.
Also, finally, remember, teams, as always,
Drivers,
we have
pick up your
3 different
controllers.
events running at all
3,
times right now
2,
today. So if you do
1.
not see your event, if we do not get to talk about your event, or if you do not think that we gave your event enough coverage and love that you think that it should have received, please go back to our YouTube archives. We will be posting all of these different matches and events up on the YouTube archives for you all to go watch. So don't forget to like, share, and subscribe over there, as well as don't forget to follow and share over here. We love seeing all of your support and getting to have everyone over here. And finally, if you have something that makes your team unique, interesting, or special, feel free to let us know. We do have the team survey that we love hearing about our wonderful various teams from. Don't forget to fill out your team survey. We love to hear about you all.
Ten seconds left in the In the regular driver control period, these robots are rushing back and forth trying to get as many cycles as they can. The Blue Alliance has just received a major penalty for moving their Alliance shipping hub. It does look like they're having a little bit of trouble maneuvering between the two robots on the field. 7 seconds left. Oh, the Blue Alliance teams are rushing to get a parking in. And it looks like they both partially made it in. The unofficial score right now being at 86-1. We'll see if the referees.
Well, look at that cap. Look at that cap. Just a wonderful final segment. But also, speaking of wonderful segments, take a quick look over at Harrisonburg, Virginia. Look at that score for the first round of that cohort. 153 to 173 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
The Blue Alliance did receive a second major because they picked up the duck after it was placed.
Remember, teams, watch that turntable. Once you put it down, let it go. You cannot touch it while it moves. You cannot touch it while the robot touches it. One can move, then the other can move. One can move, then the other can move. You all cannot move at the same time. You will catch those penalties. Those are safety penalties. But the Red Alliance will take this victory at a score of 86-0 with an autonomous breakdown, with a point breakdown of 29-point autonomous to a 39-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 20-point driver control, a 41-point endgame to a 6-point endgame, and once again, that unfortunate 90 points worth of penalties. Another match very heavily decided by penalties. Over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, that score came out with a very close score of 153 to 155 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 44-point autonomous to a 75-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control to a 48-point driver control, and a 79-point endgame to a 62-point endgame. The Blue Alliance narrowly holding out that victory even with a 30-point penalty.
Again, due to a major for the hub.
And once again, that penalty was for... Yep.
Gotta be careful. It's not for beating around.
But look at these teams. Look at these teams coming on and off the field. Once again, loving the team uniforms, loving when I get to recognize teams just by what they have and what they wear.
Right, like the frog bots, they have their little hats.
You can instantly tell. Or carrots, like I saw the giant carrot walking off the screen a second ago.
It's great to have a little gimmick for your team, just like, yeah, that's them. You know, it just makes you stand out a lot more.
Our gimmick was being loud and having a ton of people.
Including cheerleaders.
Hey, you see a sea of red, you know exactly who you're watching. But currently going down for all of our high scores for today. Wait, that doesn't feel like that's the right high scores, but it might be. Current high scores we have are all towards the Blue Alliance, actually. We have for Laurel a high score of 160, and that was made by the Cybirds and the Robo Duckies. We have in Norfolk a score of 180 made by Logic Coyote and Lord of the Bricks. And in Harrisonburg, we had that score of 222 made by Robo Lords and Bacon. And that is Bacon of 7080.
And we are now directing our attention to the Laurel, Maryland qualifier, where the
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
driver control period has started strong in this qualifier as all 4 robots are moving on the field at very quick paces, trying to go into the warehouse, get their crates, and score them into their respective aligned shipping hubs.
I mean, but look at that score already out the back, 56 to 17, and they're only halfway through this match. Can't wait to see what these teams still have in store.
Endgame is always the most exciting part to see. What can they clutch out within that last 30 seconds?
I really like seeing some of the driver control, especially when you have the teams that can. When you have those teams that can put up that can attack both elements, I really love seeing those teams go after it. Because you'll have one teammate going for the shared hub, you'll have one teammate going for the alliance, for the alliance hub, and those matches, those really go back and forth.
We're 10 seconds into endgame, and you see these teams moving back and forth. They're relentless. They're not going to stop until the very end.
With that current score sitting at 120 to 43, we will see how that score rises, but we are in the middle of a match over at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Once again, a score of 67 to 10 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
We got about 30 seconds left in the driver control period before endgame and see what the teams can do. with that, the Blue Alliance is now ready to start moving them ducks onto the field from the spin table. 1-1-2-0-9 is going really
Griffins
fast.
going at it. I mean, just look at their duck cycle. Look at those Griffins duck cycle.
Got 10 seconds left on the clock. Can they keep going? Oh, looks like they're getting ready to
And
park.
they are racing against
left.
team
Ooh.
1689. And I love all the excitement at the end of a match. We see the Red Alliance cheering each other on at the end of this match with a current score of 177 to 68 in favor of the Red Alliance. I mean, in favor of the Blue Alliance. Ooh, my words.
Neck and neck, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you got that spinner, you gotta spin it.
That's down.
But we're jumping right back down into Harrisonburg, Virginia, where they're rounding out their autonomous period with a current score of 32-all.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
I stand corrected, 52-54.
It's the beginning of the teleop period, so let's see what happens. It looks like Team 1112 is having a little bit of difficulty getting over the pipes.
Once again, this is when that driver practice really comes into play, because if you get stuck on those pipes, that can be it.
Looks like they're making it work. They're putting all of their crates into the shared shipping hub, while their partner goes into putting the crates in their own respective alliance shipping hub.
And we saw this a lot, especially in the first few weeks when we had eliminations. These were the types of layouts that we saw with the top teams, those top synchronous teams.
Team coordination is very important, but it looks like
so Blue is going to receive a couple penalties over in Norfolk, Virginia. So over in Norfolk, Virginia, we had a final score of 167 to 68 with a point breakdown of a 49-point autonomous, 25-point autonomous, a 38-point driver control, a 15-point driver control, and a 90-point endgame, so a 48-point endgame. Blue received a 10-point minor penalty for warehouse operations. Once again, that generally comes down to making sure that you keep those freight in your in your warehouse. Those wiffle balls love to fly everywhere. You have to make sure that you keep them inside that white tape box, unless you are
over in
purposely
Harrisonburg,
guiding them out.
8395 has successfully capped on the Blue Alliance, and 11112 has continued to spin them ducks. It's an unofficial score as of now of 149 to 58.
But we do have to wait for that leaning tower to tick up. Yep, that shared hub. We're waiting on that shared hub to tick up.
Emphasis on that unofficial score, because now it's 175.
That shared hub, look at all those pieces. They got 5 pieces on the shared hub, and it's 20 points just for it leaning their direction. Look, they're going for that 200-point barrier.
193.
But I also want to take this moment to say, students, alumni, soon to be graduates, don't forget, just because you may be coming off of your first team doesn't mean that that is the end of your first robotics career. You can always become a volunteer, you can always become a mentor, a coach, a referee, a judge, all sorts of wonderful things. And one of the best things that you can become as a first alumni is a first alumni ambassador. As a first alumni ambassador, we are able to give back $1,000 to any team of our choice. That way we can help benefit the first community. And once again, we get our nice, cool little shirts. I have a cool little hat that I get to wear. There are a bunch of other little fun things that we get, and it's a wonderful way to give back to First and be a part of the First community still. So don't forget, go become an alumni ambassador. Ladies, don't forget, you can also go for the Women in STEM scholarship. That is a wonderful scholarship for you all to go try to receive. Please don't forget to go for that scholarship as well. Also, there are tons of college-specific scholarships and other scholarships geared towards different First STEM majors and also geared towards different First alumni. I know that there are tons of
Drivers,
scholarships that
pick up your
don't have to be
controllers.
school-specific, and
3,
so you all can go
2,
get pretty much any
1.
of those scholarships if you really want them. Now, looking at this field, we already have a score of 22 to 43, and we're coming up close to that halfway point in this match. Unfortunately, Red Alliance doesn't seem to be putting much up on their hub. Blue Alliance takes a shot in the dark with their long arm, trying to reach all the way out across the shipping hub, and it managed to fly over the edge and fall all the way out of the shipping hub.
The shared shipping hub is shaking a little bit. Hopefully that will not count as a penalty.
It rotated a little bit. That might cost them the penalty. The shaking wouldn't cost them a penalty. Also, just as a reminder to teams, remember, we are always trying to be safe at all times. Please make sure to wait to start your robot after all humans have left the field. We know sometimes the referees may talk to you all like robots, but they are not robots. Please do not start please not start your robot with referees still on the field. And with that conclusion currently being set at 43 to 63 in favor of the Blue Alliance, we're getting ready to jump right over to Norfolk, Virginia, where they are rounding out their autonomous period with a current score of 13 to 34 in favor of the Red Alliance. Once again, I really like this this firehouse theme.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But that also just goes to say that a lot of First isn't just about your robot. It also goes to the many other things that you can do to benefit a team. I talk all the time about how large of a team I used to have. My team was so large because we didn't have everyone touching the robot. We had people whose sole purpose was to design posters and do outreach for us. We had people whose sole purpose was to go scouting at the game events and go see the other teams and go talk to the other teams. Some of my programmers.
We
go ahead.
have
Hey,
received score
Harrisonburg.
176 leaning towards the Blue Alliance. Right, so that both alliances have received major penalties for moving the shipping hubs, but Red also received one minor for starting their autonomous period late.
And so with that point breakdown, that'll be a 32-point autonomous to a 58-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 44-point driver control, a 0-point endgame to a 95-point endgame. Once again, those endgame points, crucial. But staying back in Norfolk, Virginia, where we're getting ready to talk about that endgame, they're about 10 seconds away from their endgame.
The end-game period has begun, and it looks like the Blue Alliance is getting ready to start moving their ducks, and they have. Spin table is turning.
But I like some of these intakes. You're not even looking at the wheels. I mean, not even looking at them turning the turntable. I saw their intake activate when they were trying to turn the table. They have a rubber band intake. We've also seen, like I said, the Rolodex intakes, the sweeper intakes, the claw intakes. So many different
There's
wonderful
so many ways to
mechanisms.
do it, yeah.
Now, when it comes to rubber band intakes, teams, please remember that is definitely an intake where you want to have multiples on standby. Change out your rubber bands after every match. You never want to risk having a rubber band pop. Make sure to always inspect your rubber band.
Because not only does that, prevent you from scoring during the actual match, but it could also be a safety hazard. If those rubber bands snap off, they could potentially hurt somebody. So it's always a good idea to just maintenance after every match.
We're also getting word from the field that Team 3668 managed to disable themselves during this match by getting hung up on the field. But that final score will be in favor of the Blue Alliance, 87-31, with a point breakdown of a 13-point autonomous to a 34-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to a 8-point driver control, a 64-point endgame to a 9-point endgame, and an unfortunate 20 points worth of penalties towards the Red Alliance. I also like how I managed to get that off right before they changed it. Let's get this right before they. But I'm still trying. How do you get hung on the wall without actually lifting on the wall?
Robot got hops.
Like it said they literally stuck to the wall. You just Spider-Man onto the wall.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, they just Spider-Man onto the wall. They were playing tag and they were playing tag and said they were safe. They found the wall. They were safe. But look at all these teams coming up next. Once again, loving the names, always loving names. We have Lancaster Kinetic Storm going alongside Artificial Unintelligence, going up against the Portable Blue Devils and Smokey Jr. for event number 1 over in Norfolk, Virginia. For event number 2 over in Laurel, Maryland, we have the Lions and St. Mark's Robotics going up against the Termigators and the Digigators. Honestly, that seems like a very cool t-shirt. I want to see that cross t-shirt, the Termigators and the Digigators. Come on now. I want it. I need it. And then finally, over in event number 3, which is down in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we have the Sparta Bots and the Mechanical Mafia going up against Frog Bots and G-Force. Just look at some of these names once again. Termigator, Digigator. Wonderful. Artificial Unintelligence makes you think before you say it because you want to say artificial intelligence. Portable Blue Devils. What makes you a portable Blue Devil? I just want to know. How does the devil get portable intelligence? Make
loaded up onto a hard drive
because you want to say artificial intelligence. Mechanical Mafia. Do you guys just come out in suits and just? I just want to see a scene with the Godfather.
Needs to have that. A 007 team needs to have that.
But Mechanical Mafia, I just want to see them do like a robot teaser, and it just looks like they're sitting down in a scene from The Godfather. It's just, you came here on the day of...
During like a robot reveal?
Yeah. You came here on the day to ask me for a favor on the day of my robot's first wedding. I mean, of my first robot's wedding. Just like, wait, huh? Where are we? Feed him to the bots. Just got the Mechanical Mafia. This is just funny. But I guess with it being a FTC bot, it would also work because we've definitely called these bots shin breakers and shin knockers because that's all they do if you're actually on the field.
I mean, they're only at max, 1.5 feet tall, so. Being in a field against an FRC robot, that's a different story.
But speaking of different stories, we're looking at this autonomous period trying to put a story of a score on the board. We have 10 points for the Red Alliance, and they haven't scored the Blue Alliance yet.
No problem there. It's always comeback season.
13-8. No, 13-8. They had got some points. We just needed the points to come up on the board.
Absolutely. Now let's see what Kelly Up's section has for us.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Robots,
Right.
away!
All 4 robots are moving around on the field.
Unfortunately, it looks like 10-7-19 got spiked.
Ooh, that Red Alliance shipping hub is cradling around a little bit. Hopefully it does not start spinning because that could lead to a penalty.
No, your personal shipping hub can spin. The shared shipping hub can't spin.
Okay.
They can turntable their alliance shipping hub the same way they can turntable the duck spinner. It just can't move. The shared shipping hub can't move or spin.
You're playing with fire, to be honest. The more you're doing that, the more you're messing around with it, the more risk you have of moving it.
Yeah, but like, say you were trying to shake it up a bit just to get the balance right.
Yeah,
I can understand, lightly spinning it back and forth a couple times to say, hey, look, shake it around, give it a little shimmy shimmy.
Looks like the Red Alliance is trying to score in their alliance shipping hub.
And with a score of 27-16, we are very close as we get ready for this end game. Now, if I was Blue Alliance, I would leave my hub alone because it's balanced right now and just put one on the shared shipping hub. I wouldn't even touch it because I'm balanced. Because remember, that shared shipping hub is an extra 20 points. Red did just collect that penalty though for hub movement. We talked about it. You can shimmy a little, but you can't knock it. They happen to knock it.
They are stuck on the PVC pipes.
Once again, don't get spiked. I like how every time I'm saying don't get spiked, I'm thinking about the BattleBot spikes because we always had people that jump in the chat saying, "Woo, BattleBots!" And I'm like, well, no, we don't have fire, we don't have spikes, we don't have rail obstacles, and then we look back at the events and there's teams that get caught on the rail and get caught on a spike, and I'm like,
close to 26-62. Favoring in the Blue Alliance.
But looking at scores, we're jumping right back over to Norfolk, Virginia with a score of 8-32 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Still 15 seconds left until we reach endgame.
Bring on the ducks. Makes the ducks sound all ominous and these little rubber ducks.
Getting ready to over the flood the field.
Open the floodgates.
Oh, the ducks are rolling in. There we go, Blue Alliance moving the ducks. He's getting there, so Lil making his way.
It's trucking along, ever so slowly, but it's trucking along. It'll get there eventually.
There we go.
They'll get a duck. They got a duck. They got a duck.
6 seconds left in the end game. Can they get one more?
They were so excited. They were so excited they forgot to put another duck on the table after the duck landed. They spent about a second of celebration instead of putting the duck on the table.
1 second celebration with 5 seconds left in the end game is a little bit risky.
It's a dicey move. But another thing that I did see with their duck movement though, if you see how skinny their wheel is, at one point their wheel almost went under the table.
Which is why it's a good idea to have a big wheel, like you said.
Yeah, that's that. Once again, I would use those thick wheels. I would want to use a wheel that's like 3 or 4 inches thick, just to be absurdly overconfident at me touching the side of it. Honest, I don't know which would be better, surgical tubing or rubber, or flat out rubber. Or like, do you remember the
We used surgical tubing for one of our intake mechanisms one year, so
Did you see? Have you ever seen the like spiked rubber wheels that they have? It's like little micro spikes, almost for like
No, I
carpet
haven't seen
grabbers.
those. No, I haven't seen those. I think
These,
those, yeah, those would have good
these,
traction.
those would have had major traction on the wheel. But then you also have to think about just the speed that you spin the wheel at, because you can't just put a flywheel on it, or else you'll just throw ducks off. But that score will come down to 22-48 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 8-point autonomous to a 22-point autonomous, a 2-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, and a 22-point endgame to a 6-point endgame, with both teams receiving 10 points worth of penalties. Wonder where those came from. But as we get ready to jump down and look at all these other scores, Harrisonburg also finished out one of their matches. Harrisonburg with a final score of 89-189 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 13-point autonomous to a 36-point autonomous, a 12-point driver control to a 88-point driver control, and a 64-point endgame to a 95-point endgame, with an unfortunate 30-point penalties. That 30 points worth of penalties going to moving their shipping hub. Once again, teams, careful with the shipping hubs. They're gentle, they're delicate.
Almost could have broken
I know
that 200-point barrier.
I know with my teams, for example, saying this as a scale size model, we used to rev up our FRC bots on one side of the gym, get it to full speed, and have it charge at the safety pads on the other side. And we would want to stop as close to the safety pads as possible. We tried to learn our distance and our coordination to know how fast we could go and what our break speed was. And then as far as precision with other things, it was climbing up something, climbing down something, going to the left of something, going to the right of something. How does it take us to move around and maneuver? Those were all things that we always had to go through.
Come back at the
Laurel Field
qualifier. We have teams wrapping it up.
No, they're getting started. They're just closing out auto.
Wrapping autonomous, yeah.
We got a score of 52-5. I want to see it. I want to see it. Bring on the robots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Give me robots.
3, 2, 1.
Already leading 62-5, leading to the Red Alliance.
Now, one thing that I do like about y'all getting to put down the customized pieces this year is that we get to see all sorts of random pieces. For example, there's a coffee mug on the field.
No cap yet.
There's just a coffee mug on the field. Like, I want to see it get used.
Still need to see a cap yet. We still need to see a cap.
But even with the coffee mug, that reminds me of one of the rules in first, which says that there's no coffee beans allowed in or on your robot. Still trying to figure out when somebody used coffee beans.
That's an actual rule?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very oddly specific. That's an oddly specific rule.
You cannot have coffee beans. It's a very specific rule. I remember somebody tried to tell me what it was for before, and then I've completely forgotten.
Just imagine a team just like spewing out coffee beans on the field, and then it's like, you never said we couldn't.
It was for something like orientation or balance or something like that, or some distribution. Coffee beans. I just forget what it was. I could just imagine an FR
like metal plates, weightage for weight distribution, but nah, coffee beans are the way to go.
I mean, if they allowed liquids, do you know how many people would use liquids to do gyroscopes? Like, we would use liquids for everything, especially for balance. Blue just received a major penalty for moving their shipping hub once again. Teams, please be careful.
There we go. That wraps up the game.
But look at that score. 146 for the Red Alliance currently unofficially.
Imagine if instead of narrowing it down to 0 if you get more penalty points than score points, the team just like every match they specifically try to get as many penalties as they can and just end with the highest amount of total negative points.
Wouldn't that be the least improved award?
I don't think that should be awarded because penalties are there for a reason. So no one should be trying that.
It's the league. That seems like an off-season thing to do. But we're jumping over to Harrisonburg, where they're getting ready to start their autonomous. And look at these robots. Look at the colors. I see carrots.
Already scoring in the autonomous period. One. Three seconds left in the autonomous period. The score is already 64 to 42.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We got the A team on the field.
3, 2, 1.
Alongside the Bruin bots, and we have the Robo Lords. And we have the Robo Lords alongside the Carrots. And this is going to be a wonderful match. Look at these scores. Look at these bots. Also, look at how colorful these robots are. I love these extra colorful robots.
13599.
Over in Laurel, we did get a final score of 146-0, with that point breakdown being 52 point autonomous way, 5 point autonomous A, 40 point driver control to a 0 point driver control and A, 54 point end game to a 0 point end game, with the Blue Alliance suffering that unfortunate 30 point penalty.
It does look like there's a little bit of tension going on between the Red and Blue Alliance over on the shared shipping hub. Both are scoring on their respective sides.
With the score this tight and with the hub that full, I can't wait to see what the end game scores are going to come up to.
And then I'm accidentally gonna unofficially announce the score, and it's gonna go up because of how many pieces are on the shared shipping hub.
Once again, I am the weatherman. I only got to be right 50% of the time.
Ooh.
I only got to be close. I
really
have to be 100% right.
These seconds in the end game period. Teams are moving in towards their ducks.
It's duck spinning time. Is it wabbit season or duck season?
10 seconds left on the clock. How much can they catch up? Red Alliance is in the lead right now. Let's see if that makes.
Robo Lords trying to throw their ducks out onto the field, and I can't tell who the other one was. Where's the other side? Robo Lords, and was that Bruin? No, the A team. It was the A team and Robo Lords. Both teams managing to get a cap.
Ooh.
But once again, look at this. Look at this tape measure. Look at that tape measure.
Yep. Right across the field, spanning out like 8 feet.
I don't know how to feel about this just because I've never seen them really. Once again, we don't see this at all.
Welcome to FTC.
But we're getting ready to jump right back over to Norfolk, Virginia, where they're now entering their end game. Unfortunately, we have one robot on their side. The code-crushing Griffins seem to have been knocked sideways. I would steer clear of activating that on that close to your shared hub.
That shipping hub looks
yeah, I'm like I would steer very clear of my hub while I'm set like this. It seems like they're trying to get their alliance member to push them upright, but in the end game, I wouldn't even attempt that.
And with that, the match has just ended. The unofficial score is about to go up.
43 to 36.
Very close. Very close. It could be anyone's game.
Did you all ever practice with your robot being tipped over?
I can't see that we have. We just made sure our robot wouldn't tip over.
We used to practice with that.
Pick up your
we used to practice
controllers.
with our robot leaning and a
3,
couple other things because we would
2,
say, how can we
1.
make it work? But we're back in Laurel where they're just starting their teleop period. We're still going to be waiting on the scores from the other two fields, and we will tell you all the scores from those other two fields as they come in. But over in Laurel, we have a current score running of 42-3. But chat, where are you at? Which teams are we watching? Who's here today? I know
wow! One team just lost their wheels. That is across the. They got spiked hard.
Yeah, that'll do it. Them spikes will do it. And that was St. Mark Robotics.
And the red did just receive a major penalty for rotating the shipping hub.
Once again, that shared shipping hub cannot rotate. There are other elements for you to rotate if you want something to rotate. It is called the duck wheel. I like to call it the turntables. Go DJ. Go scratch a thumb.
Looks like the team of the Blue Lions is still disabled as they've lost their leg.
But with a cap from the Red Alliance,
the Red Alliance just breaking that 100-point barrier.
that score sitting currently unofficially at 135-48 in favor of the Red Alliance. Ooh! Look at Harrisonburg. They tried to go for that #1 spot, but they definitely got a great score pushing past that 200-point barrier. 206 points to 153 points will give the Red Alliance that victory. With a point breakdown of a 64-point autonomous to a 48-point autonomous, a 72-point driver control to a 42-point driver control, a 80-point endgame to a 63-point endgame, and an unfortunate 10-point penalty to the Red Alliance. Once again, Red Alliance so close to taking that high score of 222.
10 points because they ended up scoring while they were in the warehouse. But 22 is a pretty tough score to beat, so let's see if that happens. But Harrisonburg has been putting up some very high scores on the map.
Once again, I just want to see it. I want to see everybody beat all the scores that they could possibly beat. And speaking of scores getting beat, over in Laurel, Maryland, the Red Alliance just took out the Blue Alliance with a score of 135-58, with that point breakdown being an autonomous score of 36 to a autonomous of 30, to autonomous of 3, a driver control of 36 to a driver control of 0, and an endgame of 93 to an endgame of 55, with a 30-point penalty hitting the Red Alliance.
Blue Alliance did end up clutching out pretty nicely in the endgame, but it wasn't enough.
And once again, that St. Mark Robotics, those wheels, please don't fret. Everybody has had wheels fall off. If they tell you that their wheel has never fallen off, they probably have also never driven. In FRC, we've seen whole side panels come off.
I've seen that in FTC too.
Yeah, but it's different when you have a bumper attached to your side panel.
That is true. That is true.
You're trying to drive, you just like, clink. Wait, what is that hanging? Is that a bumper? I don't think that's supposed to be there.
Now looking over at the Norfolk, Virginia qualifier, we have teams 11209, Code Crushing Difference, 36 13968 Smokey Jr. on the Red Alliance, and 19969 Artificial Unintelligence, and 13804 Pout and Spear on the Blue Alliance.
Come on, I know you can say it faster than that. I know you got it in you. I know you got the speed run like I got it. Come on. We got teams 11209, teams 3668, teams 19969, teams 13804. So once again, that is the Code Crushing Griffins and Smokey Jr. for the Red Alliance, and Artificial Unintelligence and Power Spears for the Blue Alliance. Come on, I know you got the speed.
Don't just show off, right? There's a timeout in progress.
I mean, there's a minute left. We have all the time to do this.
That's what I'm saying.
I did that in like 10 seconds. It was fun. What should be known as amazing is the fact that I don't drink coffee and I don't really do energy drinks. So all this energy, we don't know where it ever comes from.
It's natural production.
Just zoom. Where did you get that? We don't know. Same like when I go running places, I normally wear steel toe boots everywhere. So then when I take them off and I actually put on tennis shoes and run, one, the shoes feel weird, but two, oh man, speed is fun.
What? Is that just like a personal preference where like steel toed boots?
My family owns a construction company. I've been in construction my whole life. So
Okay.
being safe on work sites was probably the first thing I learned. Look left, look right, look up, look down. I had a reflective vest before I had a regular vest. I had a hard hat before a baseball cap. I knew how to swing a hammer and swing a. I knew my different types of screwdrivers and wrenches before I was really walking much.
I just got you with a classic Phillip head. Alright, it does look like the teams are setting up. This next qualification match, number 21, it should be on its way very soon.
I know one of the other fun things that happened when I was growing up was I always used to have a Leatherman on me. And so people used to sit there confused. They were like, isn't that a knife? And I'm like, no, it's a multi-tool that just happens to contain a knife. But once again, look at these fields. Once again, look at these fields. I can't wait to see these fields activate.
Oh, I can't wait to do that in person.
Laurel seems to be activating.
Yeah, once again.
Okay, Laurel is activating.
All right, pointing our attention towards the Laurel, Maryland qualifier. Looks like
I'm still loving the shadowy look of Laurel.
It's so like dramatic. The lighting is doing it justice.
Unfortunately, I don't know how much justice it does the vision sensors for these Drivers,
robots.
pick up your controllers.
That is very true. That's
3, 2, 1.
Also very important when it comes to programming.
That's also why FRC uses reflective tape on everything.
Alright, we have just gone into our tele-up, and Red Alliance looks like it's going to make up for its major penalties scored in the autonomous section.
I think the Termigators have been terminated once again on that spike.
That spike is deadly.
Dangerous. Not so much deadly. It is still made only out of plastic.
But we have seen a robot lose a wheel to it, so never underestimate plastic.
So it's crippling. It's not deadly. It's crippling.
All right.
Leaves you hobbling. I mean, I've functioned on 3 wheels before. And speaking of people being crippled, it looks like Team 19818, the Jade Innovations, needs to figure out a way to innovate themselves off of this spike themselves.
All right, there's about 10 seconds left on the clock. And about every robot is done set in its position, waiting for the match to end. And there we go. With that, the match has ended with 0 seconds left on the timer.
And so with a current unofficial score of 55 to 83, we're going to jump right back over into Harrisonburg, Virginia, where they are putting up massive scores with a current score of 137 to 154 in favor of the Blue Alliance, and it continues to jump as I continue to speak.
160 to 143, and the end game has not even started yet.
But they are getting ready for these ducks. Let the ducks begin. G-Force on one side, Frogbots on the other. Or is that Carrot? I can't fully tell from this angle. I think no, that's Carrot. Okay. Carrot on one side, G-Force on the other. Who's going to take the battle of the ducks? Frogbots trying to reclaim control. Frogbots trying to reclaim control over the shared hub. Can they get it back?
Tilted. It's tilted. And with that...
But as long as it's not clearly tilted in any person's directional favor, it's free and it doesn't count to anybody.
But look at those numbers, and I wouldn't be surprised if that goes up.
I see a new high score.
Again, one step by Robo-Lords, 1-1-1-2.
High score. Can I get a high score in the chat? Can I get a high score in the chat? Because even with penalties, I'm looking at a new high score. But before we get to look at that new high score, we have to jump over to the Truck and Tractor Museum over in Norfolk, Virginia, where they are getting ready to start their match. This is match number 21 out of 42. I can't wait to see that high score. It's a nail biter.
Harrisonburg's doing it all today.
Now, did they have a reset? Oh, so we had a technical issue for that match, so it is getting reset. Okay, cool. This is the other problem with a remote match. Sometimes the field isn't always able to communicate with us, so the match didn't actually start when it started, but it's gonna start this time, or it should start. Start is gonna start. It should start, might start. The start should start, the actual start of the match. We'll see the start. Don't worry. And if you're confused, don't worry, I'm confused too. But we also have Laurel, Maryland starting off their match right now. Now, for us, did you ever get to see the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum last year?
I did not know.
Oh, you have to go see it. It's over in Colonial Heights, Virginia. It's a wonderful, wonderful museum. They showed their virtual tour and everything, and it was a wonderful facility.
Okay, well,
not to mention all the wonderful as the
area is like 4 hours away from me. So.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, does look like we were about to receive
And
this.
the final
there it is.
new high score for today, Harrison, Virginia takes that score at 265 in a match that gives it to the Blue Alliance at a final score of 190 to 265. This score will have a point breakdown of a 65-point autonomous to a 84-point autonomous, a 122-point driver control to a 80-point driver control, and a 33-point end game to a 101-point end game. The Red Alliance unfortunately suffering 30 points worth of penalties. That penalty was a major for hub movement. Once again, wonderful scores. Wonderful scores across the board. Even with the penalty, that's still pushing the 200-point barrier.
Harrisonburg is just going wild today.
Once again, Harrisonburg said, I'll start late.
I'm in that 100-point barrier. Broke the 100-point barrier just within the end game.
Yeah, I mean, but look at that. I said I wanted to see somebody go past 250. They put 265 on the board. So now Harrisonburg, I want 275. Matter of fact, I want 300 Harrisonburg. Harrisonburg, give me 300.
Both of those teams on that Blue Alliance are pushing top 5 with 11112 on second place and 2818 in third.
I mean, but we've been seeing Robolords put up high numbers even when they were a surrogate.
Absolutely. So,
but speaking of numbers, in these final 15 seconds over in Laurel, Maryland, we have a score of 92 to 5. Can they finish it out? What are these points going to look like?
Already
current unofficial score popping up at 110 to 8, but it will continue to jump. Also, over in the Norfolk, Virginia qualifier, that match finalizing out with a current unofficial score of 76 to 82. We will wait for that final score to pop up as well. But 265. I like it.
Wait for the elimination matches. That's going to get crossed. I can guarantee it. I can almost
There's no eliminations here today. But the final score is 8 to 126 over in Laurel, Maryland, with a point breakdown of a 3-point autonomous to a 23-point autonomous, a 2-point driver control to a 14-point driver control, and a 3-point endgame to an 89-point endgame. This was another clean match in favor of the Blue Alliance. But yeah, no, unfortunately, there are no eliminations now. Due to the cohort, due to the cohort layout, if you're top, you're top. Because remember, you get compared to all the cohorts, not just your cohort.
That is true. Interesting layout. All right.
We aren't allowed to have all of them there at the same time, and so it would be slightly unfair to have somebody from cohort 1 sitting around all day to wait for cohort 4 to finish, to turn around and say, okay, well, did you make it into the eliminations, and then still have eliminations?
Oh, now looking back at Norfolk, Virginia, we have the Blue Devils. Both alliance with each other for Red Alliance.
So we have Portable Blue Devils 2 and Portable Blue Devils going up against Lancaster Kinetic Storm and Powhatan 3 Vector. But over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we also have the Mechanical Mafia and the A-Team going up against Bruin Bots and Sparta Bots. I want to see this Blue Devil on I want to see this double on double action. So what ends up happening? Do they have a cooperative autonomous mode? Do they have conflicting autonomous modes? Because once again, like I said,
cooperation has to be smooth. They're both portable, right? It has to be smooth.
USBs are technically portable, but some USBs are very faulty. I mean, shoot, floppy disks were supposed to be portable. We know how well that worked.
I'm pretty sure most people these days are like, what is a floppy disk?
I had a kid tell me, was that a fancy coaster? Because we showed them a picture of it. They thought it was a coaster.
Yeah, no.
I also showed another person and they said, is that the save button? I was like, yes, we got a life-size printout of the save button. Not the save button was modeled after this. This is just a life-size save button. Yep, that's exactly what this is.
I don't think I've seen one, like, face to face.
You've never seen a floppy disk? Well,
I don't think I have.
I remember the days of using floppy disk.
Grandpa, back in my day.
Hey, if I'm gonna do my back in my day, I'm gonna talk about VHS and cassette tapes, having to rewind those. That's a back in my day.
I remember those.
Did you have to rewind them yourself, or did you have an auto rewind? Because I remember there was a pencil that sat next to the TV on purpose. And one of my friends was like, why is this pencil here? This is how you rewind movies. That pencil sat next to that TV even after we got a DVD player. That was just that pencil spot.
After all it's been through, it deserves to be there.
That pencil was memorialized. But we are underway in Norfolk, Virginia. Looking at these matchups, look at that autonomous go.
And this is actually the last match of cohort number 2.
Unfortunately, I really hope that the Blue Lions does not get that penalty for dragging that shared shipping hub. They might receive that penalty because they did sort of kind of drag the shared shipping hub.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
But with a score of 36-13 in favor of the Blue Alliance, this will be a wonderful match. Can the Blue Alliance separate away from the pack, or will they be glued back together with the Red Alliance? Blue Lions pulling away with a score of 62-26 as we're getting closer and closer to this end game.
15 seconds left on the clock before we reach end game.
Let's see end game.
Teams are still rushing to get as many crates as they can on their respective Alliance shipping hub. Oh, but now they're moving on to getting ready for the Ducks. Straight to it. Blue Alliance is dumping Ducks on the field.
We also just received word that Harrisonburg just put up our district's high score with that 265 score. So once again, congratulations to the Robo Lords and congratulations to G-Force for putting up that score of 265. You are the current district high score holders.
And with that, the Norfolk qualifier match number 22 has just finished with an unofficial score of 114-38. Still expected to jump.
Jumped as you said it, 134-54. Let's get these
All right, now
points
directing
higher.
our attention back to Harrisonburg. See, Red Alliance has currently 90 and Blue Alliance is at 11, and endgame has just started. Teams are rushing to get as many Ducks as they can onto the field. It looks like, ooh, Blue Alliance has scored one more onto their respective Alliance shipping hub.
Once again, two wonderful matches over in Harrisonburg. Their current unofficial score being 165 to 80. Over in Laurel, Maryland, a very close nail biter with a current unofficial score of 105 to 103 in favor of the Red Alliance.
Norfolk's Cohort 3 drivers meeting starts at 12:50 and their matches will start at 1 o'clock.
And the final score coming out of that Norfolk event for cohort number 2 with a score of 110 to 54, the Blue Alliance will take that victory with a point breakdown of a 34-point autonomous to a 13-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control to a 13-point driver control, and a 68-point endgame to a 28-point endgame with an unfortunate 30-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance.
Even with that penalty, they still managed to break through that 100-point barrier. They're looking good.
Speaking of breaking through barriers, look at that final score over at Laurel, Maryland, 105 to 135. We have a point breakdown of a 39-point autonomous to a 49-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, a 48-point endgame to a 56-point endgame, and a unfortunate 10-point penalties facing the Red Alliance.
Scores are really coming close, neck and neck. It's really anybody's game.
But look at that. Two of the teams moved into the second and third point position in that match.
Harrisonburg qualifier match number 16 has just ended with an unofficial score of 141 on the Red Alliance to 80 points on the Blue Alliance. Still waiting for the refs to hear back for an official score.
This is always the tensest point, just waiting on that final score. And the final score will be in at 141 to 80 points in favor of the Red Alliance, with that point breakdown being a 52-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 38-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and an 81-point endgame to a 63-point endgame with an unfortunate 30-point penalties facing the Red Alliance.
Red Alliance did win that with an overwhelming one, almost 61-point lead even after reaching a 30-point penalty.
I wonder what that penalty was for this time. We keep seeing all these penalties popping up, and it's generally been a whole lot of major penalties for...
It is very easy to get major penalties this season with how easily movable and spinnable these shipping hubs are.
I mean, but that's why I said this is a real big game of finesse, and this is why I keep trying to get on drivers and driver control, is this is a big game on finesse. You touch one thing, you're going to catch that penalty. You have to be very comfortable and very confident when driving. You cannot have jitters, you cannot have shakes, you can't overcompensate for something.
Driver practice is key for this because you just have to know. You have to get comfortable with it. You have to know what the limits are before a penalty arises.
I like how clean and even these fields look when we take our breaks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially back to
just
the
look,
Laurel, Maryland one. The
just look at
dramatic
these.
lighting.
It's just so nice. Like when you look at Laurel, Maryland right now, this looks like if the field was shut off, and it's actually what the field looks like when it's on.
It looks like one of those dramatic movie scenes.
Like I said, it's just like the mood lighting before you start up a match. Like this, you just need the ambient sound.
Absolutely. It
And
looks
then
like a
when we
sliver
look
of
over
like,
at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, it almost looks like the field isn't there. It really looks like they're playing on concrete. Once again, look at these robots. Look at these teams. Look at all of our wonderful volunteers.
working hard to make sure these competitions can happen. They really aren't possible without our volunteers and refs.
This makes me really miss the field because I know if we were actually on the field right now, oof, we'd have all the songs playing right now, whether it be Hamster Dance, Cotton Eye Joe, Cupid Shuffle, all sorts of other wonderful things.
Always the most fun part after like all the games are done. Everyone's just, you know, relaxed now.
Teams, what was your favorite song to dance to or enjoy during the in-betweens of a match? Also, what was your favorite little mini thing about being at the competition? I know at a lot of the DC events, a lot of the teams would go buy like Krispy Kreme donuts, and so there was one team that used to buy like 5 dozen Krispy Kreme donuts and just sell them at the events. Especially at kickoff, for example, they'd have like 10 dozen donuts and be selling the boxes of dozen donuts to the teams. Not even to turn a profit, just to simply be like, hey, we know everybody's here first thing in the morning, have a donut.
Those people are heroes without capes.
I know personally from my team, I talk about it all the time with us being an FRC team and we used to have these huge budgets and everything else. I had $1,000 budget just for pizza.
Hey, when you got a team with like 40 people, you need to feed them.
Army doesn't run. Army runs on its stomach. And the buttons, yes, I used to love buttons. I actually still love buttons. Once again, I had to give. I chose to give a lot of my buttons back to my team when I graduated.
3,
But I still have a
2,
few of our buttons up
1.
here, and I've been receiving buttons from other teams. And once again, I tell teams all the time, if you want to send me buttons, give me buttons to put up on our wall. I love having buttons for the wall.
I remember there's this one game announcer. He was he'd always get like different like I guess like parts from like other different teams, like the Eagle Purple socks, right? Like he'd get like the socks from them, he'd get like a hat from another team. So he'd have like a team shirt from another team. So he'd be like repping all these different teams. It was kind of like a statement, you know, like a form of unity.
It's what you're supposed to do. A lot of the DC teams, we have the DC Coalition or DC Alliance, whatever they want to call it this time. But with that, all of the FRC teams have this same like unified hat that we have. It's this bright blue hat, which is the DC blue, the DCPS blue or something like that. But out of all the rivalries, out of all the conflicts that all the DC teams have, at the end of the day, if any of the DC teams ask for a part or ask for a place to train or ask for this or ask for that, all the DC teams are more than welcome to help each other.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like what First is all about, you know?
I remember, shoot, for one of our years, I said we normally bring a ton of people to the events and stuff like that. We had taken one of the nice large size school buses and filled it up with just robots and robot parts and people's go-karts and everything else, so that way we could take them to the events. And so we had maybe 4 teams worth on our one bus, and we were sitting there like, this is our bus, why am I chauffeuring you around? But at the end of the day, we were like, we know this is your best chance of making it to the event, so if this is what it takes for us to get you to the event, we'd rather play you at the event. Especially when it came to our rival school, we were like, what? We will bubble wrap your robot for you just so you have no excuses for why your robot failed against us in competition.
I mean, yeah, you always wanna compete against your rivals when they're at their strongest, because there's no like personal feeling like gain when you beat them when they're down, you know? You feel better if they're at their best. Our team was like obviously small. I think our FTC team had like 10 members. So what we did was like, at least what the drivers did was like we our coach rented out a big van, like a U-Haul type van type thing, and then we'd load up all of our stuff in there. We'd even take some parts for our field, so that set it up at our hotel and then practice in like one of the hotel conference rooms.
The 9 times out of 10, FRC bot ain't getting set up in nobody's hotel unless we're doing a display. We are not getting away with that. I mean, I just wanted to know if I could just like run my robot through the lobby real quick.
Shoot some yoga balls at the hotel receptionist. It's no biggie.
And they're thinking they're just gonna see a little RC remote car or something, and I wheel in this 3x3 monstrosity. It's just, yeah, no, don't worry about it.
That like raises up into like 8 feet tall.
Don't worry, it doesn't bite. It's not here to take over the world yet.
I mean, it swings. It doesn't bite though.
It's got a lot of moving parts. It just don't bite. I remember one of my coaches actually, he was our physics teacher. Every single day, he wouldn't tell us what we would do in school, but he would always, if you asked him, so what are we doing today? He would always turn around and say, same thing we do every day, plan to take over the world. And we were like, okay, really? Every single day? Every single day? You can't tell me if there's a test today. You can't tell me if I needed to remember if it was test day or not. Not are we doing evil genius mode. Also, who knows what show that's from? I want to see where all my old heads are. Who knows what show that's from? I purposely left out the characters' names in that phrase, so don't try to tell me that I butchered the phrase.
Yeah, the chat's not. The chat's like, nah.
Trust me, somebody will hit it eventually. Normally somebody says something. Then we got a bunch of other phrases that we say all the time. It's always fun.
Right,
but coming up next, we have the A team and Frogbots going up against BC4H, Party Time Carrots, and the Mechanical Mafia. We are underway in that autonomous. It is almost over. Once again, I love the colorful robots. I really love the
Drivers,
LEDs on robots.
pick up your controllers.
And I know it's more of an
3, 2, 1.
Pop.
But I'm saying, if you look at the LEDs.
That was super quick. Already dumping in 1 crate into the shared shipping hub, and 2 now.
They're going back and forth for this. This is going to be a fun fight for the shipping hub. This is the question of who cycles better.
Frogbots is already putting in their 4th one.
Hey, it's a question of cycles. But remember, even though Frogbots is putting up a lot of them, they need it to clearly tip in their direction. If it doesn't clearly tip in their direction, then it doesn't count for anything other than just the general load up points. Like, see how it just tipped? Like, you see how it just tipped? That's how it needs to tip. It needs to stay like that for the rest of the day.
Oh, this is making that shipping hub look like a pie. It's almost filled up with all these yellow.
Hey, it's a pizza it's a one-sided pizza.
After pizza.
They got a supreme pizza with everything on one side.
And now Endgame has started and ducks are spinning.
They're going to cap. It's going to cap. Both caps are down.
Oh,
both
and they have
caps are
time to
down.
deliver. The speed is intense. Oh, one more cycle before the 10 seconds left. Oh, they got that cycle in. They're trying to make the park. Oh, they landed in the zone.
No, they're going for another cycle. They were about to go for another cycle.
Yeah,
They
were
did not
about
care.
to.
They were gonna. It is.
Okay, yeah.
And with a current unofficial score of 204 to 165, the Red Alliance trying once again to creep up on that high score, but once again trying to push past that 200-point barrier. We have referees all over the field. This is going to be a major analytical problem. I think this is the first time we've seen this. No, but I think this is no, but the funniest thing is right now, there's a wiffle ball on the middle of the red and blue line. It's not clearly on either line, so they're having a whole discussion as to who this scores towards.
Is it? Right.
This is a lot. This is a lot. The referees are having discussions. This is funny. Referees are going, I don't know which way this goes because it's in the middle.
Whose is it? Whose is it?
And I don't even think we've seen this before because they have ridges on it. So the only way that wiffle ball got to the middle is because of the fact that there's cubes on all four sides of the ridges, and the wiffle ball is perfectly perched in between the cubes. And so it's just barely sitting on the ridge. This is a new one. Yeah, this is a new one. It's in the center of the ridges. It's not clearly either direction.
165.
But look at the cube. Like I said, look at the wiffle ball. It's just not.
That supreme pizza is not making it easy on anybody.
It's just they're literally going down with a camera. They're about to ask questions. Referees, if we can get that picture later sent back to the official channels so we can see that better, because that's not one that we were able to figure out. I don't know how that works. But look at the other thing. Look at how many ducks they both got off. 9 ducks for the Blue Alliance, 7 ducks for the Red Alliance. Both of them got a cap. Just, man. 8 pieces of freight up on the top hub for the Red Alliance. That Red Alliance score is just steadily climbing. We have more and more people coming to inspect that last piece.
So that's the second record right there. Harrisonburg is going wild today.
They're record pushing. This one isn't a record breaker yet. It's a record push.
It's like second place.
It just keeps slowly climbing up. The points will just continue to tick up.
And they reached 265.
And they reached 300.
Yeah, that's the.
Once again, if we're reaching, I'm reaching big. I want 300.
Next score is gonna be 300 to break.
Yep. I told them break 250. They put 265. So now I'm telling them break 300. I want to see 400.
Hey, yo.
Some team is gonna figure it out.
I think they've deliberated to a final score. Or maybe not. Who knows?
No, there's a lot of people talking in the center of that field.
So many zebra stripes all at once.
There's a lot of people talking in the center of the field. See, you say zebras, but I still see a watermelon out there.
I see the watermelon too.
And the final score will be Red Alliance taking the win at 228 to 165 with a point breakdown of a 51-point autonomous to a 52-point autonomous, a 114-point driver control to a 38-point driver control, and a 83-point endgame to a 75-point endgame, with an unfortunate 20 points worth of penalties facing the Red Alliance. Those 20 points worth of penalties were for warehouse operations, I do believe, because I did see 2 wiffle balls fly out onto the field.
Both alliances were almost neck to neck until driver control period, where Frogbots was delivering an insane amount of crates into the shared shipping hub.
No, remember that 114 is... Where would that 114 go? I thought that 114 went up to the tower, not to the shared hub. I thought the shared hub was all endgame points. But 114 is still a lot. Look at that. Remember how fast that Frogbot was cycling?
Yeah.
It was just rolling. Now, this is also fun watching them. When you have this many items move across the field, now the referees have to decide where things go.
Like I said, back before the COVID situation, they had field reset volunteers to do this for them.
I mean, some of the referees started out as field resets, so it's just back to basics for them.
Full circle moment once again.
This is one of the few times where, once again, I do not envy the referees. That was a hard decision.
I still do. I would do anything to go back there and be on the field.
I like my box. I get to talk in my box. I get to enjoy my box. My box is my box. For example, when we go down to the Coliseum, my box is still going to be my box. I'm going to get to talk in my box. I'm going to get to look in my box. I'm going to get to enjoy my box. My box will be my box. But now I do see a bunch of robots with very, very bright colors and designs. I also see very bright and colorful teams as well. For example, when we see crowns, what does that mean?
Royal Ducks.
Come on, Faraz. I saw crowns on the field. Who was that?
The Royal Ducks. I'm playing. It's that district record setter 11112.
And then when we see purple and yellow on the field, who are we looking at?
That's a good question.
1, 3 something. There's a 1, 3.
I still can't get over that Laurel, Maryland's mood lighting at the empty gym.
It's not a gym, it's a theater. It's an auditorium.
Oh. That's what the mood lighting is for then.
Yeah, it's a theater. That's why I'm like, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful theater. It's just it invokes a sense of drama and passion on the field. Which is it?
Drama at the theater. I put on a little FTC play.
If we have Robot Shakespeare, I'm not commentating that event.
Thou art scoring thy penalty.
And he's already speaking Shakespearean. The ye old English is back, everyone. I actually did a couple of Shakespeare plays when I was a kid. Now that I think about it.
I couldn't even read Shakespeare.
Oh, I could read it. I could understand it. Crazy understands crazy. I could understand Shakespeare. Now, did it help that there were translations on the other side of the page? Yes.
All right. Does look like teams are getting ready to set up for this next qualification match. Again, love seeing those bright colored robots on the field.
I like seeing these bright colored teams too. Makes it very simple. Bright team, bright robot.
Right now.
Dark team, dark robot. So we see G-Force and Bruin bots. So that's Bruin bots with the purple that you didn't see, because that's G-Force in the bright yellow. So G-Force and Robolords, previously record setters together, what will they do when they face off? Robolords calling
very high scores.
Robolords calling on the power of the 300, going over to Sparta bots, and G-Force hoping that they have the heart of the bear from the Bruin bots. And with randomization 1, this is going to be on the low tower. This is actually a low scorer. I know most teams are hoping for randomization 3 or 6 so that way they can hit the high bar. Robots getting ready to go. Let's see this autonomous move. And they're off. Robolords
just put it in.
Hitting the right level. Robolords going for that duck wheel.
And it's done.
Can they park, or what are they gonna do? Oh, they're just going straight into the land of the warehouse.
I didn't get them this time. Oh, but look at both alliances' autonomous scores. They're both raising up.
62 to 46. These are scores to see. 78 to 46.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
This is what happens when you get a double park.
3,
This
2,
is what happens when you get a double
1.
park. 82 to 48. Unfortunately, I wonder what's going on with Sparta bots because they have not moved yet.
Looks like they're having some technical difficulties, maybe a little bit disabled. So we'll see what's going on over there.
Unfortunately, this is not a year where you want to be a shield wall Sparta bot. There we go. Call on the power of Leonidas to help you all. Get these bots moving.
There we go. All 4 robots on the field are officially moving. Robolords are dispensing crates onto their side of the shared shipping hub while it is visibly tilting towards the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, those Robolords are making quick work of that shared shipping hub.
Out, though.
Well, it's a wiffle ball. It's a rolling piece. It's a very weird piece to have this year. I understand why they put it in because it is I understand why they put it in because it is a very challenging piece, as well as if you have an intake that's specifically built for cubes and then you have a circle show up, it's really a round peg square hole situation.
It's not only that, it's because, First is all about reduce, reuse, recycle, and there's, reusing game pieces from the past.
Oh no, but I'm talking about using it in this year specifically. It really does come into a round peg square hole situation.
Now they scored in the high section of their alliance respective shipping hub. Waiting for their alliance to get out of the warehouse.
It's duck time!
They got that tape. They got that tape.
Ducky. Can they line up for their... And it's even tipped over right now, and they're still trying to get it. It must be magnetic or something. I wish I was down on the field so I could actually see what it was. Because there's no way you're picking up a piece that's already knocked up. Yeah, it has to be magnetic. Look at how it swings.
That's crazy. And with that, the time has gone off. 0 seconds left on
But
Schools
it
are
did
looking
drop
very
onto the
close.
top though. It did drop onto the top, so it will count as a scored piece. It just won't count as a cat piece.
After the watermelon and the zebras deliberate the scores, we'll see what the official scores are going to be.
Yet I'm the one talking about food, and you talk about watermelons.
A zebra could be considered food too. Alright, don't leave the zebras out.
I've ate a lot of various foods. I haven't been to Africa to go eat a zebra yet, so I'm gonna leave the zebras out of it. Because at that point, I'm gonna add the giraffes and everything else to it too.
Hey, just take a fork and a knife and hit up the zoo. Who needs to go to Africa?
That sounds like a couple more lawsuits than I want to deal with. I think it's a lot easier to get the exotic game license than it is to go to the zoo.
Fair enough.
Hey.
Oh, right now, it's neck and neck. 167 to 156. It could be anybody's game.
But 156 to 167. This is one I want to see how these teams talk about these pieces and such.
The refs again having a little bit of difficult time.
Now, the other thing that I find really cool about FTC that will never happen in FRC is all these refs being on the field. In FRC, we have our nice high walls for a reason. You cannot come onto that field. Not to mention this.
I wouldn't even want to with those monster tanks that you guys call robots. I'd be like, I'm safe on this side of the wall.
They're not tanks. They are little babies. They're just like
little. Yeah, sure. I don't think that's the right adjective to use.
They're little 120-ish pound babies. Just wait.
Our robots be weighing more than I do.
Dang, I mean, it just means you gotta go bulk up, put your weight up, go hop in the gym real quick.
You see me and the robot boys working out bench pressing?
And the robot might be able to bench press you. But with that final score coming in at 96 to 167, the Blue Alliance will take that victory with a point breakdown of a 78-point autonomous to a 46-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control to a 34-point driver control, and a 48-point end game to a 60 points worth of penalties. I wonder where those came from. Penalties come from? Who got penalized? Where were flags thrown?
2 major penalties, or it could be, combination. 1 major, 3 minors, 6 minors.
If you have 6 minors, that's a different problem. That's its own problem. If you managed to catch 6 minors, what did you do?
Not catch the hints. I mean, at least the good news is we haven't seen any more assault on the shipping hubs since,
That was Maryland. This is Virginia. They have different standards.
The DMV ain't be giving that driving license to just anybody. Road rage is not permitted.
Hey, In DC, you don't have to learn how to parallel park. What? A whole lot of things you don't have to do. We are really good with just give us the test.
Oh, Virginia doesn't have to either.
You walk in, you pay your money, they give it to you. You don't have to worry. Well, in Virginia, I'm surprised some of y'all don't take your driver's test on horseback and such, you know? Yeah, I'll be out in the middle of nowhere out in Virginia.
I live about like 30 minutes from, like 45 minutes from DC and Nova.
Yeah, I live about 5 minutes from the DC border inside of DC. I'm in DC. I'm about 5. I can see the Maryland border sign if I wanted to walk down the street.
Gotcha.
I also like how I can hear your keyboard right now, and it reminds me of my secondary keyboard when I use my secondary keyboard. Cause my main keyboard is pretty quiet. Like my microphone sits directly over my knuckles, about 3 inches over my knuckles when I'm typing on my main keyboard, and most people don't hear it. My secondary keyboard, however, is about a foot away from the microphone, and everyone can hear it. And people said, "Why?"
My microphone is in my ear right now with my AirPods, so like, I didn't think my laptop was that loud.
It could just be your sound sensitivity is high.
Possibly.
But I think
it is almost 1 o'clock, so the next cohorts should be resuming pretty soon for the Norfolk and Oral MD qualifiers. That last
So
match.
we got notice on our penalties. They got one major for the shared hub, and they got another major for duck related issues. So more than likely somebody had their hand on a duck while it was spinning.
Duck assault is not tolerated.
It's not really duck assault. You can't really assault the ducks.
If there's a will, there's a way.
It's more like duckual harassment. Like the other thing that messes me up with my system from time to time is the fact that I have 2 separate mice and 2 separate keyboards. And so I will be looking at my but like I have it somewhat simplified. So my left hand mouse goes to my left hand monitor.
Right.
My right hand mouse goes to my 2 right hand monitors. But my left hand keyboard goes to my right 2 monitors, and my right hand keyboard goes to my left hand monitor. So half the time I get messed up on keyboards. Not always messed up on the mice. Sometimes I feel blindly and grab the wrong mice, and that's how I'll mess up my mice. Other than that, I'm generally fine with the mice.
Just having 2 of everything. It's basically just having 2 computers.
Oh, I do have 2 fully separate computers. It's 2 full setups that are just conjoined to one. It's 2 full setups that are completely different video displays and everything else, but I have them linked for the audio display. I also have a couple of other game systems linked into the video and audio display, so I can change out the main monitor to use for other games and other events and stuff like that.
I have my I'm using my laptop right now. I just have like a secondary monitor hooked up.
I remember the days when I used to play stuff on one monitor and have 2 laptops plugged in. It used to be fun too. I always have friends asking, why are there 3 different things? And I'm like, I have fun.
Don't worry about it.
And my thing is, I remember I always wanted to have more monitors.
Yeah.
And so even with the 3 monitor display that I run right now, I'm always like, I want to get to 6. And then I reminded myself, if I wanted to have more monitors, I would need to either expand this way and have a full 180 of panels.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, where are you gonna fit that?
Or I need to stack over my monitors, which some of them are already large. I don't even remember let me get a tape measure out and actually measure my monitors again, because I remember I'm running pretty decent sized monitors. Let's see.
Oh, you know how curved monitors used to be a thing?
Measure. I mean, they still are a thing. I don't like them. They're a thing.
So imagine you get like 4 or 5 of those and you just like put them right next to each other, make like a little. I have 180.
So let's see. I have a 24-inch vertical. I have a 32. Is that 32 or 33? I have a 32-inch main screen and a 27-inch side screen. Yeah,
the one I'm using right now is 32 inches.
Yeah, I have too much space, but I literally wanted to get 3 32s, and then I realized how big a 32 is. I was like, I want another 32.
It's just a TV that's a monitor, like.
Yeah, it was like this is a small TV. This isn't a monitor anymore. And then at one point,
I have a TV in my room that I use as like a monitor sometimes.
Oh, my family joked. My family joked one time because we have an 85-inch TV downstairs in the basement, and since I use the basement the most, I was like, well, can I just use my setup down in the basement? And they were like, you cannot have an 85-inch monitor. That is not how this works. I was like, why not? I would be the best at every game. Every pixel would be an inch big.
Yeah, no,
you
don't have to worry about the FRC not being able to fit the FRC field on one screen no more.
I can fit 3 FRC fields on my screen. Or another one, for example, was I was like, if I used the 85-inch, they were like, you would still use mini monitors. And I was like, yes, I would. They were like, who uses the 85-inch and still needs mini monitors? The person who doesn't want to split screen the 85-inch. And
if you have 85 inches and you don't want to split screen, that's just you being selfish.
Hey, I want movie time and YouTube time and game time and everything else, and that's gonna be. I was like, my main screen is gonna be on the 85-inch. Now, when I want to watch something like Mandalorian and everything else, that's gonna be on the 33 on the sidebar. But while I'm playing my games,
specific monitors.
I can't be in the game talking about I'm gonna crush you, and then I have a little split screen error pop up. I mean, but the go big or go home motto definitely comes into play with a lot of other things that I use. For example, my lights. This isn't all of my lights cut on right now. This is only about half of my lights cut on. For example, I don't cut on my strobe lights. I don't cut on my lasers. I talked about getting a fog machine. I decided against getting a fog machine.
Yeah, you should not have a fog machine in your room.
It was gonna be wonderful with the lasers.
That is just not needed.
Lasers, fog machine, lasers. They go hand in hand.
I don't know. The max I had in my room was I had like some LED strips, but I ended up taking them off.
Some LED strips. Yeah, I think I passed that a couple 100 feet ago. Just the one that spells out my name, just to spell out my name, is 50 feet before it continues around the rest of the room. And so it's about 120 feet worth of LED strings.
Hilarious.
But we have matches underway in Harrisonburg, Virginia. They are going through their autonomous period. These robots are zipping and running around.
Once again, Frogbots with its immense speed right through the autonomous period.
I can't even see all the teams. I see Robo Lords and I see who's the next? Oh, Robo Lords and Bruin Bots going up against Frogbots and what's
Drivers,
that
pick up
last
your
spot?
controllers. 3,
What's that
2,
last spot? What's
1.
what's the last spot?
Frogbot Spike.
Oh, and Mechanical
cycling
Mafia.
speed is second to none.
This is when I like seeing the battle of the fastest bots. I like seeing the bot races. Once again, I love off season a little bit more than I love main season, because main season is all about the actual challenge. Off season, you can make a match whatever you want. I could say, hey, who has the fastest robot? We're doing robot races. We can do the battle of...
That's like, I don't know if that's super common in FTC though.
Because I know in FRC, for example, they'll have like weight class specific off seasons. So they'll be like, this is the featherweight off season. This is the...
Oh, it does look like Frogbots have been spiked.
Oh, an unfortunate situation. No, but they wiggle themselves free from that spike.
Got out.
Once again, credit to that driver knowing exactly how to maneuver off of that spike. Looks like that spike might have taken a little bit of paint from him though. Looks like I see a little speck of green on the...
But it's okay. Look at them go. The game still hasn't started yet, and they're already still making moves.
Both teams neck and neck.
Oh my lord. Both past the 100-point barrier. Red Alliance is 2 points in the lead.
The Blue Alliance unfortunately knocking some wiffle balls out onto the field. Hopefully those don't cause any moving penalties. Robo Lords trying to extend that long arm. Does it go? It goes. Do we get a double cap though? Do we get a double cap? I want a double cap. We have 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 a double cap. I wasn't paying attention to Frogbots. We have a double cap.
I think Red Alliance.
Bruin Bots and Robo Lords have done a double cap. Both teams getting tons of ducks onto the field.
Look at those unofficial scores, 196 to 184.
But we're jumping right back over into Norfolk, Virginia, where they're going into randomization, where they're coming into their end game. And this is cohort number 3. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the Red Alliance. That spinner looks to be over top of the duck wheel.
Right, it's having a little... Ooh.
And once again, I talked about this at the beginning of this morning, and I've talked about it multiple times today.
Big wheel.
When in doubt, make it bigger.
Size matters.
Just make it bigger.
And we have a score of 16-9 to 16 in the Blue Alliance.
I also like how all the teams on each side were the correct colored teams.
That's hilarious, dude.
All the teams on the Red Alliance are wearing red. All the teams on the Blue Alliance are wearing blue.
Perfect color coding.
When the randomization actually works.
Using a color sensing algorithm.
Once again, my school's colors were red and black, and I can't tell you the amount of times where we would spend like 5 events on the blue side, and we'd be sitting there. Our whole crowd is red, and they're all yelling Blue Alliance. And the score will be 56 to 25 with a point breakdown of a 6-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control to a 0-point driver control, and a 36-point endgame to a 22-point endgame. This was a clean match with no penalties. I do believe that they received a warning for that wheel, though. They just didn't get penalized for it.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Once again, referees aren't here to hurt you. They aren't here to penalize you. They are here to help as best as they can. Speaking of things that are helpful, let's look at this helpful score coming in favor of the Blue Alliance. We have a score of 158 to 174 with a score that was decided once again by penalties. With an 82-point autonomous to a 58-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control to an 88-point driver control, and a 74-point endgame to a 48-point endgame. Red Alliance suffering 40 points worth of penalties, Blue Alliance suffering 20 points worth of penalties. Red Alliance receiving 1 major for moving the hub and another minor for scoring in the warehouse. Blue receiving 2 minors for warehouse operations. Once again, those wiffle balls flying out on the field. Coming up next in Norfolk, Virginia, we have some team names that I love yelling out. We have AlphaGo and Independent. We also have Quantum Falcon and the League of Incompetent Gentlemen. I need the incompetent gentleman to go alongside the unintelligent, the artificial unintelligence, because it just sounds like fun. There's another reason why I like off-season. You can pair teams just by their name. You don't even have to pair them by any reason. You just put teams together because of their name. Your name sounds like this name. Let's do it.
At that point, if you're in charge of that, you're just gonna put every single like sister team together.
Oh no, I've seen people. I've seen people do events with just sister teams. Like you had to have a sister team to go to the event.
Interesting.
And that was your alliance mate for the entire event, was your sister team.
That sounds like it could be fun. All right, let's look like the teams are getting ready to set up for this next qualifying match in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay, AlphaGo's already back into the chat.
Ooh.
And we're off over in the Norfolk qualifier.
That giant beast of a red robot.
That's
God.
AlphaGo. That's AlphaGo with that huge black bot. And look at those fast cycles.
They're tearing it up during autonomous.
Yeah. It bees like that.
It bees like that.
It bees like that.
54-32 just in the autonomous period, leaning towards the Red Alliance. 76.
Now, once again, with AlphaGo, however, one thing that I do really like about them is look at how when they come over obstacles, they have that little rocking and bouncing that happens with their mechanism. It really helps them avoid getting stuck.
That in itself is allowing them to go through such fast cycles.
They refuse to get stuck on anything. I don't think I've seen AlphaGo get stuck on anything yet this season.
It's not possible. Look at that tank of a beast.
And I mean, look at this. Halfway into the match, already 8 pieces on the top goal, and it's still balanced. Oh, I spoke too soon. Their teammate unbalanced it. It was balanced.
They're gonna fix it. They're gonna fix it.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
Once it tips, it's just tipped. We just leave it tipped at that point.
They're trying. They're putting crates on the other side. They're really trying. Oh.
Once it's tipped, I just leave it tipped. Now I would go take over that shared hub though. Go take the shared hub. Go take the shared hub.
They still got 20 seconds until end game, and they're tearing it
Yeah.
up. Ooh.
But I know that they're also gonna. They just tripped over a game piece. They're fine. But once again, you see that huge intake on the top. The one that I talk about looks like a Rolodex.
Yeah.
Cause it's all soft. It's just a bunch of bristles.
Oh, the rubber duck.
It's time for the duck race. The duck race. The duck race. Duck race. Duck race. Duck 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 quack quack.
Ooh.
Blue Alliance doesn't seem to be going for any of their ducks this time. They seem to be content with just going for the shared hub.
You know, if they can get those tilted points, then that's...
But with a current unofficial
0 seconds
score
left.
of 86 to 160 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance trying to show out very early on.
Put up a little more.
Oh, it'll continue to move. Red Alliance already showing out. We're jumping right back over to Harrisonburg, Virginia, where they're rounding out their final seconds of their match. This match neck and neck, currently sitting at 118 to 104. But it will climb and it will rise.
Oh, Blue Alliance just jumped up like a
Okay, so they didn't count any of the ducks. That's what happened. They were neck and neck until ducks got counted.
Yeah, them 9 duckies made a real difference.
124 to 162, 134 to 162, the current unofficial. We will watch these points climb and see where it goes.
$134 to 168 right now, leaning towards the Blue Alliance.
And once again, teams, if we fail to show any of your matches at any point in time, please don't forget to go back and look at the YouTube archives within the next few days. That will be where all matches are posted, so that way everyone has a chance to go see their matches be played. They may not have our wonderful color commentary, but they will still be visible.
All right, for that last qualification match in the Harrisonburg, we have 110 points for the Red Alliance and 138 points for the Blue Alliance, giving them the win. In autonomous period, the Red Alliance has 22, opposed to the Blue Alliance has 60. Driver control 48, 48 neck and neck. End game, Red Alliance did receive 70 points and Blue Alliance did get 30, and they both had major penalties matching for both tipping the mid for the shared hub.
Once again, driver control, finesse. Gotta find the fine line between I can touch it and I'm gonna bully it out of the way. Please do not bully it out of the way. Just a nice little love touch. Nice little love tap.
A shared hub is not a punching bag. Just one more clarification. Looks like the points got updated there. It was 110 to 163. The penalties have changed, they both still receive matching minors for the shared hub.
And you mean matching majors?
Yeah.
And coming up soon over in Laurel, Maryland, the next teams coming up in that cohort will be Yajic Transformers and Foxcroft facing off against Honey Nut Gyrios and Bot Brains.
Gyrios.
I still want to see what a bowl of Honey Nut Gyrios is like.
It's gonna be a bowl of milk with a bunch of gears in them.
What is it? Nuts and bolts? Is it?
And straight up like 3-tooth gears.
That would be that Honey Nut Gyrios. If y'all have a sister team, you need honey bunches of bolts. That's what the sister team needs to be.
Perfect wordplay.
That's what the sister team needs to be. I'm sorry, I've coined it now. I need you all to make a sister team for next season. I need to see Honey Nut Gyrios and honey bunches of bolts.
One way or another, our commentating has to go back to food. There's just no other way.
If your team name has something to do with food, I'm going to talk about food. It's gonna happen. And this just in, Team 9450 has been Team 9450 Falcons First is not available today, so we have AlphaGo stepping in as their surrogate. I can't read half of these team names without laughing. And I want to read the team names now, but I don't because they're not here yet. We're not going to talk about the choo-choos. But if we are going to talk about the choo-choos, we also going to talk about Barely Awake.
Barely awake. And you were up here at like 7:30.
I'm up much before that to get on. I don't cut on the camera until 7:30. We're here well before that. I do have to set up all three of these monitors and all like 7 tabs before we go live. I just realized I do keep a bunch of tabs open. I have a tab for each team number. I used to keep a tab open with all the match schedules too.
I know. I'm only just running on one laptop and one monitor. It's split screen the monitor right now.
And we also have then I also generally keep the Twitch feed open. I also keep open a lot of our surveys and stuff like that. I keep a lot of things open.
Yeah, I know a guy like you though.
Then occasionally
split screening.
I mean, I'm using 3 different splits.
Looks like the autonomous period has begun. AlphaGo is again rushing towards this the shipping hub.
Looks like both autonomouses have started, both in Laurel and in Norfolk.
Ooh.
That is
looks like some major
unfortunate.
assault. That looks like some major assault right there on the shipping hub.
That wasn't assault. That was a spin move. AlphaGo was trying to play basketball.
Drivers,
You saw
pick
how
up your
AlphaGo lifted up?
controllers.
They said,
That is some
spin
aggressive.
move,
That is some
and then they just
aggressive defense. Nah, that's some aggressive defense right there.
they just did a spin move. You know, they just a little bit of bump and roll. You know, pick and roll.
Again, that maneuver over the spikes, unmatched.
It's that suspension. It's that heavy duty suspension that
Absolutely. Already filled up the top. Almost there.
AlphaGo's suspension is that California lowrider. It's just
Oh, them wiffle balls. Yeah, so the Blue Alliance has received a major penalty for assaulting their shipping hub during the autonomous period.
like I said, it wasn't an assault. It was just a spin move. You know, he was playing a little bit of basketball.
Ordered by the refs. Ordered by the refs.
I mean, we don't have to quote them all the time. But it's duck time. Ducky, 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 ducky.
That's two.
Red Alliance rushing for their ducks. I can't tell who that is. Is that 965? Who's 965? Oh, tiny bot.
I cannot tell.
That's 965. That's the League of Incompetent Gentlemen.
AlphaGo lost a wheel.
You said AlphaGo lost the wheel? Where?
Yeah.
Where?
That is what I'm hearing from the field.
Oh, they may have lost the wheel. These robots are built tough.
Yeah.
Like Ford, one of our first sponsors.
75%. They can still go on 75% of their drivetrain.
I mean, a lot of these robots nowadays are starting to use the 6-wheel drive like like FRC does.
I don't think I've seen many.
I've seen a few, especially on the bigger tank bots. I've seen a few of them go to the 6-wheel drive. Now, once again, I still miss the days of the X bots and the Spider bots and when it got extreme with the Hexagon and Octagon bots, but
the Red
Blue
Alliance
will take this. Oh, go ahead and speak. Go ahead, do your read off. I'll go do it for what's that, Laurel? Yeah, I'll do it for Laurel.
Yeah, so the score for this match has been 123 to 67, 123 towards the Blue Alliance. They received 3 points in autonomous, 84 in driving control, 66 in endgame, and a penalty of 30 points, whereas the Red Alliance has received 39 points in autonomous, 2 points in driving control, 36 points in endgame, and 10-point deduction from penalties.
And jumping right over to Laurel, Maryland, the Red Alliance will win with a score of 92 to 65. With a point breakdown of a 32-point autonomous, a 3-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control to a 28-point driver control, a 60-point endgame to a 44-point endgame, and a negative 30 penalty and a negative 10 penalty, respectfully. Once again, these penalties will bite you. Please, please be careful with penalties. Please, drivers, take care. Please, programmers, also take care. As we saw with the spin move by AlphaGo during the autonomous period. I wonder if them losing the wheel is what caused the spin move.
That could be a possibility because, 75% of not having your drivetrain would make your autonomous not work as intended.
Well, just the balance of it. That's a bouncing bot. If your balance is off and you're missing a wheel, as soon as you bounce down, you're gonna bounce down and catch traction in the wrong direction. Now, another thing about y'all's setups and y'all's controllers and such, y'all don't get actual tables to use, and I find that weird. Y'all don't get actual.
We had like tiny little stools, like maybe like a. I think it was like.
But y'all bring stools. Y'all have to bring stools. We don't bring anything. We have a.
Back when I did, we didn't have to bring anything, but back when I did it, we didn't have to bring anything. But like, it wasn't big. I think it was like a 1x1 little like a 1x1 little table that we had to put our like joysticks on.
Well, speaking of teams getting ready to show up and show out, RoboCavs bringing all of their sisters out today. We have RoboCavs Gold going alongside Omnitech facing off against RoboCavs Black and RoboCavs Silver. Once again, this is what happens when you have a bunch of sisters. You can do matches like this. Hey, are you playing? Are you playing? Yeah.
Omnitech can be a honorary RoboCavs. RoboCavs Omnitech.
This is RC Omni. We got RC Gold, RCB, RCS. This is RCO.
Built different.
And see, the chat agrees with me. It wasn't an assault. It was a spin move. It's just a gentle little, roundabout, little shake and bake.
That was a shake and maneuver, bro. He took him across the field. It still wasn't as bad as that other one from Laurel.
It was like a ballerina getting ready to take flight. Have you not seen a ballerina do her little pirouettes and such? It's just like
we'll call it a
wonderful,
tango. We'll call it a tango.
lift. Just.
But like, who told them it was a 1v1 against the shipping hub? It's supposed to be an FTC qualification between Red Alliance and Blue Alliance. Again, when this feed gets published on YouTube, I gotta rewatch that. I gotta rewatch that spin move.
I'm telling you, if somebody goes back to that spin move and puts a basketball in that robot's hand, they're going to the NBA. That was a professional level spin move. It was professional pick and roll. They were going for the layup. It was perfectly legal. Clean contact. Also, a reminder from the field. Teams, make sure that you are being safe. Make sure that you all have your glasses and masks. Make sure that you are wearing your safety goggles and safety glasses at all times. Please remember that if you are going to take off your mask for any reason, such as to eat or drink, that you do so outside the facility. You must have them on at all times.
With that, qualification match number 26 has begun.
That used to be a really huge thing, especially for FRC. If your glasses were off at all.
No, that was a big thing in FTC too. They're just very strict on, making sure everyone's safe.
No, I mean in FRC, you couldn't even be in the queue line with your glasses off.
Yeah, I'm.
Not near the field, not near the field, not in the pits.
Drivers,
in between
pick up your controllers.
They used to have the little hallway in between the pit and the field.
3, 2.
Wow.
You couldn't be in that hallway without your glasses on. Everything, that whole zone was glasses on.
All right.
And speaking about things being on, these points are on with 38 to 25 in favor of the Red Alliance.
60 seconds left on the clock until endgame. Teams are doing their best to score as many points as they can.
Now, ooh, that's a major for the Blue Alliance. That was a bump.
Yeah. Hopefully they can make it up now.
Now, looking over at team 2343. This is Omnitech. One thing that I will say, and I don't know whether you did this with your bots or not, but we always used to trace our wires or use cable protectors on all of our wires.
No, we did the same thing. We'd have like cable management, like tubes and stuff.
Because I'm just looking at, and all the RoboCavs have the same system, so it just made it obviously noticeable when you look at the difference in the robots. All of them are
It has
just
been
portrays.
confirmed on the field that Blue has received a major penalty for moving the hub.
Because I'm just looking at how their wires are, and I understand that your wires sometimes have to extend a long distance, but
And right now, with an unofficial score of 125-39 on the Red Alliance, we'll see if the score starts to shoot up a little bit.
once again, a wonderful score so far with that 125-39 unofficially. And over in Virginia, over at the Truck and Tractor Museum, they're over there with 195-67 in favor of the Blue Alliance, unofficially.
And for that Maryland qualifier, the official score is 125-45, leaning towards the Red Alliance. Autonomous scored 26, driver control 42, endgame 57, and a clean match of 0 penalties, whereas the Blue Alliance received 25 autonomous, 14 driver control, 36 in the endgame, but again received a major penalty for moving the hub. And looking over to the Norfolk qualifier, we have 201-87 leaning towards the Blue Alliance. They received 37 points in autonomous, 104 in driver control, 60 in the endgame, and a clean match of 0 penalties. Same to the red side, 87 points in total, 20 in the autonomous, 17 in driver control, 50 in the endgame, and a clean match of 0 points in penalty scores. Next upcoming, we have teams 14607 Robot Uprising and 2259 Quantum Falcon on the Red Alliance, with on the Blue Alliance 17150 Trojans and 965 the League of Incompetent Gentlemen. They do have a timeout in progress for 5 minutes. And for the Maryland Laurel qualifier for match number 27, they have teams 19640 Foxcroft and 9530 Haina Gyrios and 2343 Omnitech and 18697 Monkey Bang Rock on the Blue Alliance. Looks like the field's almost ready to get set up, so the qualification match can begin. But one of the coolest parts about these types of Virginia qualifying tournaments is you have teams from all over the state, even different states, coming to compete. So each of these teams, they're interacting with each other. They're partnering up with each other. They could be against each other in the next match. They could all be from different parts of Virginia. So just having that like unity as a state, it's really nice to see. All right, we will now direct our attention to the Laurel, Maryland qualifier, match number 27. It will now go underway. All right, the match is now underway in the autonomous period. We now see many of the robots going on the field start scoring for the autonomous. We see ducks getting moved during the autonomous period. We see 2 robots parked in their warehouses. And with that, the autonomous period is concluded.
Pick up your controllers.
49 points to 29 points.
3,
leading in the blue
2,
lines.
1.
31 to 55. Alright, so we do see the see what it looks like the Blue Alliance trying to make their way over to the shared shipping hub so they can put in a crate. Looks like they're struggling a little bit to get over the spikes. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both have all 4 of the robots inside the warehouses. Oh, but Red Alliance has put in a crate into the shared shipping hub, tilting it over to their side. All the robots are cramped together trying to make a move. Oh, and the Blue Alliance has managed to put one onto the shipping crate, as did Red. There's 30 seconds left before the end game starts. Let's see how much these teams can rack up before then. Another on the shared shipping for the Red Alliance. It looks like the Blue Alliance has moved on to putting crates into their respective Alliance shipping hub. Red Alliance has made a significant tilt towards their side on the shared shipping hub. Football fell out. Okay, endgame has just started. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Teams still have time to make significant points. The Blue Alliance is looking to score a cap. Can they do it? Right there. And Blue Alliance has successfully capped. Okay. Red Alliance is still dumping ducks onto the floor. 6 seconds left on the field, and they have parked. Okay, right now with an official score of 120-69. Clear to jump because of the amount of crates that are on the shared shipping hub. It's a solid match. 20 to 81. 91. Still respected to the Blue Alliance. Alright, and directing our attention to the Norfolk qualifier, match number 27. The autonomous period has just started. 10 seconds left until the teleop periods. Right now it's 19 to 3. Robots are on their own during their pre-programmed autonomous section.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
With that, the teleop section has begun, and all 4 robots are racing around the field trying to score as many points as they can. Red Alliance has just scored 1 into their respective Alliance shipping hub, and now it looks like And Red Alliance just scored another one. It is a little bit tricky trying to communicate with your alliance partner, moving in and out of the warehouses at consistent times to make sure you guys are working in sync with each other, making sure there are no collisions. There are about 40 seconds left on the timer before endgame starts. Teams are still making their way, trying to score as many points as they can. Ooh, they just knocked off one crate from their alliance shipping hub. Will they make it up? About 15 seconds left on the clock before they reach into endgame. Scores are still pretty close, 21-7. Let's see what they can do. About 5 seconds left before they reach endgame. And with that, they have entered the endgame period. Blue Alliance has rushed over to start moving the ducks. And they move the ducks. Looks like the wheel may be a little bit over the table. Okay, they've got one. About 10 seconds left on the timer. How many more points can each team score? 3, 2, 1. And with that, it looks like the match is over. Oh, 65. Scores unofficially are looking like 46-34 right now. May jump. 47-52. Alright, looks like Red took the lead. And back, Blue has 57 points again, reclaiming their lead. That was a very close match. Red Alliance was able to put 5 crates on the top of their Alliance shipping hub. They dropped 6 ducks, whereas the Blue Alliance dropped 4. Just waiting to hear back for the official scores from the ref. As we redirect our... who came back to join me?
I had to come back. I'm seeing a team that I miss so dearly. One of my, so remember I told you that I started out on an FRC team and then my FRC team spawned 2 little sister teams?
Right.
Yeah, one of those sister teams is out here playing, so I had to come back. I went and my coach went and messaged me asking was I gonna be here today. I had to come back.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Autonomous period
3,
already with a current
2,
time score.
1.
Oh, Red Alliance just barely pulling ahead with 35-33. Let's see how these scores continue out. And no, I was here listening. I was waiting on a great time to jump back in. This seemed like a perfect time.
Alright, there's about 60 seconds left before we hit endgame, so teams are rushing to score as many points as they can. Blue Alliance just scored a crate into the top of their Alliance shipping hub. Right now it's looking 41 to 45. It could be anybody's game.
And I'm loving this, and we know when a match this close, it's only going to come down to those last 30 seconds. Can't wait to see it happen. Who's going to try to take that victory out?
I got 5 seconds on the clock until endgame. But that the endgame period has begun. It looks like the teams are still doing everything they can to score the max amount of points possible. It's about 10 seconds left on the clock. Teams are scoring.
I can't wait to see it. Let's see these teams go. We have Innovotics and Capital Bots going up against... Ooh, what is our two numbers? 60. Wait, their number. Oh, going up against Thunderstone and Luminous. I wonder if anybody can figure out which team was my team. I've talked about them in multiple weeks.
Innovotics was my sister team.
I would say this, my team has very much so differed from the colors that we originally started out as. We started out with 2 colors, we've ended with like 8.
And redirecting towards almost the end of this qualification match number 28 at Laurel, Maryland.
Last few seconds coming down to the wire. These teams are battling it out back and forth. We are 60 to 58 currently in favor of the Red Alliance. Let's watch what happens.
It's still anybody's game.
And over in Colonial Heights, we are waiting on Falcons first. Oh, never mind. They're not here. We're waiting on AlphaGo. And AlphaGo, who Sarah getting for themselves, apparently. Don't really know how that's going to work. Going up against Independent and Good Enough. I'm more confused than I have answers to. We'll see how that match goes. They have a couple of surrogates that they need over there. We're just waiting on scores and deliberations to finish. Seems as if AlphaGo got a surrogate. I'm confused. I'm fully confused. But in Laurel, what's not going to be confusing is that final score, giving it to the Red Alliance with a win for 71 to 68. Our point breakdown being an 18-point autonomous to a 32-point autonomous, a 20-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, and a 63-point endgame to a 36-point endgame. Both teams suffering major penalties. Blue Alliance receiving a major penalty for the Alliance hub, and we don't know what the Red Alliance penalty was for. But we're jumping back down to Harrisonburg, where their final score was just posted at 91 to 94 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a 29-point autonomous across the board, a 28-point driver control to a 44-point driver control, a 54-point endgame to a 21-point endgame, and 20 points worth of penalties being the deciding factor going up against the Red Alliance.
Remember, teams, you want to avoid penalties as much as possible, because in situations like this, you don't want the reason to lose to be because of an unexpected penalty.
Well, once again, these minors could be something as simple as those wiffle balls rolling out onto the field, which is very hard to
Absolutely
control.
gorgeous. And now redirecting our attention towards Norfolk qualifier.
Once again, we
Another
love to see these
randomization.
teams. We can't wait to see them go. I don't know why I see a robot moving before things are done. I see teams moving before everything's set. Wait, I'm confused. There was a robot moving. It's still moving. Why is the robot moving?
That is a good question indeed.
Once again, these are things that are normal in FTC that are completely foreign to me, is people actually touching a robot while it's still in moving. it's hey, let me just turn on the robot's intake and stick my hand with the game piece into the intake. That would never happen.
Yeah, your hands will be chopped off if you're doing that with an FRC robot. It's gone.
You'd be asking for problems. It's not something we would ever recommend. But this year, though, I want to see if they're going to put a cage down around the field like they did in previous years with flying objects. Just because those basketball-sized tennis balls will probably bounce a lot. I wonder if we get higher barriers or something this year. Because in some of the previous years, we have gotten higher barriers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you got bouncy balls, that's when you gotta pull out the spin move.
Now, see, the one thing that I do want to see, though, this year is I want to see all those basketball players up on the side of the court shooting those first 15 seconds of autonomous. Just launch, 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 launch. Because if you got somebody that knows what they're doing, they can put up some good points in that beginning. You just cush, 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 cush. Just make it work.
Looks like due to a technical difficulty, we're gonna have to... Never mind.
Once again, looking at more teams, though, we have Electron Volts and the Moco Studs alongside Andromeda and Mobius. And then over in Laurel, we have RoboCavs Black and Bot Brains going up against Honey Nut Gyrios and RoboCavs Silver.
Over in Norfolk's Autonomous, though, AlphaGo has been putting up a good amount of points.
Hey, yay, Robot Friends saying, come on, Mobius. Hey, Robot Friends, tell me if you know your FRC team's original team name.
103 points to 17 without just being like the first 20 seconds.
Hey, look at those cycles, though. Look at AlphaGo. Look at AlphaGo go. Look at these cycles. These cycles are crazy.
AlphaGo speed again, unmatched.
Also, we're seeing a little bit of defense coming from the Red Alliance with 25-9. I can't see the rest of that number.
25. I don't see a 25.
The little tiny skinny robot on the Red Alliance. 20.
There is no 20 in the Red Alliance.
Yes, there is. The surrogate.
Oh. Alright, we still got about 20 seconds until endgame, and those points are still racking up.
See, I got the Twitch chat stumped. I like this one.
Oh man, I'm a new fan. Alright, that is
Robot
the
Friends, Robot Friends, I love their new rainbow swag as well, but I used to love the way that the old team looked.
AlphaGo dumping them ducks in.
153 to 21. This is a score. I wonder who received that penalty though for the shipping hub.
I believe it was red.
Once again, Red Alliance was using the other side, the other warehouse, the far warehouse, which is totally legal and completely defensive when you think about it.
It's a good strategy on for the other robot to do that.
Robot friends, their original style was black and gold. We didn't use the rainbow. It took them a while to go get rainbow. If you look at their original team, from their rookie year up until I believe
Now redirecting our attention to the Harrisonburg
16.
qualifier, we've already got a good amount of points racked up on the board at 69 to 52, favoriting towards the Blue Alliance.
And that's not to leave out that also Laurel qualifier, which is also well underway. Laurel is in their end game, so we will get their score as well soon.
Harrisonburg still has about 50 seconds left until endgame, so robots are still rushing to score their points, put their crates in their shipping hubs, doing whatever they can to score points. Right now the score is looking about 83 to 62, quickly climbing. About 20 seconds left until endgame, and the scores are looking about 89 to 76. It is still anybody's game.
But look, see, Team 19994 has their 6-wheel system. I told you that 6-wheel system is being used.
Right. It makes it a lot easier to get over the spikes. I do not think
at 82 to 89
favor yet.
These last few seconds, they're just trying to load it at this point. This is just let me load it. But they also have that cap. Look at that. This long arm extension cap.
Oh, that was a push.
That looked like it hurt.
And with that, that is the end of the Harrisonburg qualifier match. Match number 22.
That was a very close match, and then that bump at the end, we'll have to see how that breaks down. Over in Laurel, we got the final score there. The score in Laurel being 83 to 140 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a 36-point autonomous to a 52-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, and a 31-point endgame to a 56-point endgame. That was a clean match with 0 penalties. In Norfolk, the final score over there was 0 to 195 due to 3 major penalties given towards the Blue Alliance. So the Red Alliance took that win with 195 to 0. Now we just wait for Harrisonburg to give us their score so we can... A lot of deliberations. I wonder what all the deliberating is over. The deliberations. We have Electron Volts and Moko Studs, and they were facing off against Andromeda and Mobius. I believe. And I believe it was Mobius that had that major penalty at the end. And the Red Alliance will take that victory with a score of 175-81, with a 36-point autonomous to a 49-point autonomous, a 58-point driver control to a 48-point driver control, and a 81-point endgame to a 54-point endgame. Blue Alliance receiving 70 points worth of penalties. Blue received 2 majors for the shared shipping hub and 1 minor for the warehouse. Once again, how did you... Please do not bully the shipping hubs. These points will hurt.
Everybody got a problem against the shipping hubs today.
As long as we don't see that crosstown collisions like we saw before, I'm pretty much fine. But looking at the teams that we have coming up next, we have Independent and Quantum Falcon going up against AlphaGo and the Trojans. Once again, AlphaGo filling in as the surrogate for Falcons First. Also over in Laurel, Maryland, we have RoboCav Silver and RoboCavs Gold trying to take those podium positions for the Red Alliance, going up against Foxcroft and Omnitech in blue. In Laurel, we're getting ready to start. Randomization number 6, so that's high tower number 3. Teams love that high tower for those extra points. This does come down to a real question. Can silver and gold take silver and gold?
The silver team can only take the white wiffle balls, and the gold team can only take the gold cubes.
I mean, not the best of strategies, but I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. You know.
Color coordinated to the max. All 5 days left in the autonomous period. Scores are looking at 16-15.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I think the funniest thing that I've seen with sister teams before was because they all wore the same uniform, you couldn't truly tell who was on whose team, especially when it came to the driver's team and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it became really funny one day because one of the drivers wasn't able to continue. I mean, one of the drivers had like some issue in the pit, like they had sprained their wrist in the pit or something like that.
Oh wow. Okay.
And so the second, so a driver from the other team, from the other sister team, literally finished the match, turned right back around, got right back on the field. And they were like, "Didn't you just play for? How does this work?"
No, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, about 40 seconds left until endgame. Teams are moving all over the field, putting crates into shipping hubs. Red Alliance has put 1 crate into the shared shipping hub, tilting it towards their side.
Now, the thing about the crates that I really do like, though, is that they have different weights to them.
Yeah.
But they all look the same from the surface.
Right.
And so, for example, we were talking about it last week or previously, we were saying the use of magnets to try to pick up freight. Because we said if you were trying to guarantee that you got the heavy freight every single time, you'd use a magnet to pick up those steel bearings that are in the actual heavier freight.
That would be smart, because yeah, you'd ensure that you're getting the heaviest ones every single time.
But then the only question was, well, how do you disconnect and how do you make sure that you only get one piece of heavy freight and not getting...
Oh yeah, that would be a penalty. That would be a penalty if you got multiple.
Like 3 of them picked up, because as soon as your arm went down into the cluster, you could end up being engulfed by them. And to make sure to lift through the plastic, you would have to use like a fishing magnet, which would be 100-pound or more pull strength.
That match over, the unofficial score is looking like 116-15, but now we're going back to Norfolk qualify. We're in the midst of qualification match number 29. Score is about 72-25, leaning towards the Blue Alliance.
And once again, AlphaGo has been putting up a tremendous show, even as the surrogate.
And yeah, the amount of matches that they have played just within like the last couple of hours, a robot is built. Just constant usage.
Once again, I just like the suspension, because when it goes over the pipes completely, but it almost looks like a horse galloping over the little barriers. It looks like a little equestrian race at this point. Just click clap. But you asked for capes, so you can see them on the Blue Alliance.
Red cape from the Blue Alliance.
Now their wheel still scares me though.
Right, it's over the table.
It's like diagonally on the top of the table. With a current unofficial of 160 to 115, we will be jumping down to
Pick up your
Harrisonburg,
controllers.
Virginia.
3, 2,
I have to keep
1.
remembering which Virginias we're at, because I can't just say Virginia and Virginia. We have Capital Bots and Andromeda facing off up against Mobius and what's that last number? Oh, and Innovotics. When I'm looking this far down in the paper, I'm like, okay, numbers have gotten lost. Mobius once again trying to dominate that shared shipping hub, leaving Innovotics to take care of. Innovotics trying to take care of that Alliance hub. I wonder what piece that is that's just on the field.
I don't know. It looks like a little graduation cap.
I couldn't tell you what it is from this angle.
We got about 10 seconds left in detail up before endgame, and the scores are neck and neck, 61-62, barely leaning towards the Blue Alliance.
All it has to do is lean a little bit. I'm also surprised we haven't seen any ties today.
That's true. That is true.
Normally by now we've seen 1 or 2 ties. We haven't seen any ties today. Red Alliance trying to peek past. Blue Alliance trying to put some points in at the last second.
Oh, on with that. It looks like the...
Oh no, because they gotta count those ducks. They did not count those ducks yet. Those ducks jumped up. With a current unofficial score of 105 to 122 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We will see how that score plays out. Looking at teams coming up next, we have teams whose names have been said many, many, many times. We have Monkey Bang Rock, Yogic Transformers, I always forget how to say their name, Bot Brains, and Omnitech. And over in Maryland, over in Virginia, in Norfolk, Virginia, we have the League of Incompetent Gentlemen and AlphaGo getting ready to go up against Robot Uprising and Good Enough. Once again, I like a team name like that, because we've talked about this all day. You don't have to be the best.
Just good enough.
You gotta be good enough. Or you just gotta be better than the last. You have 2 missions. You either need to be better than last year or you need to be good enough. But I say it all the time. Just getting on the field is always a triumph. Look at all of our wonderful referees. All these wonderful smiling faces out here today as we get ready to see that score in favor of the Red Alliance. Okay.
Ooh.
Game decided by penalties once again. With a 21-point autonomous to a 26-point autonomous, a 54-point driver control to a 42-point driver control, and a 24-point endgame to a 54-point endgame. With the Blue Alliance suffering an unfortunate 30-point worth of penalties, makes that game scored at 99-92 in favor of Red.
Yeah,
once again,
because of that shipping hub being moved.
Mobius trying to take over the shipping hub needs to be a little bit more gentle. Go, Mobius. Go back to practicing on eggshells, please. You guys are just barely hitting it too hard. But we're jumping right back over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. With these bots are getting to get ready on the way. Once again, we got Robot Uprising and Good Enough going up against the League of Incompetent Gentlemen and AlphaGo. Let's see if AlphaGo can spark some competency.
AlphaGo is pre-programmed. Autonomous is so fluid. I can't even tell the difference between driver control and autonomous.
I can tell the difference because the autonomous doesn't miss.
Controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Neither does their teleop.
Their teleop has missed a couple times, and also their teleop sometimes slows down.
This is true. Up here breaking the 100-point barrier, and it's not even like 30 seconds into the teleop period.
Yes, please do not break 100 points worth of penalties, like he was about to say. If you manage to break 100 points worth of penalties, we have other questions.
You can't get through like 3 majors and a minor. That has to, you can't do that without getting unpicked. I don't even know. Like, what can you do to do that? You have to be repetitive assault against the shipping hubs.
I mean, we've seen repetitive assault against the shipping hubs.
You get a triple whammy, right? You go into the middle, you move the shared one, then you cross over to the Blue Alliance, you move theirs, and then you come back to yours and just wreck your shipping alliance.
See, the only way I could really see it happening is if you got the accidentals and then you just had a bunch of wiffle balls leave your area.
I guess. Yeah. Or maybe like a wiffle ball stuck in your robot, which now means you can't score. So if you do try to score, you'll be carrying 2.
Oh no, I'm saying, but imagine how we've seen some of these side swipes so far today.
Oh
just
yeah.
You side swap and pull out with, a ton of them is just gonna go. AlphaGo having a little bit of problem on the ducks.
Oh, there we go. They got 1. Got 2.
I think they had somebody new on the duck wheel. One of their other team members had to tell them where to place it.
It's all right. Still heavily in the lead. That unofficial score still ready to climb.
Unofficially sitting at 210 to 71. We're getting ready to jump back over to Laurel, Maryland, where they're halfway through their match, currently looking at 46-3 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now, what I don't understand, why do they already have their topper?
I was about to say that, the game hasn't started yet. Are they allowed to carry their capstone?
I think they're allowed to carry it. They're not allowed to score it.
Okay.
I kind of want to see somebody try to cap with a duck.
The ducks don't have a hole, so they have to make their own like 3D printed little ducky with a hole in the
No,
bottom.
no. You just gotta do it with enough precision to land the duck perfectly flat on the top of your tower on a perfectly flat tower.
Yeah.
Speaking
None
of
of those
things
towers
that
are perfectly flat and balanced.
Speaking of things that have been misbalanced and misaligned, Team 16605 seems to be having a little. Oh no, that's 16462. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble on those bars.
With that, the match ended with the unofficial score looking to be about 121-5, leaning towards the Red Alliance.
Still wonder how they got stuck, because they were stuck when we first got there. And the Twitch chat says apparently somebody got negative 300 in penalties. I feel like when you get past negative 100, somebody's already caught a yellow card by then. If you catch negative 300 in one game, you've been ejected, and they should have disconnected your robot. You just kept driving after they disconnected you.
Right, you pull out a backup power supply and just straight up. There's no way you can get 300 points of penalties and just not be like disqualified. Or maybe it could be that like they're carrying multiple wiffle balls. Like if like let's say like a crate got stuck in their robot and then the miners would like build up per second.
But they still build up every 5 seconds. There's still no way to catch 300
yeah.
in one match.
I don't know.
300 doesn't make sense. Like I'm even thinking about the heaviest penalties that we've seen. 300 doesn't make sense. But the Red Alliance will take this victory with no penalties, with a score of 115-21, with an autonomous of 42-0, a driver control of 16-2, and a endgame of 57-19. Once again, I just don't understand. I feel like that's when somebody just hit numbers and wanted to see how we respond. Oh yeah, I've seen 300 points. How? We haven't seen positive. We haven't seen positive 300. How did you get negative 300?
The robot just jumps over the barrier and hits one of the referees.
But that's not even a negative. That's just a yellow.
That's a disqualified right there.
It depends on how you jump.
All right, into the Harrisonburg qualifier.
Like if I full speed a PVC and I just managed to catch some airtime, I wouldn't catch a red for it. I'm gonna just catch a yellow. Now, if I line up on them and then jump it, then yeah, I'm gonna get ejected. So we have Luminous alongside Moko Studs, and they will be going
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And
3,
Electron Volts.
2, 1.
I actually find this funny with Thunderstone and Electron Volts. Like it's just fun.
Thunder on Thunder.
Once again, I need Thunderstone to either have a Pikachu or what was that? What was that electric Eevee? Dang it.
Jolteon?
Yes, Jolteon. I was like, something in my head knows the word. And then I went through all the others. I was like, Flareon, Vaporeon. I was like, them ain't right. Umbreon, that ain't right. I was like, I'm going through all the ons, and I was like, Jolteon? No. Because for some reason my mind said Volt, and I was like, why am I saying Volteon?
That could very well be one of them. Like,
no, it's not.
It could be. shipping crate is looking favoring towards the Blue Alliance. Got 20 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance is in a lead. Can the Red Alliance catch up? Blue Alliance scoring their ducks. They're moving.
Look at those points climb. Current unofficial score of 28 to 129. Blue Alliance even getting that cap up there.
28 to 149.
Once again, that's them scoring the whatchamacallit, the leaning tower.
And with the climbing, it just doesn't seem to stop.
Nope, but we're jumping right back over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, where everybody where they're underway with their autonomous period. AlphaGo showing out that multi-cycle. Oh, but it's got a little stuck. Oh, AlphaGo not able to go. At the end of their
can't fix.
Pick up your controllers. 3.
They were stuck on a
2,
brick. That's what it was.
1.
Okay, see, yeah, I was like, there's no way they can't clear that barrier.
Okay, they got it.
Yeah, if you see the little block that was under it, just having to catch during their auto.
It's like sandwiched in between the spikes.
But look at these scores continue to climb, 102 to 56. Teams just getting ready for these last few seconds.
At top of that shipping container is looking very full. AlphaGo does not seem to stop.
Now, my only thing is, would you let your partner do the ducks, or would you tell them to go do the shared hub? If you're a team like AlphaGo.
I don't know, cause like the leaning tip, it's a lot of extra points. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot of quick decision making you have to do on the spot.
But with 14 pieces up top, there's definitely something quick about that AlphaGo bot. A current unofficial score of 180 to 140.
And now we direct back towards the World Maryland qualifier, where their match is just about to end. About 20 seconds left on the clock. Scores are about 124 to 40, favoring towards the Blue Alliance. Still, both alliances racking up as many points as they can while there's still time.
With these last few seconds, can they do it? Who will take it? Who will finish it all?
And with that, the match is over.
Imagine if matches were actually like 20 seconds.
You would have a very difficult time scoring. Maybe not AlphaGo though, because
but just imagine the rapid fire on some of these bots at that point. It would just sound like a NASCAR pit crew just. Okay, that's done. Oh, that match is done.
Norfolk score has been released, 208 to 134, leaning towards the blue.
Coming up next is a match I want to see over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, which is Mobius alongside Luminous going up against Innovotics and Electron Volts. Also over in Norfolk, we have Quantum Falcon and Good Enough facing off up against Robot Uprising and Independent. Anybody remember that old song, Independent? INDEPENDENT. Do you know what that means? See, that's once again, this how I learned how to spell certain words. They had songs that spelled.
Back in my day.
Hey, back in my days are really good, okay? I was in between days. I'm old enough to be old and young enough to be young.
My day is like last week because I'm still pretty young, so.
Yeah, like I said, I went to my my school did like a virtual 5-year party for us. And we were like, why do we need a 5-year party? And then they were like, we just wanted to show you that you're old. I was like, what happened to 10 and 15 or like 10 and 20 for the anniversary? They were like, nah, 5 years. Just to let you know that you're old. We're just waiting for teams to come back on the field. I'm confused. Okay, and we have randomization over in Colonial Heights, also Norfolk. Yeah, that spot. I just can't fully see the field. I see robots. And let's let it happen. Let's get it on.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Just going to the teleop period, the score is about 21 to 10, leaning towards the Red Alliance. See if the Blue Alliance can turn things around. The Red Alliance is scoring into their respective alliance shipping hub. So is the Blue Alliance. Oh, they just dropped the red. I'm in a yellow crate.
Red Alliance trying to pull away some with a score now of 45-34. Blue Alliance trying to answer back.
Both alliances are rushing to score as many crates as they can into their alliance shipping hubs. Ooh. That was a close one. All right, about 5 seconds left until endgame. This is really where it's going to start to pick up.
These teams are neck and neck. I want to see shared hub and ducks. We know that's how it's going to come down.
And now the ducks are rolling.
Ooh, Red Alliance having a slight issue. Their ducks weren't.
Figured out the placement. All it takes is a little bit of trial and error. Close match still could be anyone's game, but now we direct ourselves
This score
towards
is
the Harrisonburg
super
qualifier.
close.
We're in the midst of the Harrisonburg qualifier match number 25. The score is 68-38, favoring towards the Blue Alliance.
I want to see these teams continue to load up and work together. Blue Alliance seeming to focus on the shared hub.
Alright, it's end game and Blue Alliance is about a 30-point lead. Let's see if Red can catch up.
Look at that. Look at that shared hub though. It's tip.
Oh, that's true. That's true. 10
that shared
seconds
hub.
left on the clock. Is that in anyone's directions? What do you think? Do you think that shared hub is in anyone's direction?
After that last block, not really, but then also Red Alliance got a couple ducks. Red Alliance got something, and Blue Alliance got a couple ducks, which is the other difference.
Well, we'll see what
Blue
the rest
Alliance. Over in Laurel, we're getting word of some penalties at the end of that match. And also to answer, if we're looking at the Twitch chat right now, the Twitch chat talking about there's a best team out there. I think I know what the best team is. Do you know what the best team is?
Yeah.
The best team that I know is the volunteer team.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to say the Nile Faraz commentating team.
What? The volunteer team is the best team. Everybody knows that. But over in Laurel, Maryland, the team taking the victory will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 43-77, an autonomous score of 13-29, a driver control of 18-46, a end game of 12-62, and the Blue Alliance still suffering 60 points worth of penalties. The Blue Alliance receiving those penalties, one for rotating the hub and another one for moving the Alliance hub. Once again, teams, please be careful with these hubs. The only thing that should be rotating is the turntable. The only thing that should be moving is freight.
And if you want to throw in a little spin moves here and there, I would advise against it, but I mean, hey, it's anyone's game.
Once again, I like style points. It's an end game. I mean, it's not an end game. It's a off season type thing, but just don't do it main season. And coming in for that match, we have a score of 52-100 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We have a 16-point autonomous to a 52-point autonomous, a 44-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, and we have a 22-point endgame to a 46-point endgame. Both teams receiving 30 points worth of penalties. Both alliances receiving major penalties due to messing with those shipping hubs. Once again, teams, be careful with the shipping hub. Do not mess around with it. Leave it alone.
Shipping hubs did nothing to you guys. It hurts to see you guys doing this to them.
I don't know about the crime part.
Man,
but
you have to sympathize with the shipping hubs.
Do we?
You gotta, because then they're not gonna come back for the next qualifiers. You're gonna be like, man, these guys don't treat me right.
I mean, would First bring them back anyway? First has a very good habit of getting rid of pieces for long periods of time.
The balls and the cubes have been like there since like 2015.
The balls and the cubes, that's a known element. But like for example,
it's an essential item.
But like for example,
The
Steamworks,
big
we
pieces
had.
are never there. Yeah.
Well, like for example, Steamworks, we had gears. Those aren't coming back for a very long time, if they ever come back.
Yeah, big game pieces don't stay.
Very occasionally do we get like different types of balls and stuff like that. Those will come and go. Shoot, I remember Recycle Rush. That is probably the only game piece that has had the most longevity. Why? Everyone still needs totes and recycle bins, so we still have all of our totes and recycle bins.
All right, we're now going to Laurel event.
Over in Laurel, we have Foxcroft and RoboCavs Black facing off against RoboCavs Silver and Yajic Transformers. Also, Twitch chat, please remember we do have moderators that will check up on everything. Please do not get put in timeout. Please do not say anything stupid. It doesn't help.
Remember, we must keep gracious professionalism on and off the field and on and off the Twitch chat section.
I thought you were going to end with on and off the field. I didn't even think you were going to put in the Twitch channel.
I'm just saying, man. Gotta keep it consistent, you know? One with the gracious professionalism.
What teams will we see next? Who will play soon? Find out next time on Waiting for Matches to Load. Yeah, next time on Waiting for Matches to Load. You know, we be waiting for matches to load. But I will say this though, we just finished the third cohort over in Colonial Heights. And I can't wait to make more puns about these next teams coming up. I have puns for days. Y'all better get the pun counter out because I'm gonna be ringing it.
No, wordplay just does not end.
But looking at more teams and looking at all of these teams that we've had today, how do you feel like your team was on diversity, whether it be racial diversity, gender diversity? And how do you feel about diversity within First?
Dude, my team was just like 10 Indian boys. That's all it was. I'm just gonna be straight up. As it was me and a bunch of my friends. It was like 10 Indian boys. But I do think that First is like in general, it's a very diverse place. I know they support a lot of women in STEM. Especially different like minority groups as well, you know, getting into STEM.
Drivers,
and
pick up your controllers.
I like seeing like all girls teams too.
3,
I think it's really
2,
interesting.
1.
But First is definitely like a huge supporter of, you know, inclusivity and like STEM within all groups, whether it be like different what is the word I'm talking about? Demographics.
I will definitely say the first team I was on was a lot more inclusive than the second team that I was on, only because that school was a lot more racially diverse. My first school was a lot more racially diverse than my second school. And so both teams were very gender inclusive, but my first team was definitely more racially inclusive than my second team because my second team was at a predominantly black high school versus my first team was at a very, very, very mixed school.
Okay.
I wonder what Red Alliance received these penalties for. Oh, I think it might have been for bullying again. Yep, it looks like they bullied the shipping hub.
Oh man. Shipping hubs are just not, it's not their day today. Okay, so we've just received a word that Red has received a major penalty for turning the shared hub and majors for the blue because they moved
They pushed their alliance hub. Yeah, see, this is fun looking at all these penalties going back and forth.
Teams have gotta learn from their own mistakes, you know?
I mean, this is just a penalty heavy game. I will definitely say that.
It's
This
very
is a
risky.
game that
It's
is
very risky.
penalty heavy. It is very hard to play a clean match in this game. Unfortunately,
5
I think
seconds left on the field. Blue Alliance did have quite the comeback after receiving a major penalty though.
and we're going to jump over to Harrisonburg where we're going to continue their match. Remember, the current unofficial score over in Laurel is -15 to 105. Over in Harrisonburg,
76-16 favoring towards the Red Alliance. Both alliances still climbing up, still haven't even reached endgame yet. It's about in the middle of the match.
That's about halfway through that match. We are looking good.
Robots in the Red Alliance making sure to load their crates into the shared shipping alliance, already tilted towards their side. Looks like they're in the lead for endgame. About 5 seconds left on the clock before endgame begins. That's when all the robots are going to start to hurry. And there we go. Endgame is now starting. All the robots are trying to maximize the amount of points that they can before the clock on the timer hits 0.
But look at these points fly. 134 to 32. We got ducks moving. We got robots moving. We got caps moving. Let's get all these points.
And Red, can they do it? They missed their cap. But it's okay,
I was
though.
confused at first by that cap. I couldn't tell if it was a cowbell or a tea bag.
It's like a party hat cone type of thing.
It looks like a cowbell almost. Looks like a white cowbell.
I see it.
Because it doesn't look round. It either looks like a cowbell or a takeout box.
Camford. Yeah.
What word was that? With a current unofficial score of 182 to 42, we did get a final score from from Laurel, Maryland. That final score was 0 to 89, with a point breakdown of a 10-point autonomous to a 42-point autonomous, a 5-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, a 16-point endgame to a 57-point endgame, and both alliances receiving 40 points worth of penalties.
Again, both major penalties were for the Blue Alliance's respective hub and the Red Alliance turning the shared hub, and they both received an extra minor.
And those were for warehouse operations more than likely, because I did see wiffle balls moving back and forth. Look at all these teams getting ready to take the field. Coming up next in Laurel, Maryland, we have Omnitech and Honey Nut Gyrios going up against Bot Brains and RoboCavs Gold. Will RoboCavs Gold take the gold, or will Honey Nut Gyrios gear them out of the competition?
Got him.
I have too much fun with this wordplay. Don't let me have fun anymore. This is... Team, stop having good names so I can stop having good puns.
Every team, like team's name is just gonna be their team number. Now it's gonna be 8479.
I mean, N-1 is what, 19876 or something like that, or 18675 or something like that. But we do have a final score over in Harrisonburg with 152-32 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 62-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 40-point driver control to a 16-point driver control, and a 80-point endgame to a 10-point endgame. Red Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties, Blue Alliance receiving 10. Blue received a minor for
launching.
Ooh, that's a new one for today. Red Alliance receiving a major for that shipping hub. I wonder what they chose to launch. Did you launch a duck? Did you launch a wiffle ball? Or did you launch a block?
I'm in their cap.
Oh, they launched a cap? That could also be something launched. I feel like launching a duck would be my choice, though, if I had to launch an item.
Someone in this stage gets hit in the head with a duck. Where did this duck come from?
I mean, ducks fly, so this is when ducks fly, you know, just...
Bacon and their little pig, they lost their pig. That's when pigs start to fly.
I mean, also, we talked about the team Bacon for so long, I actually did go downstairs and grab Bacon.
Alright, we're heading back to Laurel. Qualification match number 35.
But over in Harrisonburg, we have against Luminous and Capital Bots. I wonder how the sisters will face off against each other. But this is going to be that top tier. So hopefully we see a lot of high scores coming out of the auto period, as most robots are geared towards the top tier automatically. They're biased. But what Honey Nut Gyrios, I either have, there's only two jokes that you can make with them. It's either got to be the British accent for the chip chip Cheerio, or it's got to be the cereal, the Honey Nut Cheerio jokes. So it's not too many ways that you can play that one. Omnitech just sounds fun because it makes me, like I said, Omnitech reminds me of my days with the Omni Wheels. We also used to have too much fun with Omni Wheels. I think the worst thing that we've done with Omni Wheels is we had a robot that had a high gear ratio.
Your controllers.
And so every time it would
3,
roll, it would just we would get
1.
up to full speed, and every time it would break, we would just skate an extra 5 feet. So we always had to coordinate where we were driving to, because we had to coordinate for the extra skate distance.
I mean, with enough practice, you could get that down. We
got it down. It was just weird because you'd be going and then you'd say wee.
Look at this robot's on the Red Alliance's like claw mechanism. It reminds me of one of those claw machine games from like arcades.
The one that I'm looking at is 9530, and that one looks like a dustpan almost.
That's what I was talking about, 9530, the one with the cannon wheels.
But look it looks like a dustpan because it has a little piece underneath it.
I was thinking it looks like the claw machine, but
no,
yeah,
but the light blue underneath is like it's sweeping up. Yeah, that robot just all they need to do with that robot is after the season is over, turn it into a Roomba. Just put a couple bristles on one end and just use it to sweep up everything that's laying on the floor. You guys will be perfectly fine.
Make that dustpan a little bit more thicker and start using it to shovel snow. I know we did get a little bit of snow like the last few weeks ago.
I don't know about trusting the FTC bot in the snow. That bot might get lost in the snow. Now a FRC
All right,
bot?
well,
Oh, that bot to take some snow.
looks like we heard that Blue did receive a major penalty for Alliance Hub movement. Gotta be careful
But
about
look
those
at that
hubs.
shared hub on the red side. They are just continuing to stack higher and higher.
That is very much tilted.
And it's tilted from the middle. It's not tilted from the side at all. It's all, they have about 7 or 8 blocks on that middle portion.
And with that, the match is now over and points are climbing.
With a current score of 105 to 42, we're getting ready to jump back down to Harrisonburg because they're going to get ready to start soon. And didn't we have another Moco studs earlier? What was the other studs bot that we had earlier? Yeah, we did have another Moco studs earlier, didn't we?
I think so.
Or is it the same Moco studs? I'm confused. I might be confused. Because I doubt they traveled from Lowell, Maryland to Harrisonburg, Virginia. Hey, but they might have. I've seen crazier things between robots. And this auto period is underway.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
But look at this score already, 13 to 41.
2,
Blue Alliance
1.
hoping to pull away as fast as possible.
With the Blue Alliance in the lead from the autonomous period, will the Red Alliance be able to make a comeback during the tally-up portion?
Luminous hoping to leave their sister Mobius in the dust. Once again, that'll be a fun bus ride. This is one of those rivalry matches here.
All the robots moving in and out of the warehouses, trying to put as many crates as they can, whether it be in the shared shipping hub or their Alliance shipping hub.
Now, once again, they need to be careful about those wiffle balls dancing around near those pipes. Oh, that looks like it might have tilted.
Yeah.
Driver control is about to be an issue here. Can they get out without banging it around? Oh. Blue Alliance might incur a penalty for that one.
Yeah.
Trying to get out of the way of the shared hub, ends up popping it upward. It might be deemed as, it might have been deemed as inconsequential though, because I don't see any penalties for it.
We'll see, we'll see. Refs always get the final say. All right, we got about 10 seconds left on the timer. Teams are still doing whatever they can to score as many points as they can.
Look at all those ducks for the Red Alliance. We don't have a camera over there, but you can see up in that top corner, it is just littered.
Official score is looking at 41 to 64.
We're waiting on a couple of points to get counted now. Laurel, Maryland getting started with their autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Already off to a wonderful start, 11-23. These teams are neck and neck, 27-29, with a little bit more than 20 seconds to go before we get into the end game. Blue Alliance trying to pull away before the end game starts, 27-35. Over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, a lot of debate still going on towards points. Over in Harrisonburg, the winner will be the Red Alliance with a score of 59-4. That point breakdown being a 13-point autonomous to a 39-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 16-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame to a 9-point endgame. Both alliances receiving penalties. The Red Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties, the Blue Alliance receiving 60 points worth of penalties. Over in Laurel, Maryland, the current unofficial score is 119-5 as they get ready to finish out that match. That match was very exciting. Hopefully these penalties haven't marred these teams too much. Over in Harrisonburg, the penalties were on the hub, and the Red Miners were for possession and a late start. Over in Laurel, when you see the when you see near the end, they did receive a penalty for moving that Alliance hub. Final score in Laurel will be in favor of the Red Alliance with a final score of 119-0. With a point breakdown of 11-point autonomous to a 23-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 74-point endgame to a 0-point endgame. Red Alliance receiving 0 penalties, Blue Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties. Also, Twitch chat, I see everybody's here. What's going on? You all are here. You all are strong. But which teams are we here for today? If your team is out there or if your team has played today, say hello, say hi, say what's going on, as well as let's see what's happening. What has been your all's favorite matches of the day? Also, if you guys have been with us since 8 o'clock this morning, let us know. Let's go get a wonderful stretch. I hope you all have ate, drank, and gotten yourselves refreshed because we still have more events to watch. We are rounding out to about our last 10 matches of every cohort. Okay, we got Electron Volts in the chat. Who else is in the chat today? $84793. I need to know your team name. What name is that? That's a number. That's not a name. This is that helpful. It's 847. 8479. Oh, RoboCavs Gold. Welcome, RoboCavs Gold. Hey, Mobius. And since we have all these wonderful teams in the chat, remember teams, go thank your coaches, go thank your mentors, go thank your sponsors, and most of all, go thank your parents. None of y'all would be here without these wonderful people helping you all get to these events. Also, don't forget to thank all of the wonderful volunteers that you all have here today. They're wonderful people. But we're off once again. This autonomous period heating up already over in Harrisonburg, Virginia. I see ducks. I see parks. I see wonderful scores. We even have the Robo-Lords entering the chat. We saw the Robo-Lords putting up a bunch of great scores earlier today.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
We understand that you all are here. But with a current score of 55-60 in favor of the Blue Alliance, will the Blue Alliance hold on to their lead so far? Will the Red Alliance come back to take the win? Only time shall tell. But look at these points going up, 67 to 92. Right as we get ready to jump into this final 30 seconds, These teams are running for it and gunning for it. Red Alliance trying to throw ducks out onto the field. Blue Alliance trying to cap and put ducks out on the field. Blue Alliance getting one cap. Can they double? Couple seconds left on the field. Will it make it? Can they do it? And they get a single cap. With a current score of 109 to 113, we will see what our referees have to say with the rest of their score on this game. And once again, I love seeing all these teams. Love seeing all the competition. I miss my days in the field, in the arena. So, all the blood, sweat, and tears spilt out on the arena floor. Fine, I'll take away the blood part, you know, the metaphorical blood. The robot's blood. Yeah. Spilt on the arena floor, just all the countless hours in the lab. All the days we threatened to pump up an air mattress and spend the night. I think the only reason why we never spent the night is because our coaches wouldn't let us. Otherwise, as a team, we probably would have spent the night. Probably would have said, let's do it. I know nothing. Teams use all sorts of things. I know nothing. I very much so know nothing. Each team has their own proprietary secrets. I'm just able to say what things look like. And I'm not even really saying that. But teams, talk to me. If you guys are seniors, have you guys started filling out for your first scholarships? Also, if you guys aren't seniors and you all are getting ready to stick around for another season and another year, have you all prepped what you all are doing for the off season? Have you all started doing more outreach? Have you all started recruiting a new round of team members? These are all things to think about as we get ready to finish out the season here today. And once again, I just can't wait for championship. Championship is always fun. We're going to the Coliseum. What do you guys think I should do in the commentators booth? Should I stick with my lifeguard stuff? Should I possibly do like a Roman thing? I remember one year we did, because it was near May the 4th, we did a May the 4th thing. Also helps with the fact that we were sponsored by Star Wars that year. What do y'all think? I'm trying to figure out what I should do. What is everybody else gonna do there? Maybe color coordinate or something like that. I don't really know. We're just waiting on these scores to come out, which is the most wonderful part. It's score time, and the Blue Alliance will take this victory with a very close match of 122 to 127, with a score breakdown of an autonomous of 55 to 56, a driver control of 36 to 42, a endgame of 51 to 39, and penalties unfortunately raking both teams. 20 points worth of penalties for the Blue Alliance. I mean 20 points worth of penalties for the Red Alliance, and 10 points of penalties for the Blue Alliance. And these penalties would have decided the game. Had these penalties not afflicted both teams, the Red Alliance would have won. But once again, a super close match. Red received possession penalty and a warehouse operation penalty, and blue received a warehouse operations penalty. Once again, teams, watch these penalties. Be safe, stay safe. But also, teams, while we are waiting in between matches and all these other things, don't forget, go check out the YouTube channel. If you want to see all the matches that maybe that maybe were not showcased or highlighted as much as you would like, go back to our YouTube archives. We will be posting videos in the YouTube archives of every single match, as well as teams. Don't forget to go and subscribe to the YouTube channel and go click for those notifications so you all know when things are going to pop up. Also, if you haven't followed the First Chesapeake Twitch channel, you all need to come here and come follow me and follow us over here at the Twitch channel. You all know it's always a wonderful time over here at the Twitch channel, as well as don't forget to tune in to the little things. I know I'm here for the competitions, but we still also have the First Chesapeake chats, the first drivers meetings, all of the little questions that you all have as far as things like the different penalties and the different ways that things are scored will be answered in those driver meetings. All of the little in between, such as things that are happening with First, and especially things that will affect you all within the First Chesapeake region, happen in our Chesapeake chats. So make sure to also tune in for those events. Those events are much shorter, so you all don't have to worry about sitting here looking at me for 7.5 hours. You all can just go to those for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. They're wonderful little broadcasts. Yeah, you gotta go get those first scholarships. Those first scholarships are very, very important. I survived college with scholarships and grants. That is how I survived college. And I tell people all the time, I went for every scholarship I could. I went and took the left-handed scholarship. I went and took the international scholarships. I went and took a bunch of different scholarships, the minority scholarships, the STEM scholarships, a bunch of other little random scholarships that all have individualized names and people I'd have to thank. But yeah, no, go take all those scholarships. Once again, ladies, I get emails about the women in STEM scholarships. I send them out to different people that I know that are in First that can go get the women in STEM scholarships. Go get the women in STEM scholarships. I'm gonna keep talking about it till y'all go do it. Go get those scholarships. Fellas, you might not be able to go get the women in STEM scholarships, but there's plenty of other STEM scholarships. Go for them. Take them. Run with them. People are trying to give you money. Go take the money. Also, not to mention, there are plenty of school-specific scholarships that you all can receive. A lot of these technical schools and engineering-based and engineering-focused schools have First alumni-specific scholarships. Scholarships that you must be a First alumni to get that scholarship, and they will give it to a First alumni attending their school. Go get that money. As for the question as to how many matches are in this cohort, please remember to always go look at events.firstchesapeake if you wish to find out information such as cohort schedules, cohort listings, who's in said cohort, and stuff like that. That's where a lot of those updates are posted. I honestly do not keep track of how many matches are in each cohort. I just watch teams. I watch team names. I don't watch how many events we have to watch them for. I'm just here. But we have randomization number 5, which will be the middle tier. This is one that is somewhat seen on occasion, you know, the middle tier scoring. It gives you a good starting base. Once again, it's not the highest starter with it being that high tier. We've seen some teams get plenty of good scores out of this. Let's see it happen. I see ducks on the field. I see movement on the field. Ooh. A little bit of misalignment there. Red Alliance taking off with a early lead of 82 to 29, 82 to 32. Time to see if
Drivers,
they can hold on.
pick up your controllers.
Can they hold this lead?
2,
Will they take it all the
1.
way? This is Electron Volts alongside Mobius going up against Capital Bots and Thunderstone. So once again, we have Capital Bots and Thunderstone over in the blue side, and we have Mobius and Electron Volts over on the red side. I just noticed the little googly ass. I like the little googly ass. That's Thunderbolt, ain't it? Thunderstone, yeah, Thunderstone. Thunderstone got the little googly eyes on their body. Ain't that cute? Blue Alliance trying to make up and come back for those points. Trying to close that gap. It is currently 88 to 44. Red Alliance trying to expand the gap. Red Alliance seems to be just prepping for endgame. Red Alliance seems to have received a minor penalty. Last 30 seconds, Red Alliance getting its first cap. Can they get the second cap? Red Alliance going for their second cap. Also spinning out ducks as they go. It's on top, but it's not capped. Blue Alliance trying to make up for it with all the ducks that they can spare. And that will be time with a current unofficial score of 153 to 86. Let's watch these scores continue to climb and rise. And speaking of things rising, it seems that Faraz has risen back into this chat. How's it going?
I'm chilling.
You just missed a wonderful scored round.
Oh man.
We have Electron Volts and Mobius going up against Thunderstone and Capital Bots.
Got you.
We've been seeing Thunderstone and Electron Volts battling it out back and forth.
I remember the Orange County High School Hornets. My team used to be alliance with them quite frequently.
Isn't that a cohort 4 thing that we were supposed to wait about talking? Oh no, they put it up. Okay, great. So I get to talk about these teams. Yes. I didn't think that they had put the names up yet. Yes.
The wordplay.
Over.
About to begin.
Oh, yes. For example, how we got O.A.K.S. partnered alongside M.E.O.W.C.A. Because we got Oaks and Meowka. I feel like when you have a name like Meowka, that's spelling each of your team members in a line and trying to figure out how to make it a name. And somebody just liked cats, so it became Meowka. And we got the Orange County High School Hornets. Just a long name. Orange County High School Hornets. That's when you start to hit the character limit when you are typing something in.
Twitter's like, hey, this is too much.
Shorten this down a bit. And then you got the nanobots. Now see, I don't know if you competed in a year where they had mini bots, but mini bots are always super cool.
167 to 86, huh?
Was that our final? Our final score will be in favor of the Red Alliance with a score of 167 to 86, with a point breakdown of a 82-point autonomous to a 32-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 18-point driver control, and a 83-point endgame to a 36-point endgame, with an unfortunate 20-point penalties towards the Red Alliance. So that's Electron Volts and Mobius taking that victory. Mobius having all their fans in the chat. Once again, Mobius, if you all know your original FRC name, let me know. I want to see how much of your team history you all remember. Also, if you know what school your teams originally started at, let me know. Because your team has changed schools and names. And it's because they poached the coach. I miss my coach.
Ever go back to visit your high school? You ever do that?
Usually homecoming is a thing where it's like one day out of the entire year. Other than that, no, not really. Not unless they call me back. I'm not going nowhere. And I still live in DC. I still can walk down the street to see most of my teams. I drive past most of my schools.
Like, I don't associate. I'm not looking at you.
It's not I don't associate, it's I'm not going in the door. I'll drive past it all the time. I'll even slow down and give like a little nod of acknowledgement, but I'm not going inside. Got too many memories inside of that building. I can't go back in there.
Some things that
I'm gonna have to
just look. You see that one? Just look at the camera.
We're not acknowledging what's going on our cameras.
All right.
Acknowledging this because it happens all the time. This was all last season. Was just people playing with the cameras.
That's hilarious. I wish my they were like super heavy on like live streaming and stuff back when I was competing.
I wish live streaming was a thing back when I was competing.
Cause then like I just love to like go back and like watch all my matches and be like, yeah, the glory days.
I mean, some of my matches were televised, and I like that. Like we had a couple, especially our championships. Our championships were televised, but that's just because everybody likes seeing FRC. They televise.
They're big. They're big.
I think the other funny thing was one of the first years that I noticed that we were televised was Recycle Rush, and I was like, this is probably the worst year that you could ever televise robotics and say this is what we do. It's a year of robots stacking boxes.
Sophisticated.
Are you guys ready to get hype for robots? Just stacking them.
Showing real world applications.
Yeah. And I remember that year I was a human player because I said I refused to be on the drive team and just continually stack, shift, stack, shift, stack, shift. So I practiced learning how to throw the foam pool noodles over that barrier and across the field. So that was like a 20 to 30 foot pool noodle toss, and I was like, yeah, put that on a resume. I can throw a pool noodle.
Previous work experience, human player.
And it's funny, they turned around, they were like, that'll never be a real world skill. And I'm like, I'm a lifeguard.
I'll be throwing pool noodles for I'm saving lives throwing pool noodles.
It's exactly what I do, is just throw pool noodles all day. But in Harrisonburg, Virginia, we're getting ready to finish out that cohort with Luminous and Innovotics facing off against Moko Studs and Andromeda.
And in the Norfolk qualifier, we are now just about to get into the teleop portion.
Pick up your controllers.
Scores, unofficial scores, 39-16 with the Blue Alliance in the lead.
Does this and it jumps up as soon as you set the number? It's 39. Oh, 41. Oh,
About midway into the game, and the score is about 45-22. And the Red Alliance catch up.
Or will the Blue Alliance widen the gaps? It's always a wonderful back and forth.
Gaps really start to either differentiate or close in during the end game. That's when the points exponentially climb.
But one thing that I haven't seen exponentially climb is my responses in the team survey. Once again, teams, if you have something special or unique about you, please let us know. Also, teams with these very wonderful names, such as Honeyneck Gyarios, tell us how you got there. Team Meowka, what does that mean? For example, when you have a bunch of sister teams, we love hearing about your sisters and figuring out stuff about you. We want to know what makes you you. Let us know. If you're special, tell us why you're special. And if you're not special, remember, everybody's special. Why does it look like something is on the field under that yellow? Okay, something is on the field. What is on the field in that red square?
I don't know.
We're getting ready to round out Harrisonburg. Harrisonburg getting ready to go for their end game period with a current score of 45-72 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We will watch as these scores continue to climb. Who's going to take the win? Who's going to close out the cohort? Will we crown a new championship? Will we crown a new champion? Will whoever that is that's stuck on the rail get free? Find out in these next few seconds.
They've got it. They've got it. They're moving.
No, they're not.
I mean,
they're not moving.
They're tipped over.
They're not moving.
Okay, it's fine.
I was about to say they weren't moving. It's like we might be looking at two separate robots, but that robot was not moving.
I thought they had it in them to make it out. It's fine. It's fine.
But with a current unofficial score of 96-152, we will watch as these scores continue to climb. Coming up next, though, over in Norfolk, Virginia, we have SBS Robotics and the Granby Girls in STEM going up against We Bite and It Hurts and Free Shipping. I have a question. Did Free Shipping get free shipping to the event?
That's a grandfather team. Look at their team number, 293.
They get to say back in my day. Same like 007. 007 really gets to say back in my day. Look, you were original, okay? We don't talk about that number.
I met the 001. I think their team name is Infinity or something like that.
I think The lowest number that I've met in FRC, it was a single digit, but I forget what it was. We're seriously waiting on robots to be able to take the field over in Colonial Heights, Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia, whichever one we want to call it today. And Harrisonburg will be giving us a score of 66 to 152 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 29-point autonomous to a 52-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, and a 45-point endgame to a 68-point endgame. The Red Alliance unfortunately suffering 30 points worth of penalties. I wonder what those penalties were. Well, we're getting ready to see wonderful matches once again. We have, who do we have? We have a bunch of surrogates. I don't know who is and isn't here yet, but we're just gonna wait for people to take the field. Yeah, we have a bunch of surrogates. What's going on? We have a bunch of surrogates. I don't know whose numbers are who. Who's actually here? If you all see a bunch of matches where people are just repeating and not necessarily climbing in points, it could just be because that they're being surrogates and they're not actually playing. I think I see free shipping. Yep, I see free shipping.
362. No, I'm 293. I don't know where I got 362 from.
Don't know what numbers you were counting.
Yeah, 293, yeah, that's it.
I wear glasses and I thought I was blind.
I'm wearing glasses too. We're both just legally blind.
362. Where did you find 362?
That's a good question. I will get back to you when I have an answer to that.
Maybe if you did a handstand while looking at it, but then at that point it'd be 563 or something like that. 56E or something like that. What do you use? You flip it and invert it? Okay, so in our endless world of surrogates, we have team 1371 Oaks subbing in for the Granby girls in STEM, and there is no substitute for We Bite It and It Hurts. I kind of wanted to see We Bite It and It Hurts.
It's a nice. I like the team name. It's very creative.
I wanted to see which was bigger, their bark or their bite. Also, how big of a bite do they have? Is it a gigabyte? Is it a megabyte? What type of bytes are we working with?
Terabyte?
Hey, they might have a terabyte.
And is it portable?
I don't think anything's gonna be as portable as those portable Blue Devils we had.
Or the two.
Once again, this is why the pun counter should not exist. We run the pun counter way too much.
Maximum overload. Not enough storage.
No. Get the team name right. It was System Overload.
System Overload. I did not even know that.
Yeah, see? Once again, you gotta know all the teams to know all the puns. And that is Team 13820 System Overload.
Alright, looks like the randomization is a go.
Let's go! I need to stop. I've had too much fun today. I don't know if it's the fun or the sleep deprivation. Which one happens?
It's all of the above.
I think all of the above was what my bosses put me under for my work schedule.
Alright, the autonomous period is moving. It's going.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Let's see this field move. If we're at 35 to 25, let's see these points grow. Will free shipping hold their own? But I wonder why we had so many no-shows today. Was the weather bad? Is the weather bad?
Maybe they're just being safe with the COVID situation going on.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering why this, because this is a last minute no-show.
Yeah.
This is a last minute no-show, which is what has me confused about it. Normally when people call out due to...
These are the last qualifiers in VA, right?
These are the last qualifiers altogether for FTC.
Really? I think there are a few more states that are doing it a little later, but not like in the Chesapeake area.
Oh, I'm talking about for Chesapeake.
Yeah.
This is the end of Chesapeake. This is the end.
Hey, no need to sound so morbid, all right? It's a happy experience we got going on.
I know it's a real happy experience because that means up next is FRC. It's time for the big kids to come out next.
Even though I'm pretty sure FTC and FRC are like same age.
Yeah, but FTC allows middle school students.
That is true. That is true.
And with a current unofficial score of 28 to 73, the Red Alliance was trying to pull away for the victory here. We will see what our referees have to say about this.
With it too.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Next thing you know, you gotta have a team called the Scooby Doos.
I wanted to see if one of the fans were going to do it first before you said it.
Mystery Incorporated.
Well, then which generation of Scooby-Doo would they be? Scooby-Doo has a couple generations.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know they had any new ones. I thought it was like
Scooby-Doo, because you got the old Scooby-Doo, then you got the mystery gangs, then you got the different solvers, then you have that new one that they put out a movie for a couple years ago.
Huh, I did not know that.
A couple different versions of Scooby-Doo in the game. But
All right,
that score
well,
will be 48-79 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 19-point autonomous to a 23-point autonomous, a 6-point gyro control to a 28-point gyro control, and a 23-point endgame to a 28-point endgame, with a clean match that had 0 penalties.
Bro spits so fast.
Don't ask me to rap. That's what that means. I think the funniest one is somebody was like, so were you an auctioneer before? And I was like, I've tried. They won't let me. I was a debater.
Qualification match 35. We got back at it again. We bite and it hurts. Granby girls in STEM and the Red Alliance. And for the Blue Alliance, we have 895 nanobots and 1537-1 Oaks.
Oaks.
Oaks. O-A-K-S.
Oaks. My problem is that most of these teams aren't even here today, unfortunately. Once again, We Bite and It Hurts and Granby Girls and STEM both aren't here, so we'll see if they get surrogates.
Oh, what if the Blue Alliance loses?
That still would be funny. It's unfortunate, but it's funny.
Can they? I don't think they can. If there's no Red Alliance, they can only tie by getting a bunch of penalties, right?
No, because if the Red Alliance has surrogates and the surrogates win, then the surrogates won.
Yeah.
That's it. Then that bite really would hurt if you lost to the surrogates. Also, another thing that I find about FTC that I don't so much see in FRC. So FTC, you all only have one name. It's rare for you all to... It's rare for you all to name the robot and the team. You just name one of them.
I mean, at least my team, I know, like, we would always name our robot. And, like, based on our, like, name, we'd, like, make a custom, like, laser printed side plate, and then we'd have, like, the robot's name on that side plate.
Because I know for us, for example, it's always talked about with what your actual team name is, and then there's a specific section for the robot name, so you'll see 2 lists of names there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we do that, like, officially for FTC.
Yeah, we make it very official and very bold. It's the this and this robot of the this that number of this that team. Or they'll yell it out like that, and you're like, oh, team name, team robot name, and then team number. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that makes it, like, for scouting, you're just like, I want, and then it's like the robot's name instead of the team's name.
Yeah, and then you spend double the time in the pitch trying to find them.
And then you start referring to the robot as if it was like an actual person because it has its own name now.
Yeah. And so in place of We Bite and It Hurts, we will be seeing coming out to the stage is Meowka. And in place of the Granby Girls in STEM will be the Empty Air of the Arena. Just poof.
Yeah, 1942. Just double repping the entire Red Alliance.
And they hold their own. Will it be strong? Will they make it through? Meowka was just allied with Oaks. Now they're going up against Oaks. I really want to see the definitions for these teams.
What does Oak stand for?
Yep. What does Meowka stand for?
Overachieving kids in STEM.
Sounds about right.
It works. I mean...
Now what's Meowka?
I got nothing.
Exactly. Actually, I feel like
They
that
just like
team
cats.
was.
They just like cats.
And once again, I go back to using the wrong keyboard when I'm going to go search for things.
Your setup is like. I would be so lost so quickly.
I get lost so quickly. Why do you think it's always crazy when I'm like, I can do this blind? How can I do this blind? I also forget how loud this keyboard is.
Is it a mechanical keyboard?
Yeah. And I could have put dampeners on it, and I never decided to because back when I used to use it was when everyone was doing ASMRs. So it was wonderful to not have dampeners because I could have my microphone next to it, do an ASMR chat, and just type on my keyboard, and people loved it. Nowadays, nobody wants to hear it anymore, and they're like, why is it so loud?
Stop typing! Alright, looks about like these teams are right. Oh, there we go.
I see 4 robots on the field, but I thought we were only told about 3.
Looks like someone decided to make a guest appearance.
Who showed up at the last minute there? Oh, they put Miyako on the field. No, Miyako was been on the field. Who did they put on the field now?
2, 1.
Who did they put on the field that wasn't on the field before? What's that last team number?
I didn't see it, but they're up in there. Up in that
It's
warehouse.
so small up in that warehouse. So far away.
They're getting it, you know. They're about to put it in their shipping hub.
But look at these scores, 27-15 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance needing to put some points on the board to answer back.
Looks like they're about to do something.
Red Alliance trying to pick up ducks.
They got one.
Yeah, but that's a wiffle ball. It's not weighing it down.
It's a load, you know.
We need it weighed down. I need it to tip. I need the scales to just fall over.
All right, that newly added team is going in for another one. Hey, vibing. He's got something. He's got something.
Uh-oh. Blue Alliance seems to be touching stuff on the side.
Unfortunate.
I wonder, did they receive a penalty for moving that shared hub? And for moving their alliance hub?
We'll see. The refs got it. All right, they're up to 39-25. Can they close that gap? 45-25. About 20 seconds left in the end game.
It's the race of the ducks.
Race of the ducks. With some dramatic violin music in the back.
It's quackers out here, folks.
You need to be stopped. There's the timer.
With the current unofficial score being at 81-68, we will see who will pull out this victory. And you said I need to be stopped. Why do I need to be stopped? Is it the puns? Puns too much punning.
It's always the puns, bro. Quackers.
Hey, it's quackers. Watch, Twitch chat, how do you feel? Do you feel like those ducks were quackers? And the Red Alliance will take this victory with a point breakdown of 21-15, a driver control of 18-10, and an end game of 42-43. That 30-point penalty costing the Blue Alliance the game.
The Red Alliance did clutch it out in the end.
And once again, I'm confused because I thought the Red Alliance was all surrogates.
They are.
I can't figure out who they are.
You know, Meowka and Meowka's back at it again. But like,
I didn't see what the other little bot was. That might have been SBS Robotics, because that's the only other 19 I can think
they're
of.
back with the mouthful. Orange County High School Hornets. Free shipping.
Free shipping needs to go get sponsored.
This is free shipping match. We got team 19402 Meowka and 9803 Orange County High School Hornets for the Red Alliance, and 293 free shipping and 19832 SBS Robotics with a 0 because they're too good for O's.
I think they're practicing in Harrisonburg right now.
Free shipping needs to get like a sponsor from like UPS or like FedEx.
So match 35, we had Meowka and SBS Robotics. Like I said, I just couldn't see their team name. It was their team numbers were tiny. So SBS Robotics was out in the back.
And now they're playing again. But like now, before there were surrogates on the same alliance, and now they're this next match they're going against each other. That's the beauty of First. You make an alliance partner with one match, and then the next you guys are going against each other.
But look at Meowka's bright green.
Right, the shirts. They're kind of like soccer jerseys.
What they look like? What they look like? I gotta think of what they look like. I wouldn't say soccer jerseys, maybe like soccer referees, because you know soccer referees sometimes wear like the bright green or the bright yellow or some other bright highlighter color.
I remember like the Xbox 360 days, they used to make like bright green jerseys, so that's like the Xbox colors. So they look just like those.
We are not going to talk about old Xbox.
It's not that old.
Because every time I think about old Xbox, I think about the red ring of death.
Oh man, I remember that. Yeah, my Xbox ring stayed green.
I had red ring of death once. It still worked, but I got the ring of death once.
Ooh.
But this seems to be a one-on-one match, mano-y-mano.
Ooh. Meowka versus
SBS.
SBS. Friends turn to enemies.
Also, I like how the Twitch chat always wants to wonder why we don't turn to the other events when there's literally nothing happening on the other fields. No matches on the other fields right now. How come we don't see that field? It's not a match. If there was a match, I'd talk about it.
I mean, I guess you guys could just enjoy the dramatic mood lighting of the oral field, but there's nothing much else besides that going on.
Look at the darkness for a couple minutes. There's nothing going on over there.
I don't mind it.
Speaking of things that are getting ready to go on, though, we can talk about Loresfield because we have team names that are starting to pop up. First and foremost, the team that shall not be named, Team 20257. We have Newt of 7988. We have Magic Schoolbots of 14253, and we have Dejava of 11695.
And for the Norfolk game, looks like the surrogate for 9803 is air.
Yeah. We got them air surrogates.
My favorite team.
And we have randomization number 6, which means tower number 3, that high tower. Let's see it get done. That's when teams love these points. And Mialka hold their own. Let's see these robots go. Mialka taking off and seemingly to spare themselves. Free shipping going for a free park. And taking themselves out of parking position. So this opening score will be 5-0.
3, 2, 1.
Once again, teams, if your teams are out on the field, shout them out, call them out, cheer them on. We love seeing everybody saying hi to their wonderful teams. Let's get ready for these last 30 seconds. It is duck time. With a current unofficial score of 28-39, it looks like Mialka may be able to hold their own. Oh, 38-39. They may have just barely held their own. And the final score will be to the red team with a score of 38-39. once again, barely holding their own with a point breakdown of a 0-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control to a 4-point driver control, and then a 34-point endgame to a 30-point endgame. Coming up next will be Free Shipping and Orange County High School Hornets going up against We Bite and It Hurts and Nanobots. Let's see which surrogates we have over there. Also, it looks like Laurel's starting to take the stand once again. In Laurel, they're going to have the team that shall not be named and Newt facing off against the Magic School Bots and Dejava. I want to see these wonderful teams. I love seeing them. We just got word of our first few teams popping up in Harrisonburg, Virginia. We have the Ratchet Bots of 7844 and iLight Ingenuity of 194 going up against System Overload of 13820 and iLight Imagination of 392. See, trying to read acronyms when teams have long names had to remind me for a second. I had to think. I was like, who is and I was like, oh, the team that shall not be named. Okay, cool. And then we got the Magic School Bots. Once again, somebody on your team needs to dress up like Miss Frizzle. It has to happen. Somebody got to jump on the Magic School Bot. Or the bot got to have a cover over it that looks like the Magic School Bus, something. It's got to be something. I remember all the days I used to sit in class watching Magic School Bus. But we will be having surrogates all through this. So teams, if you all see on the screen that you see a team number and you don't see the actual team appear, we will be trying to read off the surrogates and who that surrogate is to give that surrogate credit. Now, what being a surrogate means is that you will not receive match points for that specific scored match, but you will receive match points when you still have your own separate matches. Being a surrogate is just a wonderful chance to practice more and a wonderful chance to experience time on the field with your robot and in the heat of competition. Also, we will remind teams once again that if we are not able to show you a match, please go back and look at the YouTube archives. Don't forget to subscribe and follow the YouTube channel as well, because over the next coming days, there will be more events. There will be more videos popping up on the YouTube channel. Speaking of events, we have an event underway in Laurel, Maryland, where these robots are already halfway through their autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Team 11695 has an interesting system that we haven't talked too much about. Dejava, their wheel system is like desk wheels or cart wheels, where they can actually pivot before they go, and the wheels technically are staying straight at all times, but the wheels themselves are pivoting. It's a wonderful little system. Red Alliance trying to put a couple more pieces of freight up onto the field. Blue Alliance, I wonder what's going on. Did they get disabled up top? Their alliance partner has not moved since parking. And that final score will come in at that final unofficial score will come in at 21-8. We will wait on the official score from the referees. We're about to jump right over to Harrisonburg, Virginia, where they're going into their autonomous period. We have a current score of 36-14.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance trying to close the gap with the Red Alliance. Score currently sitting at 48-28. Watching these teams battle it out, they're now battling for the shared shipping hub. Oh, unfortunately, the Red Alliance seems to have launched a cone out of the arena. Both teams fighting for position as we get ready for the end game. Oh no! Blue Alliance moving their hub. That might have been a major penalty. We will see soon. Blue Alliance and Red Alliance attempting to cap right now. Red Alliance getting their cap. Blue Alliance still trying to place their cap down. Can they let it go? It won't let it go. And we're jumping straight back up to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum with a current unofficial score of 124 to 50 over in Harrisonburg. The Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum getting ready to go into their endgame mode with a current score of 50 to -8. And with a current score of 110 to 50, we will see how that score changes from the referees. Coming up next in Laurel, Maryland, we have Spider Bits and Lightning Coalition Robotics going up against Cyber Dogs and Static. I get reminded of Static every time I touch my hair. A whole ball of fur up here. Just Static Shock all day. Yeet. Over in Norfolk, the final score comes in with the Blue Alliance taking it at a score of 70 to 50 with a point breakdown of an autonomous period of 32 points to 18 points, a driver control period of 24 points to 4 points, a endgame of 54 points to 58 points. Both alliances receiving penalties. Blue Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties, Red Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties. Red Alliance receiving a penalty for moving their shipping hub. Blue Alliance's penalty still waiting to get sent out. Blue Alliance's penalties for moving their shipping hub. Harrisonburg, Virginia coming in with their final score, coming in at 110 to 20 in favor of the Red Alliance with a point breakdown of a 42-point autonomous to a 14-point autonomous, a 20-point driver control to a 18-point driver control, and a 88-point endgame to a 18-point endgame. Red Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties, Blue Alliance receiving 30. I also don't see the breakdown for the penalties over in Harrisonburg, but when I get those, you all will know them. Harrisonburg also receiving majors for hub movement and then a minor for red for scoring in the warehouse. Once again, remember, you must fully exit your warehouse before you can score. So those white lines, you must fully exit those white lines before you can score.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Over in Laurel, Maryland, their teleop mode is just now beginning with a current score of 10 to 6 in favor of the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, it looks like 93-38 seems to be spiked. Can they get themselves free? Yes, they can. Blue Alliance receiving some majors, I believe, for moving their shipping hub again. With a current score of 10 to -18, we're getting ready to approach the end game to see what these teams can do. Oh no, the Red Alliance looking like they're about to receive a major penalty for mishandling the shared shipping hub. Blue Alliance trying to come back within these last few seconds. Did they make it? With a current unofficial score of -19 to -7 to -2, we will see how the referees will score the end of this match at Laurel. This might be our first tie of the day. We're going back over to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. There will be no surrogate for team 18668.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Over in Laurel, we have a final score of a tie. Once again, those penalties tanking both teams' scores. We had a 10-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, to a 6-point autonomous, a 1-point driver control to a 10-point driver control, and a 19-point endgame to a 12-point endgame. Both teams receiving -30 in major penalties for hub violations. So in Laurel, we have our first tie due to hub violations and 0-0 score. Over in Norfolk, Virginia, we are about halfway into that match. Once again, we are currently looking at a score of 28-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Will the Red Alliance make itself a comeback, or will the Blue Alliance hold firm? And that will be time with a current score of 70-6. We will see how the judges have to, how the referees have to score this this matchup over in Norfolk. But we are jumping right back down to Harrisonburg, Virginia, where they are halfway through their match with a current score of -4 to 66 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And with a final score sitting at 38 to 122, we will see what the referees have to say about that final score over in Harrisonburg, Virginia. But as we're going through another pause waiting for our referees, once again, teams, if you're here, shout it out. I want to see who's here. I want to see who's partying with us. I want to see who's been staying with us all day long. If you're here, let us know. I see Spider Bits in the chat. We've seen Magic Schoolbots in the chat. We've seen the team that shall not be named in the chat. I want to see all my teams. Teams, if you're here, let's go. Shout them out. Let's hear them. Let's see them. We got Dejava in the chat. We got more Dejava. Okay, so Dejava's up here. And if you stuck around from the last few matches, you can also say hi too. I know some of the people from the other cohorts may still be here. So if you're from the past cohorts, also feel free to say hi. Feel free to stay around, you know? You don't have to leave when your matches are over. You can stay. Now, teams, what are your plans for the off season? I know my plans are normally help teams look for a little bit of outreach, make sure that all my seniors find some scholarships, make sure that teams are recruiting their new middle school students and making sure that all the other leagues are still together. Also, my off season is probably a lot shorter than most of y'all because as soon as this is over, I go into FRC mode. But we're jumping into Laurel where they're going into randomization number 3, which is that top tier. So let's see these high scores coming out. Once again, we're over in Laurel, Maryland. We've got robots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
We've
1.
got Talon, Cybirds, and Mechhawks in the chat. They all swooped in. Early in this teleop mode, we have a score of 23 to 10 in favor of the Red Alliance. Ooh, unfortunately, I think they just received a penalty for moving the shared shipping hub. That might have just been a major. Yep, they just got that major. And with that, that will be a final unofficial score of 41-14 over in Laurel, Maryland, in favor of the Red Alliance. I actually like how that looks. I forget what that's called again when it's looks like that. 41-14. What's that called again? Where it just all nice and linear forward and backwards. I forget what it's called. But we will be jumping over to Norfolk, Virginia. Over in Norfolk, Virginia, we seem to be having a robot stuck next to a shipping hub where the shipping hub should be, so I think they received a major penalty for that one. But right now, we're off to the duck race. Once again, these ducks waddling off the table, jumping onto the field. It's quacking mad out here. And with a current unofficial score of 56-64, 59-67, 79-67. This score just keeps rising. We will see how this score continues to rise. Over in Laurel, Maryland, the score was finally 41-30 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a score breakdown of a 19-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to a 4-point driver control, and a 42-point endgame to a 16-point endgame, with an unfortunate 30-point penalty to the Red Alliance coming from moving that shared hub. And the final score in Norfolk, Virginia will be 49-67 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 16-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 41-point endgame to a 55-point endgame. The deciding factor being that 30-point penalty towards the Blue Alliance. I was told that the Blue Alliance did a little bit of a disco dance, a little spin around the track during their autonomous period, and that is what caused them the 30-point penalty, was for sideswiping the Alliance hub. We are jumping right back down to Harrisonburg, where they're finishing out their autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue team trying to extend their lead, currently sitting at 43-10. Red Alliance hoping to close that gap as we come into the last half of this match. Blue Alliance stacking up on that shared shipping hub as well as that top goal, trying to maximize these points before the last 30 seconds. Blue Alliance getting a cap as well. Oh, and they knocked their cap back off. Oh no. They had it there and they knocked it off. With a current unofficial score of 46-99, we will see how the referees will score out the end of this match. We are jumping right back into Laurel, Maryland, where they are rounding out their autonomous period. It's time for these robots to get up.
3, 2, 1.
It's robot time. Robots. Time for the robots to activate. Yeah, I know I'm been here for too long. I'm starting to use fun voices. We're about to hit that 9-hour benchmark. Blue Alliance and Red Alliance battling it back and forth for that shared shipping hub. Blue Alliance receiving a couple of penalties. And that current unofficial score will be in favor of the Red Alliance at 69-16. It is time to see what the referees have to say about the end of this match. Over in Norfolk, Virginia, they are finishing out the end of this match. This was a wonderful match being scored currently at 64-80 in favor of the Red Alliance. And our first score will come in from Norfolk, Virginia with a score of 66-89 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a score breakdown of a 6-point autonomous to a 30-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 14-point driver control, a 52-point endgame to a 45-point endgame, and a 20-point penalty, holding back and stretching out that lead against the Blue Alliance. I wonder what those 20 points were for. It's two minors. The final score out of Laurel, Virginia came in at 79 to 56 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a point breakdown of an 11-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, a 16-point gyro control across the board, and a 52. In Harrisonburg, that final score came down to 119 to 58 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with that point down bringing a 21-point autonomous to a 58-point autonomous, to a 0-point autonomous, a 36-point gyro control. Wait. Wait.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
I'm back, I think. All right, cool. Bye. I gotta go. You gotta go. Am I back? That smells like popcorn. Mic check. I think I'm back. Okay, I'm back. And we're in these matches. We are over in Norfolk, Virginia. They just wrapped out their match at 67 to 95, 73 to 95. We're still waiting on the referees to finalize that score. I am sorry that I had to leave you all. My internet somehow crashed out, and we're getting ready for the last 30 seconds over at Laurel, Maryland, where the score is neck and neck at 13 to 16. What will these two teams do? Red Alliance trying to take the win, Blue Alliance trying to get it back. These teams will battle it out to the finish. With a current unofficial score of 59 to 34, we will jump over to Harrisonburg, where they are starting off their autonomous period. Let's see this auto go. Over in Norfolk, Virginia, the final score was... Oh, that's not...
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
I cannot see the field once again. And I think I'm back. I hope I'm back. Harrisonburg, Virginia just finishing out another wonderful match. Currently sitting at 74 to 56. We're gonna hope that my internet stays strong. Unfortunately, I don't know what keeps happening. If my internet keeps messing up, I might have to drop out, unfortunately. But we are about to go into our final match over in Norfolk, Virginia. We have a few more matches left over in Harrisonburg and Laurel, Maryland. Rounding out this final match over at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum in Colonial Heights for Norfolk, Virginia, we have these last three teams. Let's see it happen. But the score coming out of Harrisonburg, Virginia was 74-98 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a 27-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 28-point driver patrol to a 18-point driver patrol, and a 19-point endgame to a 75-point endgame. This match was overall clean. Whoa, and a dramatic autonomous from the Blue Alliance. Meowka has the team going Meowza.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
The shipping hub caught airtime. I have to quote my referees on this one. The shipping hub got knocked into next week. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that one. I normally have a lot of things to say about these matches. That's a crazy one. I don't know how to say anything about that for that final match. That's something. I also think they just got spiked. Did they get spiked as well? I think the Blue Lions might have also just got spiked on the PVC pipes. Blue Alliance not having a great day right now. Red Alliance trying to make the most out of their free space, trying to load up as many points as they possibly can as we get ready for this end game. and with a current unofficial score of 8-66. We will see what that has to do. But we do have a final score for Laurel. Laurel had a final score of 117-46 in favor of the Red Alliance. That score breakdown coming out to a 49-point autonomous to a 6-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control to a 10-point driver control, and a 58-point endgame to a 30-point endgame. And notice how ranking points can change so drastically. Even with a victory, the Red Alliance still moved down in ranking points. And even with a loss, one of the Blue Alliance members still managed to move up in ranking points. But now we're jumping right back to the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Over at Keystone, for our final match, we had a score of 0-66 in favor of the Red Alliance. The score breakdown being a 5-point autonomous to a 14-point autonomous, a 0-point driver control to a 10-point driver control, and a 3-point endgame to a 42-point endgame. The Red Alliance suffering 0 penalties, and the Blue Alliance suffering the catastrophic failure during the autonomous mode, which ended up launching the Alliance shipping hub into next week, as the referees put it. But that will be all for the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, so we will say goodbye to them and we will see them next time. We still have Harrisonburg, and we still have Harrisonburg, and we still have Laurel. Coming up next in Harrisonburg, we have Radioactive and Ratchet Bots going up against the iLight squad of iLight Imagination and iLight Ingenuity. I wonder, is it legal to have a radioactive robot in first? Can you have a radioactive robot? How does radioactivity work with robots? To answer your question, friend, rank points works with cohorts, where it's your overall score as well as your score is matched up against all of the different cohorts. Your cohort mostly just says who you will be playing with / against in the immediate standing, but your scores must stand the test of time up against all the different teams. So if your overall scores and your ranking points and your autonomous scores and stuff like that don't hold their own up against all the different teams, that's how you get those lower numbers where you see teams that are in 30th place and stuff like that, even though the cohort may only have 8 to 10 teams in it. Yeah. I also received word from the field that the Blue Alliance shipping hub is okay. It will make a full recovery. And also that the team Miauka took it on the chin, took it like the champ, and made everyone laugh while everyone was finishing out that match. Do I see another face popping in the box?
Popping in the box.
Timmy, how you doing, Timmy? How was competition today?
Drivers,
Other
pick
than
up
the
your
first
controllers.
match, competition was great this morning.
3, 2, 1.
And just to let everybody know, which team were you with and what field were you on today? While we're over here looking at the Laurel field.
How are the rest of the teams doing? Are they doing great as well today?
Oh, teams are always great. You know, anytime we see a team on the field, I say they've had a great day.
Yes, and as long as they don't ESD.
I mean, even if you do, you at least made it here.
You did, yes. As long as your robot moved for a moment.
You made it here. What you did here, that's up for debate, but did you make it here? That's the participation award that everybody gets.
Yes. So we do have a match going on in Laurel, and they're slowly placing minerals on that, but they are placing.
You mean the freight?
Yes, it is freight. I've been calling it minerals all day, including in strategy.
Once again, remind everybody which team you're from and where you're where you were on the field at.
Yeah, I mean, I can say for me, 4634 was in Harrisonburg this morning, and we did pretty well. We didn't get ranked number 1, but we're already advancing to state, so we're fine.
Yeah, I mean, but everybody was talking about Harrisonburg today because they didn't get to see y'all much, and I was like, no, trust me, we talk about you enough. We will definitely show you all later. And also, you know where to find your videos after this is all over. Where should you go look for your videos when this is all over?
Isn't it on the YouTube channel for First Chesapeake?
Yes, it is. It is in our First Chesapeake YouTube archives. So make sure to go look in our video archives to find all of your plays and all of your videos. And that will conclude the end of that match over in Laurel, Maryland, with a score of 71-36 as the current unofficial score. But we're getting ready to start down in Harrisonburg.
They're just getting the robots ready,
and I thank you for joining us. My computer seemed to have got a case of the hiccups earlier.
I heard.
And wanted to jump itself out of chat multiple talking, and then everything went black.
That is not a good sign.
I knew something on, but Discord said loading. When you see the Discord logo actually loading, like you're out of the chat, the whole Discord is loading.
That's a bad sign.
Yeah, that means I'm not in chat anymore.
Autonomous has ended with a score for 47 for the Red Alliance.
Driver,
nice job there.
pick up your controllers.
Start the beginning of our match.
3,
2,
1.
These referees are wonderful.
Yes, although one of the robots appears to be stuck on the spike. I know how that one feels from this morning.
Yeah, those spikes are not the funnest.
It broke one of our 3D prints in the final part of the match. Not great.
This is why you always gotta print more than once.
Yes, and we had a spare, but the problem is we'd have to take apart most of the base to fix it. So you're talking about a half an hour to an hour fix in a competition where you have 5-minute turnarounds.
That's why you need to have a spare base too. You just gotta have the whole thing pre-built if you can't get down there.
Okay, but then we'd have to take our subsystems from one to the other. Why not just make a whole new robot?
I mean, I've also seen that done.
You don't usually see it as much for FTC.
Because I know definitely in FRC we will have whole robots rebuilt.
Yes. I've thought about trying FRC, but why would I go away from FTC? We're doing great.
Because FRC is where the big kids are.
So someone just reached onto the field in this match, so I don't remember if that's a major or a yellow or what the exact penalty is for that, but
I think it might be both.
It is definitely not what you want to have. The score is staying pretty much the same from the Autonomous. One of the teams is using their tape measure to try and grab their capstone.
We've seen this a couple times. They're trying to double cap.
Yes, Robolos did this morning, and it looks like they have completed their assignment.
They got the double cap.
That's a double cap done by one team. Very nice job on the Red Alliance. And now they're parked in the warehouse with the same measuring tape.
They were trying to reel it back in. It's like, no, leave it out. And to answer the Twitch chat, it depends on what you define as having a second robot. You would still have to go get it completely re-inspected.
Although this year for Virginia, we don't actually have inspections. You just inspect it on your own, so it would not be too hard to swap out robots. Also, the reaching onto the field penalty, for clarification on that, one of the teams on the Red Alliance reached in to try and get their robot off the spike.
How do you
practice like you play? Don't touch it. Leave it on the field. Practice like you play.
How you? I've seen many things. Just today, I've seen many things. How do you reach onto the field to get yourself off a spike?
That's what they did. The score for that match,
I'm waiting on it to pop up. It hasn't popped up yet.
I think I see 155 to 83, but I think
that's the unofficial. I want the official to pop up now.
Is that the official? That's
okay. Now it's coming up
the official. There we go.
And Red will take this victory with 155 to 53, with a point breakdown of a 47-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 8-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 100-point endgame to a 55-point endgame, with the Red Alliance receiving 0 points worth of penalties and the Blue Alliance receiving 30 points worth of penalties.
So the reaching onto the field was only a warning and not actually a penalty. So don't do it again. But yes, that is what it was.
And actually, I remember the reaching on the field earlier because that was one of the us teams. I believe it was either Mobius or Luminous because I remember watching that match because I was staring at them as their hand went onto the field. I was staring at the referee watching them because it was during the autonomous period, so it had fallen off, and they were trying to get it to put it back on, or they were trying to get it to take it off the field, and the referee was like, no, don't touch nothing, bring your hand back.
The reaching onto the field in Harrisonburg today was at 92 seconds left in the match. He was pointing, it appears. Or touching something. I don't know exactly what's going on there. That's interesting.
But I like how the Twitch chat wants to say FTC has big kids too. and yes, FTC has big kids, but FRC is only big kids.
So we also had a score in the Laurel. The final score for that, I see 0 to 63 was the final. 66 was the final score over there, with the Red Alliance taking the victory.
Let's go look at those penalties then, if that's the case.
A 30-point penalty, but they only scored 8 points in total. I think we're going to Laurel.
We'll probably be going back to Laurel, but the Laurel score, where was the Laurel score? The Laurel score was, I saw 55 to 74. Where did you see another score?
I'm looking at Norfolk. That is not the right one.
Yeah, I'm about to say, this is...
Laurel, yes, I see 55 to 74.
55 to 74.
There
I was
we
like,
go.
how did you get a
That's
0?
Right.
Yeah, 55 to 74, that point breakdown.
It's a little bit different.
You were really scaring me and making me want to look back at the penalties for that, because I was like, that must have been a lot of penalties.
We do have a match going in Laurel, it appears.
Driver,
one of the robots
pick up your controller.
Stuck on the spike already. That
3,
sounds like FTC
2,
here.
1.
Tally-up begins, and they did manage to get off, so good job on them. One of the teams on the Red Alliance, it appears to be 17219, is going into the warehouse to pick up minerals. Let's see if they can get their arm to work and place those minerals.
I'm gonna laugh every time you say minerals because I know you know better.
Oh, it's great, but I can't stop. I've said minerals for the past couple of years.
It's like, I'm gonna laugh every time you say it because I know you know better.
Yes. And they place another freight. Both teams place a freight onto that one level hub, which needs to be tipped in either direction. But because one of the Blue Lines placed a heavy, it actually tips it a lot in their favor more. So that should hold them for the rest of the match, even though it appears they're stuck on the spike. Hopefully they can get off.
The emphasis on the T. The emphasis on the T in freight.
Freight. The unofficial score at 45 seconds left in the match is 27-26 as we continue.
I want endgame carnage. Bring on the ducks. Release the ducks.
It's kind of interesting in the autonomous code. For the coders for our team, the coder that was before me didn't like to write any comments at all, so it's interesting going through his code. And then I write some notes just so that I know what's going on. The coder that I'm training to come after me writes an entire story, an entire book inside his code about how he's saving the duck from the ducky wheel and placing His Highness the duck on top of the shipping hub in his favorite chamber. It's amazing.
See, once again, I never did programming past freshman class. Yeah, we had a coding class freshman year that I took. After that, I stopped dealing with programming, and when I was in my freshman class, I learned like 7 coding languages.
Oh, that's good.
I know none of them now. I can tell you what they are. I couldn't do them.
The match ended with an unofficial score of 36-32, so we'll see how that one, what happens to that when it ends.
I could tell you a bunch of different languages. Don't ask me to do them. I'd probably fail at drag and drop codes too by now. I'm just out of practice.
The score is posted with the Red Alliance winning with a tight score of 46.
Now you put some tools in my hand and you ask me to build with it. I got you.
Yes. If you give me like,
well,
I can learn how to do it if I don't know how to do it.
But we do have a score breakdown in favor of the Red Alliance of 46-38, a 13-point autonomous to a 14-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 19-point endgame to a 12-point endgame. This was a clean match.
It was. Very nice job.
But no, I was like, I did the electrical team, the mechanical team, and I had to spoon feed my design team. And I had to drag my programming team through the mud because my programmers wanted to sit around being lazy, and because they never had to sit in the actual engineering room because we said, well, this is where actual work is happening. And they used to go sit in the computer lab. They would sit in the computer lab and play games and not actually finish my code. So a couple times during their lunch break, I had to sit there with them during their lunch to make sure my code got built.
You see, I'm the captain and the coder, so I have to pull myself through the mud to get the code done. And the other thing, I spoon feed it, well, partially. I give them ideas on how I want the robot to do, and then they use their genius. I'm not a genius, but I can give them the basic idea that I want. And then they just do it, and they build a great robot.
See, my thing was, I used to get my freshmen to build me a chassis in 3 days. I would turn around and get my sophomores to wire said chassis. Like, my electrical team would turn around and wire said chassis. And then finally we would be like, okay, now we have another 4 weeks. Let's figure out what's going on top of this robot.
Yes. So we do have the match starting over in, that's Harrisonburg with a score of 0-26. Oh, 5-26 now.
26. These points are climbing. I love to see it make the points grow.
Yes. He didn't spin the ducky off. He got close. But I don't think his wheel touched. We had that happen when we ran our ducky auto.
You gotta spin the ducky.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
You gotta be the DJ.
3,
Turn the
2, 1.
It's called carousel, but yes, same thing.
Turntable, carousel, Lazy Susan, they all look the same.
The teams are
I'm surprised I honestly didn't call it Lazy Susan 55 times.
The teams are both using those freight and placing them on that neutral. Is it neutral or shared? I always forget. The hub that tips either way, that you want to tip in your direction.
Saying you gotta be your own ducky. What I'm surprised that I haven't seen team names though, since we had Team Snuffleupagus, I was like, wait, where's Bert and Ernie? Because I missed the Rubber Ducky song. Rubber ducky. Like, where's the rubber ducky song? I also wonder how many of y'all are old enough to know the rubber ducky song. Makes
I
sense.
would not know it.
Age. It's another age-related problem.
1885 is doing a great job getting that the hub in their direction, but they did bump it. I really hope that's not a major because they were tight on majors earlier today.
It's starting to look like it's turning some, which is what might cause the major.
Well, a movement of 1 inch after the end of the match. They didn't even see how it turned. It was a movement of 1 inch was a major. The other thing that was kind of funny was we placed a ball that landed exactly on the middle. As much.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
It was
I
as
saw
much
that
red as
match.
it was. Yes.
We sat here for 10 minutes talking about which side is it actually on.
Yes.
We were like, they overloaded the red side so much that when they placed the wiffle ball, it managed to land in the crack on the ledge. Didn't choose a side. This landed on the cross. There is one cross that is perfectly flat, and it managed to land there.
Yes. I think in the end it was ruled to be 51% on our side, so we got the score. But it was tight.
Who measured it to say 51%?
It was a visual measure.
How do you measure 50 at a visualized? How do you measure 51%?
I think it's slightly that way. It must be 51%.
We just take a string and put a string across. How much is it?
Well, the other problem was the hub was also tipped right exactly where that red and blue lines are, so we couldn't
it was
quite
tipped
tell.
down the middle, so it couldn't lean your direction either way.
Yes, but that one was voted to be 55% in our direction because the pole was slightly leaning red.
Once again, this was just weird. It was just weird. But over at Harrisonburg, we're waiting on our final scores coming out. We are currently looking at an unofficial of 53-98. Once again, we have our referees back at it, going deep, diving, looking at that field. But we're getting ready to start our match over at Laurel. This will be match 45 out of 48. That was still funny though. Y'all do weird things with scores, okay? At least in FRC, the score is easy. You see a score, that's what the score is.
It's automatic. I wish we had things that were automatic. But like, imagine if last year it would measure if a ring entered the goal.
But that also wouldn't really help because some of the rings bounced in, bounced out, and bounced back in.
How do you bounce back in if you're that 30 feet up in the air? Oh, actually, I have an idea. You fire one
clipped
ring
around both sides. No, because it ran in one side, clipped out, and then clipped itself back in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Okay, so instead you measure how
3,
many go into
2,
the
1.
place where the human players pick it back up again. We do have a score posting.
But then that wouldn't really tell you. That wouldn't really tell you who got how much though, because then it wouldn't tell the different heights.
So we did get the blue score from that last match of 68-88. That was in Harrisonburg. We'll get our next match going in just a moment. It appears that Laurel's going.
Yep, Laurel is going there in Teleop with a score of 22-0. Blue received another major for that shared hub.
I think that was in the previous match. Yes, that was Harrisonburg. Oh, and it appears that they just may have counted a major in this match as the team. Yep, there's the major.
Once again, teams, this is a year that I will definitely stress and get on our drivers. I also get on the coders because sometimes that autonomous code just throws it left. It happens. But when you're in Teleop, I will definitely get on the drivers. You gotta watch your bot. Gotta train it.
See, the problem with me and driving is, especially last year, because we didn't have a drive coach, I'm used to being secondary driver and drive coach at the same exact time. So I stopped focusing on the robot. I stopped looking at the robot, and that's a problem when I have to control a lot of details on the robot.
Stops looking at the robot. Arm swings wildly. How'd that happen? Why aren't you looking at the robot?
Yes, so I put one of the other guys, which is better at secondary driver, and he's doing that while I'm whispering in their ear the exact thing that they should be doing. This match is coming to a close. The score is tied. Now the blue line's just tied again. 40-34. It may come down to these final ducks. Is that going to be tied? The final unofficial score is 46-46.
It's duck time. Oh, actually, but wait a minute. They do have that last little bit on the shared hub. That might just take it. If they score that one piece on the shared hub yet or not is going to be a question, because I don't think they've scored it yet.
It doesn't appear that they've scored that yet. We're going to Harrisonburg for the final score. I think
so
we
the
got
final
that
score for Harrisonburg from that last match was that 68-88 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Once again, the point breakdown over there was the 5-point autonomous to the 29-point autonomous, the 24-point gyro control to the 30-point gyro control, the 39-point endgame to a 59-point endgame, and that unfortunate 30-point penalty for messing with the hub.
But very nice job by both teams, especially that endgame score was really good. I don't remember if that was the double cap. That could have been.
I don't think this was the double cap.
There's a lot of matches I don't fully remember.
How do you think I feel? I've been here for 9 hours. But we do have a victory over in the Blue Alliance once again, over in Laurel, Maryland, with a score of 46-56, with a 0-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 0-point gyro control to a 10-point gyro control, and a 46-point endgame to a 60-point endgame. Once again, the Blue Alliance suffering a 30-point penalty.
It was so close to being 46-46. That mineral and something else may have been the final thing that decided it. That freight.
Ah, the freight. Don't know about these mineral things. What are these mineral things that you speak of?
In my code, the code in my head, I'll just write mineral equal freight.
Code in my head.
Do not say mineral. Every time you see mineral coming out of the text box, write freight.
Just put a post-it note on your screen. It's okay. Trust me, I still say litter when I talk about throwing things on the field. I'm like, so we're littering the field, right? This is not Recycle Rush.
Yes.
So we're clearing the obstacles, right? This is not Stronghold.
We do have our next match. Our next match is going to be, it appears in Harrisonburg. We've got Legacy, Light Legacy, which is 1885. And
it's
52...
not Legacy, it's The Legacy.
The Legacy.
The Legacy.
Yeah, I missed that. Then we have 5262, Light Innovation. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have Ratchet Bots, which is 7844, and Light Imagination, 392. Low numbers. That was an early team. I'm surprised that they're not called Legacy.
What if this was a 3v1 match?
Just Light
versus Ratchet Bot. Just Light versus Ratchet Bot. Just put all three on one side. Once again, this is when I like off-season talk, because off-season talk you can do stuff like make random matches, like having all the sister teams go up against each other, and doing an invite only for sister teams.
Well, you could probably do that at your school.
Oh no, I'm saying, but that'd be an off-season or a scrimmage. It wouldn't be an official match. I couldn't tell somebody, "Oh, I'm excluding you because you don't have a sister."
Yes. Well, we to be honest, sister teams, as long as you do it right, is a very, very good strategy, because you can design one to be a primary bot only, and the second one to be a secondary bot only.
But then you also then have to decide: are you building bots that are doing cooperative code or competition style code?
Well, both. So what you do is you have the highest scoring bot possible, but you also have the program that works really well with your sister team, and then you pick each other in alliance selection. So one of you guys gets the number 1 seed, and the other one, it doesn't even matter. You pick that team, and now you work really well together for finals. I think Zoobotics, which currently has a couple world records, did that with both of their teams.
I'm confused right now looking at the screen, because I think we might have lost another camera. See 2 frozen cameras.
In Harrisonburg? Yes, we did. We lost 2
We
cameras.
lost another camera because I was confused. I was like, "How are there no robots on the field? I see robots on the field." And then they said, "Oh, we lost the camera." I was like, "Okay, that makes more sense." I was like, "Yeah, you confused me too." I was like, "I see, but I don't see."
Yes.
9 hours in, y'all can't be messing with me. I might actually be hallucinating at times. But we have randomization number 6 over in Harrisonburg, Virginia.
Hey, it's not getting randomization, whatever, the middle one, over and over and over like it was earlier today. I am very surprised.
What year was it that y'all said that the randomization was broken and it almost always gave one randomization over the other?
I don't remember which year that was, or if there was a year. I do remember that there was a year where the ref predicted
Driver,
like 7
pick up your
randomizations
controllers.
in a row.
3,
He didn't.
2,
He just wrote them all down,
1.
and then the next 7 randomizations were exactly what his clipboard said. Like, how do you do that? It's supposed to be random.
I mean, if you know the algorithm, you just might get it.
You're not wrong. I mean, the other thing that I'm surprised by is how are we against Robolords 3 times? This is for the matches. 3 times in both of our 2 competitions. 6 of our matches this year.
Now we will say that it is 3-7 in the teleop mode right now.
Oh.
Oh, that looked like it hurt over in Laurel, Maryland. I felt that all the way in DC. that piece shook. I'm still trying to figure out how the other team threw the shipping hub into next week, though.
I think I saw that clip, although I wasn't here for that.
I'm just quoting the referees and the scorekeepers. It was thrown into next week.
It was kind of funny to see the reaction of the team that match.
That team was heartbroken at the end.
Yes.
Their team member fell on the floor for a second. Crying. They were hurt. I don't even want to. Apparently, they were joking the whole time and making a whole lot of verbal jokes with the other teams and stuff like that. But that was still just a very hurtful moment. To just see your robot and think, "Oh, we're gonna have a wonderful final match," and just yeah, because that was the sound they literally put in this clip was yeah. I'm like, how you the
final score is getting really close. Penalties are going to decide it. Maybe that partial park. Oh, it's full park now. That's probably going to decide that. That's probably going to decide this
match. It looks
match.
to be 11-11, but remember, they still have to score that tip. They still haven't scored that tip over yet.
Oh, true. That's an extra 20 points, although the red lines went up. But it's tipped in blue favor. I think that may be a heavy cube, especially because it's tipped so much. So that 1 cube is going to get you 24 points. It's one of the things you should really look for, especially if the other team's not placing on there. Just grab 1 heavy cube and you get 24 points. I do hear.
But then that's also the question of how do you figure out which one is the heavy one?
You look. You use your eyes and you look on the field because I can actually see which ones are which. So earlier today,
I mean, if they're all face down, you can tell which one is which.
Well, it's 2 faces that has the weights on it, and
okay, so we have teams dancing on the field right now.
Well, they're dancing on the side while the robots are doing autonomous.
But I couldn't tell which team this is because we can't see numbers anymore, so I just saw legs just dancing.
I think it's going to be the 7-8-4-4.
Driver, pick up your controllers. 3,
but it could be
2, 1.
3-9-2. As teams start to place these freight on top of the shipping hubs and score points, hopefully they don't reach out of the field with that big arm. That would not bode well.
We've seen worse.
We've seen somebody reaching onto the field. Oh, they flipped over.
Like this, for example, they did a pull-up. They did a nice little pull-up. They're doing some nice martial arts practice right now.
They're stuck on those pipes. Hopefully they can get off. It appears
just Just another martial arts backflip. They'll pop themselves back up.
It appears that one of the overlooked details with the robot is when they go over the pipes, it shakes out, which is very sad because they're getting multiple cycles. The problem is every time they go over it, just lets go of the mineral. 1885, though, which is another iLight team, has been placing really well in the, that's the level 1, the shared. And now, because they place so well, they're going to go place in the top of the alliance.
Yeah, but while they're placing up there, let's look as they get ready to drop down that cap. They are just going to hover and wait. They are fully extended. Their lights are waiting to turn green. They are going for it.
They have one
And that
cap?
is a single cap and a single duck. Can they get the cap free? They got the cap free. Can they go get the second cap?
They got 20 seconds to get this next cap. The other team is
They
waving
have a
their
second
hand.
cap up in the air.
And the other team is waving their claw in encouragement. Go get it!
Oh, it's just on it. It's just sitting on it. No! I would leave it alone. It is up top. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Please do not mess with it.
Don't touch it.
They're trying to extend across the field. They could not make it in time to extend across the map.
Rest in peace. Unfortunately, that capstone won't be the deciding factor in the match. Especially since
with a current score of 166 to 87, they got Red Alliance received a balance and a tip scale.
Nice.
As well as getting 8 ducks onto the field.
So we were gonna head over to Laurel for the score and see what that was.
Which was 29 to 43 in favor of the Blue Alliance. With a point breakdown of a 3-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 2-point driver control to a 14-point driver control, and a 24-point endgame to a 56-point endgame. Blue Alliance once again receiving 30 points worth of penalties.
That 30 points is gonna hurt a lot.
Especially with ranking this late in the game.
Yes. It was a major thing for us. You saw the match earlier where we crashed into the warehouse and 2 balls went flying? Like literally flying?
Yep. Y'all had wonderful points until them 20-point penalties came back later.
We had like a 256, was it, or something like that?
Went right back down.
Rest in peace.
Y'all wanted to kiss greatness and got too close to the sun, turned into Icarus, just melted your wings.
Yes. The final official score
Red
is
will
coming in.
win with 142 to 87, with a point breakdown of 42 points to 3 points for the autonomous, 40-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 90-point endgame to a 72-point endgame. The Red Alliance suffering a 30-point penalty. And they received a major penalty for carousel manipulation. So once again, another fun topic to talk about. You want to talk about the ducks and the duck wheel?
Well, the ducks in the duck wheel has to be a very specific. You have to place it where it's touching the bar, and then you start to spin it. But if you touch it while it's spinning, that's a penalty because they really don't want to have your fingers get caught underneath the bar. Because apparently, it'll pinch and stuff like that. So if you touch it while it's spinning, then that's a penalty. Or if you grab the duck that's already on there, that's probably a penalty. And if the duck doesn't touch the bar on the way back, then you don't get it scored at all. So I'm guessing they probably touched it while it was moving. There was also a major...
I'm guessing they touched it I'm guessing they tried to put a second one on or some other surface manipulation.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
There was also a...
3, 2,
the major
1.
in Laurel was for moving the Alliance Hub during auto.
So this time I don't get to blame the drivers. This time programmers, you're at fault.
But we do have a match starting in Laurel with a negative 17 to 3. So even while the score red looks bigger, it's actually the Blue Alliance that's winning.
That was what that major came for from auto.
Oh.
That was the major that they were describing. That was the major that they were describing. Was that one?
I thought it was from the previous match.
Nah.
I do see it slightly moved. They're trying to grab another freight from the warehouse as they slowly do that to try and place it in the shared shipping hub. They have an interesting mechanism. It kind of looks like a poop scooper. You know how you have one thing that, pulls it into the other? You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, that's going to be another major for moving the...
I've tried so hard to avoid saying things. I've tried so hard.
It's what my mind immediately thought of. Okay.
I am
I've seen it
almost
so many
10
times.
hours in. I haven't said anything.
I think you said a
But
lot.
they are spiked.
It appears that the robot on the Red Alliance is dead on the pipes. They're trying to get their robot back moving, but it's flashing blue. That's not a great sign. Although currently they're winning with a score of 21-1 because of
Both
those
teams
ducks.
making sure to recover from the negative.
Yes,
But
by 1 point.
But how do you manage to say something that almost brings me to tears? I think it's time for me to go to work. How many more matches do we have?
Well, I
think it's time for me.
I think we have 2 matches here, and I don't know how
We have 1 match at each field left. It is time to get ready to go to work. We have 2 matches left in Harrisonburg, and we have 1 match left in Laurel.
And the match in in Harrisonburg is going to be between 3 iLight teams again and Radioactivity. It's just they swapped alliances.
It's radioactive, not radioactivity.
Radioactivity, yes. And no, I don't think you're allowed to have a radioactive. I heard that.
But it sounds like it'd be fun.
Not for my
Just
health.
imagine. Your battery would never need to be changed. You just have a nuclear-powered robot.
Yes, but my health.
That's what hazmat suits were built for.
Speaking of
but we
health
do
points,
have a final score over in Laurel with the Blue Alliance narrowly scratching out that victory at 30-31 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a point breakdown of a 13-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 8-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 39-point endgame to a 56-point endgame. Both alliances suffering penalties, with the Red Alliance suffering that major penalty for moving the shipping hub during auto, and the Blue Alliance receiving a major for moving the shared shipping hub, and then also a minor for something else that has not been set out yet.
rest in peace.
We will miss these points.
We're going to Harrisonburg for the. We're at 38 of 39. So that's close.
We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. I was getting ready to do the Stomp the Yard reference, and then I realized nobody would get that movie reference if I actually wanted to do that one.
I don't get it, and I don't even know what it is.
See, there was a point in Stomp the Yard where they were chanting as they were moving, and they were almost done doing something, and they had a nice little chant, and I got ready to say it, and then I realized none of y'all would get it. So I was like, we're not going to do this one.
I mean, you could always do, what is that train book? I don't remember which book it is, but it's like a book with a train trying to get over a mountain, and it's
You're talking about the little engine that could? We already had the chugga chugga choo choos. You missed all the train jokes. We had the chugga chugga choo choos. we literally had a team called the chugga chugga choo choos. You missed all the train jokes. All the train jokes are first thing in the morning. The Chugga Chugga Choo Choos were in the first cohort over in Norfolk, Virginia. They were one of the first teams we saw today. You missed all the train jokes. That time is done.
You must have had so much fun.
Oh, I did. I was talking about all the little conductors. I was saying, do they count tickets instead of points? I was saying all sorts of things. I was saying they don't say freight, they say passengers. They walk up to the freight and say, all aboard. There was all sorts of things going on this morning. Don't wait for things to go off in my head.
It appears we're going to be waiting for a bot in Harrisonburg, so we're going to hop over to Laurel, I think.
We get to finish Laurel.
Yay!
We get to finish. We have Newt and Cyberdogs going up against Dejava and Spiderbits.
Yes, we do. Let's see if we can get a high score match. Imagine if the highest scoring match was last one, after they got all their robot refined. I want to see a high-scoring match. I don't think I'm going to get it, but I want it.
I'm liking that the first match in Harrisonburg was one of the highest scoring matches of the season. 222, just
yeah,
it was 222.
Well, the other thing you have to consider is Robolords had been playing 5 matches in the first cohort already, so
No, that was the very first match in Harrisonburg. Which didn't count for Robolords, was 222.
It would be sad if they scored higher in the first cohort than in the second, but we do have a randomization for the final match of the day. It's going to be for the 3rd level, randomization number 3. So it's the easiest autonomous to do. You don't have to go down. All you have to do is reach for the sky.
Put 'em up and reach for the sky. See, I can't do this. Then I'm gonna think of all my cowboy westerns. We don't know how to say certain things. I'm dead.
Autonomous is starting as teams slowly unpack the robot, get ready to start placing those freight on the shipping hubs.
We're slowly unpacking robots. I thought this was the end. It's time to slowly pack up the robots.
We gotta unpack them one more time for this final match. A current unofficial
They can play from inside the box.
Well, seeing as our box, our lily pad for Frogbots is a solid wooden box, except for, you know, the opening, I don't think we can play from inside.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
we are starting
2,
with Blue having
1.
the advantage, 45-6.
And look at these points go.
Slowly but surely, that train going up the mountain. Oh no, that's gonna be a major. That's gonna be a major for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, that came back.
Yeah.
As soon as Cyberdog say you can't keep a Cyberdog down, dumb points went straight down. Those points said, "Oops, sorry."
Oh, you don't want me? I'll just disappear now. They're now negative 20 to 49, so the blue team has the advantage in this match as they're trying to place another minerals. 17-19 has to be really careful that they don't move that hub, because all they have to do is just
They just received another 10-point penalty. Where was the 10-point penalty now?
It's gonna be that ball on the top of on the warehouse that's towards that shared
That
shipping
just
hub.
crossed into the shared hub? Okay.
That
I was
just
like, wait,
crossed
where
out of
they-
there. It's a
Yeah, I was
minor.
like, no, because I didn't see it. I was looking up and not out. So I was like, I never saw it in that corner. Also, I was looking at the blue screen, and on the blue screen, you can't even see it.
Yeah,
it's just
hidden.
underneath the corner. So I was like, where did they get a penalty from?
It's kind of interesting on the red side how they get through the gap. They
have to wiggle around instead of just going for it. And I feel like that's dangerous because I still feel like that's a spike risk at that point.
Yes. Just make sure that your odometry wheels aren't on the spike like us earlier today and we snapped them. The funny thing is we built a system to prevent that raises the odometry wheels. The drivers just forgot to trigger it.
We have a system specifically built for moving you out the way. What did we do? We left you in the way.
We are going to go to Harrisonburg, I think, in just a moment.
That's like having a plane and right after takeoff, the landing gear was still down, and you're like, what happens to the landing gear? You never raised it?
We are starting our final match. No, not our final. Our second to last match in Harrisonburg. As one
It's
of the
okay. If you want to call it the final match, I'll call it the final match too. We can both just call it the final match and be done.
We got one more after this.
I don't want to eat my vegetables anymore. I don't want any more.
at the end of Autonomous, the Blue Alliance has a 26-point advantage.
Driver,
That red
pick up your
robot may only
controllers.
have a partial part because their
3,
wheel is slightly over the
2,
white tape.
1.
That would be
But with
sad.
the score of 38-8, this still will be a very close match from the beginning. Team
Yes.
194 launching that into that top goal, however.
I'm guessing that the Blue Alliance is probably going to win this match, especially since 1885 has done pretty well, especially on that shared shipping hub, and they already have it in their control with a heavy mineral.
Because we're not allowed to gamble, I make no predictions. I just know points go where points go, games go where games go, and there's always the chance that somebody goes a little too wee on the controller and catches 60 points major.
Yes, that's the one thing. I really shouldn't bet on that when a team pushed it all the way across the field and they'd probably get a triple major penalty.
No, we've seen double majors. We didn't get a triple. They managed to take off the triple because they disabled the robot.
Oh, okay, good. I was trying to disable the robot as it was ESD'd and slowly moving towards the shipping hub. In the first match we had, I hit the stop button, but it slightly pushed it, so I got a major. It was only like an inch, but I got a major.
All it takes is an inch. What do you mean?
It depends on which ref is doing it. There's no definition.
No, officer, I didn't hit that car. I only touched it by an inch.
Correct.
On hitting a car.
The autonomous period is starting. We still have less than a 30-point gap between these two teams at 36-64. One of the teams is trying to get off the spikes. You got to go for those ducks. Those ducks can be a game changer, literally, with how many points they are. That team is waving their hand again in support of their alliance partner.
No, that's how they rock themselves off of the duck. I mean, that's how they rock themselves off the spike. And they still can lift. Does it have enough? And they lifted!
Hey,
the spin move for the win. The spin move. It saved them.
I thought they were just encouraging their alliance partner. Doing a final dance. Go, teams, go!
That's that momentum rocking to get yourself off the pipe. I've done a couple of those before, having to do momentum rock.
Yes.
Just, sit up. Sit up. All right, we're free. Cool. Run. Get away.
We have one more
While
match
we
in
wait for
Harrisonburg.
this official score, let's jump right over to Laurel and finish looking at Laurel's final score once again. Laurel just finished out, so we are saying goodbye to Laurel. We are saying goodbye to Norfolk.
I see the score of 15-159 with the Blue Alliance winning. Score breakdown being 6 for the Red Alliance and Autonomous, 49 for the Blue, 16 in driver control for the Red, 26 for the Blue, 33 in endgame for the Red, and 84, a big game changer in the endgame for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance did receive a 40-point penalty. I think that was for pushing the hub or something else that they did. And maybe for the warehouse operations problem.
And now we're getting ready for the score to be posted over in Harrisonburg.
We should have it up pretty soon.
And it's here, folks. The Blue Alliance takes the win at 108-42 with a point breakdown of a 8-point autonomous to a 32-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 32-point driver control, a 6-point endgame to a 54-point endgame, and an unfortunate 10-point penalty to the Blue Alliance.
That's going to be for warehouse operations.
Yep, got to make sure. Keep that freight in the box. It's normally those wiffle balls that get you.
Yes.
Got to go back to t-ball practice.
And one of the things that you have to make sure drive coach is watching the freight. You have to make sure that you don't send them flying unless you crash into them. But anyway, if they're right on the edge, you should probably grab them first just so that they don't go out. Or you just do what our driver does and crash into the middle of the pile and 2 go flying across the field. That's not great.
Once again, at least this isn't FRC where if you actually crashed into a pile of stuff, you might actually have something to worry about. You might let a bunch of R balls go flying everywhere.
Okay, so which kind of balls? Are you talking about wiffle balls from what was the year? The Steamworks? Or are you talking about the Stronghold balls? Or are you talking about balls from another competition?
I'm talking closer to the balls for this year. These basketball-sized tennis
Oh.
balls that we're about to have that are about to get launched. Because if a team accidentally rams that and it flies out the arena, that's going to be a different type.
I've already played that competition on a simulator. It's been fun. Although I can only get like a 4 or 5 auto, depending on how good it is.
See, the thing that's going to really swing the auto in this game is, do you have a basketball player to go get that first few points and make that shot?
Is there a shot that you have to make in the middle?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the entire challenge then.
If during, I believe it's either the first 15 seconds of auto or the last 15 seconds of auto, a human player can take the colored ball of your team and shoot from the sidebar all the way towards that top middle goal and try to make it in that top middle goal for extra points.
Is it a 3-point shot from the standard of distance, or is it a free throw?
It's pretty much close to a 3-point shot. It's a little bit off from a 3-point shot. I think it might be like a collegiate 3-point and not a high school 3-point. Which just comes down to difference of the actual distance away from the ball, from the rim. But yeah, no.
We do have a timeout. That's 2:30 seconds, and then the final match will start.
And that's just because of the fact that we have teams that are playing back to back, so we have to have a little gap down there.
You need to have enough time to get your batteries going, although it appears that all 4 teams are on the field, so maybe that timeout can be taken out of effect.
I'd still want to give teams the chance for that timeout. You know, sometimes you gotta talk a little bit of strategy still.
Very
Still
true.
gotta
But aren't they?
figure out what's going on.
Oh, surprisingly, there's only one iLight team in this match.
Yeah, it's iLight Innovation and Radioactive going up against Ratchet Bots and System Overload. And to speak to the Twitch chat, that shot only counts in the autonomous period. So it wouldn't be a last second end game shot. As much as I want a buzzer beater, it's not going to be a buzzer beater. It would be a buzzer beginner.
Imagine if they made 2 shots. That would be better, because then it would be down to that final shot, and then it'd be up to the human player.
Now, if they did make it that last second shooting, that'd be a fun one. I'd have a little bit of fun with that one.
Oh yes.
I think I'd turn around and be like, I'm still babyface. Let me get back in this game.
Wait a minute. Does it have to be a human player?
Yes.
What happens if the human player is holding a robot that shoots it in?
No.
Is there something that's...
How's the human player going to be on the side of the field? This is the same human player that's supposed to be returning balls into the field.
It just has the system that it just picks up and you just put it in the right position.
That's not how this works. That's not how...
But the robot is more consistent.
Human.
Yes, but a human pressing a button that makes it fire.
Human. Human.
Yes, but a human that
man, woman, or child. Human.
We do have the final match of the day starting with slowly but surely 25 seconds left in the autonomous period. That arm is stretching outside of the field. I really hope that that's not a penalty.
The chat talking about get a bionic arm at that point, I'd die laughing and be like,
Okay.
No cyborg.
So the problem is you have to
pick
know
up your controllers.
the exact position
3,
where you
2,
are to make a robot
1.
calculate it. So you'd have to stand in the exact same position, with the robot and just make the shot.
Not necessarily. You could have a vision sensor behind you.
You could. I don't use vision sensors as much as I'd love to, but yes.
You just wear one of the dot suits and just have somebody dot suit mark you on the field. Well, this dot is relative to that dot, so I need to shoot it at this speed for that rotation for that dot to equal this dot.
Yes. Please don't push that hub. Please don't push that hub.
Make this game exciting. I want to see points. Make it exciting.
I want to see points, not points and penalties.
I just want to see points. Matter of fact, I just want to see the timer go out. I want somebody to be playing Europe in the background. I just need the final countdown playing right now.
You got 75 seconds.
I just need just need the final countdown right now.
Oh, copyright.
I think that's about as far as we can go before copyright. Yep, that's why I was like, no, I'm gonna start talking. I'm not catching that one. But if you've made it all 10 hours with me, say what's up. Tell me how you feel, because I know how I feel.
I got a nap in between when I played and when I came here and joined you, so I'm refreshed.
Yeah, you're lucky. My nap time is on Fridays. And my job still be trying to call me. They be like, hey, nap time. It's my day off. I have 2 days off and it's really only one because on the other day I still have to go do other things.
I just heard the final buzzer of this match with an unofficial score of 93 to 87. The final buzzer of the final
buzzer. It's time to go. It's time to just take my headset off, throw it at the wall, let it burst into a million pieces.
Unofficial score of 93 to 97. So we got a nail biter for the final.
Well, they did get a double cap at the end too.
That is for a final match. That's a good ending.
Double cap, 8 ducks to 10 ducks. Lateral versus a non-lateral. The standing is tipping to the other direction. They ain't even count the tip yet. Yeah, this is gonna be a whole lot of points getting counted up.
Thankfully, all the points can be scored at the end, unlike say Velocity Vortex, where you have balls that are fly through it and then you can rescore them. That was one interesting thing because a bunch of the refs could miss balls left and right. You really don't want that. You want them to be able to get all so that the matches are fairly scored.
See, this is why also it wasn't what's so helpful last year because we had frisbees flying faster than most people could see them. But that will be a final score of 99 to 97 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a final point breakdown of 25-point auto to a 12-point auto, a 14-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, a 90-point endgame to a 73-point endgame, and an unfortunate 30-point penalty.
Thankfully, it did not change. Thankfully, it did not change the difference in the match. The only thing it would change is the ranking points that 78-44 and the other red team would get.
But do you know what this means?
It's the final match of the day. It's the final score posted.
The final match of FTC.
Not in total.
The next time I get to see you all here on the First Chesapeake channel, it's Big Bot time.
For FRC?
It's FRC time.
I should see if I can join you for one of those FRC events, because right now you're in my element. I should join you in your element.
I'm gonna try to get on the field for my element, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
FRC is in DC this year. We're having 4 events hosted in DC, so if they let me, I will be on the field. Don't hold me to it. I'm not promising to be on the field. I'm going to try to get on the field. If at any point you happen to see me run across the field and then you see security carrying me off in the opposite direction, it is not my fault, but I made my point. But once again, a wonderful congrats and a wonderful thank you to all of our wonderful teams that managed to show up today. Once again, it is an achievement just getting on this field. It is an achievement just making a team and just having a team. I would like to thank all of my wonderful commentators that were in the box with me. I would like to thank all of our wonderful referees and scorekeepers. Also, let's thank everybody in the backstage for making this a wonderful production and a wonderful show.
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and thank all of our big supervisors and overheads who make sure to keep all of this running for us. And then where would we be without our mentors and coaches?
Oh,
nowhere.
Absolutely.
Okay, then, so we're going to give a big shout out to them. And finally, everything needs money. Everything needs a little bit of financial guidance. So let's thank all of our wonderful sponsors for helping us run this wonderful show. We got Qualcomm, we got Raytheon, we got Leidos, we got Booz Allen Hamilton, we got Amazon, we got all these wonderful sponsors helping us out and helping us make this possible. So with that being said, we're gonna probably show our sponsor reel as well as a couple of exits, and we will be done for the night. I hope everyone has had a wonderful time and everyone has stayed with me. Once again, teams, if your videos were not seen today, please make sure to check back in the next few days at the first YouTube channel, where we will have the first Chesapeake YouTube channel, where we will have it in our archives with all of these wonderful gameplays, so you all can go see all the wonderful games and matches. I am Niall. I will be signing off. We also had Timmy in the box with me tonight. We also had Faraz up in here earlier with me. We will be seeing you all later. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Peace out.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
3, 2, 1.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce.